we go with Lahim having an angle to try and fight back with. Casanzo has been dropped. Bastion now solo 2. It's up to Lahim to hold down the line versus Brave Fanta, who just goes for the full wide swing in. Collapse though falls under the pressure. It's now a 2v2 for the time being as Heroes will look to regroup. But here comes the chase down. Brave Fanta. They have to be careful though.
They'd probably be picking up a bunch of KP themselves.
Oh well, Gravity Left gonna be the play too. Low key needs to hit those shots eventually though. Lose YC along the way thanks to the hand of Hannah, and XNY just looking for SW.
Follow me.
Oh, nice! Jetting! No! Nice!
Wow, I mean, they had Hannah looking behind them because they were a little bit worried about the other angle, but now they pounce and it looks like they should be able to take down VP.
Yeah, this is their chance. Hannah surprising many that he had the hefty hand of the 30-30. We're still watching this fight outside now, pushing forward. Here we go with a find from the Ulsan onto War Monster.
Holding position on top are actually going to start moving in now. They hear so much commotion inside, so they decide it's time to start getting in there. Unfortunately, the Radiant transfer doesn't come in time to keep low-key up.
It's such a bloodbath on the inside already. Nicholas here in cover again. Wrong, and there's the shot from Donut, but he doesn't get. Oh, there you go!
That you can do is scare people off.
Oh, eventually he is eliminated. Salutes to Donut. Num Nim though fighting for their lives. Fair Claw Gaming eliminated, and here we go. Why are the only ones standing?
Oh no!
Oh no! And Nicholas of King, and this is the chance. Oh, the Tix mentioned it, but
in on Barbecue, but there you go. He's in a corner,
up to his feet, and he's ready to fight yet again. Effectively a 3v1 push. JR and XD already in a good spot. The swing comes on in, and YC putting in the work
to make that position unplayable for them, as they then have to turn around and take on Makers and X and Y.
But here comes X and Y. Now Fly is gonna get thrown to. Only Thunder the answer, and as Akuma tried to engage inside the building. X and Y is finding the first knock going now. Clutching falls, Crusader trade, and this is not one I want to watch. They're kicking in the doors, they're looking to break those spike cores, and eventually YR's devotion busts on through. They do slide on away because that's X and Y with their long rotate. Purple armor though look very deadly decisive. The Havoc, the Hemlock, met the guns too.
Next circle, but most of them will not make it.
Ready to see that kill feed light on up. Barbecue though in the midst of things, and it's Ronin still.
They actually get deleted by X and Y.
Oh, another
really
one!
Want to make the most of this. True actually dropped down to try and get involved in this. Is it a good decision?
Oh,
absolutely not.
YC, where did that come from? But we're not done. Who's here to pick up the rest? Caught napping there, and Limo takes advantage. Here they come with Benfu and the rest. A decent swing for the Bangalore to get behind them. Easy flash, he's all the way in the front line here. Eyes load someone by the rock. Breaks the shield though onto one. Knows there's gonna be a swing here on the other side. Mike's right behind him, nades two, and Legends Gaming need to regroup.
This last fight's been a little bit more like a game of chess here, and I think they've finally taken too many of the other pieces here with HKUF triple cracked, and now with Ransacker and Black Road to try and lift this out. I don't think they're gonna do it. Legends Gaming, definitely the armor advantage goes to X and Y. They've moved up to 50 points. That is incredible for them. Legends Gaming, and they use their position and their skill to outtrade X and Y for the win.
It's a fight for the top spots. X and Y in second, Legends Gaming though so far away in first, and now with the knock from Player K, it's the beginning of the end!
Punch the last guy, punch the last guy.
It's 1-3, so yeah, it's 1-3.
Oh my god! You guys are the best!
Nice.
Oh my
Go!
Guys, right here.
In barrels.
07 eliminated, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down! No! Not much will fall as well. We're down to 6-1.
It's the name of the game. We're not in match point just yet, Dax. You do just need the points, and you got to be consistent about that.
Advantage now for no credit. They go for the push. Fast defenses.
Something open. Did. What's he did?
Coming on me. Crack one. I'm making fast. Bang low, bang low, bang low. Bang low and high, bang low and high, low and high.
Did.
Up top.
Akuma, they are forced out by the frag. It just rolled in there, and VK Gaming waiting out the black hole to go for the push.
I mean, yeah, they committed so early when MXF were definitely not down and out yet. Are they going to pay for that? We'll see.
Keep going gaming though. They're not out of it as of yet. Got KH still alive, but the big heavy hitters that played the zone early on, they're still here fighting for the win.
It looked like Bugi might actually be able to get back to his teammates there, but the Arcstar finishes him off, and now Serenity are a duo. They scan. They're trying to get second place here by taking out KPG, and they will at the very least do that, but that means VKG can just pop in here for an easy cleanup. Or is it?
VKG? As Bobo and the rest breaking those fences and invading the home of Savior. There is no place sacred, there is no place safe. Get ready to find the KP instead. And as Dreamfire also wants a piece of this action here, it's 4 squads fighting. MXF the first fault. XNY has come towards Weibo Gaming. We've talked about the game of confidence, X and Y proving it again. As Jackie Chan will fall, Bobo the last one standing, or rather a duo standing here. He gets a knock too, and Weibo Gaming making X and Y work for it.
Access once again to one of the most feared weapon. Was that a collab?
As X and Y eliminated here, pouncing here towards the barbecue, set of 2, spot that. Try and find a knock early on. Here we go again. Anything they can use for cover, they shall do so. The Moby allowing them to stay alive. But here comes SWQ making their way towards the corner. Final Dream and Akuma also watching now. But LGD getting down. Mei Yue fighting for his life. That's Final Dream gone. And Dreamfire fading on away. Heroes though getting a piece of the action. Eventually Dreamfire eliminated.
Going in. 100 on blood. I mean, bang. 100 bang. Hey, come on, get up.
Another team's coming up. I'm dying.
Hold stick low. Dead. I'm down. In turn.
Crack.
Dead. Last one swing me. Oh, we do nothing. Run away. I'm dead. Shoot, go.
Rogers has been.
Got hit by a nade there. Brando does make the trade towards barbecue. And while we see Vixaria look for cover, this is looking pretty dicey for BBQ already.
Yeah, it's not like he's got the doors upgrade there. He's like most Catalyst players going for both of the Veil ones, but doesn't have knockdowns to play behind in this 1v1.
Oh, this is gonna get close and out in the open. Now with the advantage, it's X and Y looking for more. Yukoi making them work for it, sure. But Akuma left to a solo to sap those placement points away with the Rat. But BK Gaming are on a rampage. APG are just lambs to the slaughter now. Casa ready to play close with the Prowler. Here he goes with a Hemlock too, but knocked down now by Tree Cleaner. Keep going gaming.
Undisputed champions of APAC South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Crystal strike there.
Let's go down. 1v1.
Oh, what? Oh, Shady. He finds the target.
That's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Look, overextends. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down.
Oh my God! He hits the 360.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Split 2 Pro League, where we'll be covering all the Apex Legends action here in Apex South. My name is of course Lace, and this week we return to bring you the best of this region. Now if you don't know our casters already, we have, let me introduce you, Genome, once again the most profound, knowledgeable caster that we have. And don't forget the forever fueled pizza man himself, Dax. Thank you guys for joining us once again. Genome, we most definitely eat, sleep, Apex repeat. Are you ready for what we have installed today?
Yeah, I am. Give me some Fatboy Slim beats. I'll be here pumping it out every time with that. I think, I feel like there's been a lack of Apex. No, actually, I was just going to say there's been a lack of, Apex Legends music content. But we've actually had a bunch of that this week. I don't know if you guys have been seeing it on the subreddit. There was, the Ballad of Imperial Howl and, Designful, and maybe one other as well. People are just, throwing them out. Maybe, I don't know if we had any Apex South ones. Maybe someone can give us some help down here with and get some beats online for us.
Yeah, I did actually hear them all on Reddit, and sometimes, it's actually quite good. And yes, let's get some Apex South ones. I definitely agree with that. And Dax, things are really heating up for us in our region. Can you give us some quick highlights from last week?
I mean, the biggest highlight has to be Legends Gaming, right? Perfect run so far, 25 stage points in each set that they have done, and now they're at the very tippy top. But we've seen also some big names really show on up. You got Makers there in second, Serenity within that top 3, and I'm really excited to see because today is going to be a big day for some of the teams also looking to play catch-up.
Yeah, we definitely had such a thrilling start to our Split 2, but as our pros lock in for today's matches, let's take you through the format and how Split 2 will work.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
And there we have it. If that's not etched in your brain yet, let's have a look at our schedule. We are day 3, and we are just halfway there, almost to the finals, Dax. I feel like this has just gone extremely fast for us today.
It is so speedy. I can't believe we're already doing round 2 matchups effectively. And then coming into the next few weekends, it's going to be even more exciting. Some teams, they might not be able to have that chance for LAN. Some teams are going to have to really bank on the finals all the way in July. But in any case, today is a good day for many of these teams to make their mark and cement their position as we jockey for those 7 slots going to LAN.
That's it. So, we've got our teams competing today in Split 2. We're halfway through our schedule now. All these teams are going to be competing to try and get into the regional finals. Of course, there's some money on top of that as well. But let's have a look at our teams. As our teams are sort of split and seeded into 3 groups, we'll take you over and show you exactly who will be playing today. Here are our teams. There are solidified in A, B, and C. Today, we will have groups A and B first, Genome, but I know I'm very excited to see that top team there, Genome. Legends Gaming, they'll be performing for us today.
Yeah, I think we get to see them in both groups today, actually. So, there's always been lots of talk in Apex South about, how tough it can be to play 12 games of top-tier Apex back-to-back. So can Legends keep up that energy, keep up that tempo for the entire day? And will they walk away with another 50 split points to add to the 50 they've already got? We've never seen a team in any region ever get the perfect split. Even, Rig back in their heyday with Sharky, they had some crazy performances, but they didn't win week after week after week. So, look, Legends have started it off perfectly. Can they continue that? That would be a big ask, but it's going to be an exciting one to follow along and to cheer for.
Yeah, I guess that's something we don't really talk about, when teams have to play the 12 matches and the fatigue sets in, Dax. Legends Gaming do always showcase such skill and passion throughout all of their games. Do you reckon they could see this today?
Well, I mean, all I have to say is, I look at Legends and their stats. I look at Legends and how they play. And even if they need to go with 12 maps today, they just get better and better. Highest kills for Easy Flash right now. Highest damage for Strafing Flame. Player K truly becoming a player of his own. And he's just doing so well as a unit. This team is on point right now.
Yeah, and that was a team that you like to look at as well, Dax. X and Y. I know you're one of their cheerleaders.
Player K, it's the beginning of the end. I mean, X and Y is always a powerhouse, but listen, man, this was so fun. Legends Gaming, hear how they ended this game.
Oh my God! You guys are the best!
Nice.
You hear that? Confidence from Strafing Flame. We heard it in the interview. We heard it in their comms when we go for the listen-ins. And Legends Gaming right now, it feels like they're on cloud 9. They are basically at the top of the mountain, and they're just so honed in.
Yeah, they always seem to just have absolute passion and fun. And like I say, a snowball effect. They just get going and going as the games go on. But in Split 2, our pro teams have, had some major changes. Season 20 was hitting them, character meta changes. And of course, we're going to touch on POI draft systems once more. So that is locked in for you guys. So let's take a look. Who better to introduce our draft system than the man Rain Day himself?
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
Well, as we hit week 3, I'm sure that all our teams are fully over the draft system. And, it's something that they need to have being challenged and also adapt to different POIs and playstyles, Genome. So, these teams have really solidified all of this. But, Genome, why don't you take us through World's Edge, our landing spots as our teams have chosen their draft spots?
Yep, so we'll start off on World's Edge once again. We'll flip it around halfway through the season and we'll move over to Storm Point. But as we are starting here today, you can see by the numbers here, a lot of teams actually opting to prioritize Storm Point. So not a lot of early picks. Some of the few we do have, say Kill Devil over there at Skyhook West. They've been playing very well from, Survey Camp. So if they can do that from Survey Camp with the weak armors you get over there, interesting to see how they go. From there, once again, Maud seems to be being left open more and more throughout Year 4 of ALGS and Split 2. So outside the ring, early picking stacks. Once we see an early pick on stacks, it does seem to really ward other teams away from picking Maud, and therefore the team who gets stacks does kind of double up on POIs. And you can see there, with Dome open as well, there's potentially a lot of loot there for outside the ring if they do want to do that. I guess the only difference is that unlike the olden days, you can't have people drop directly on all 3 of them and do it like a triple split drop just to loot. You do have to go from that dropship that's a bit lower down, and it does limit where you can land now.
Yeah, that's really interesting because, like, you know, we have Legends Gaming. They're choosing Geyser once again with Dome and Big Maud being open, Dax.
Yeah, I mean, Legends Gaming, they have decided always prioritize storm points, so we'll make do with Geyser, we'll make two if we do get landslide. But I really want to point out something so interesting here today. Since Makers don't get stacks, they actually go for Siphon. And at the very last pick of World's Edge itself, Weibo Gaming very willing to contest them. So Siphon, it's going to be so exciting for the first 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. And why don't we take ourselves through? We have a bit of a scouting report to go with you. I believe we're going to have up X and Y. Dax, I'm going to say you're one of the best cheerleaders for this team.
Oh, Alright, come on, don't do me like that, you know. As much as I love their coach, it's really X and Y as a team that has showed up in full force. You start with YC, really stepping it up to the plate today. He's in the top 5 of kills. He's always there for the cleanup, but many eyes are very focused in on JR himself, a superstar in the making in MNK. Top 5 damage, and damage taken and damage dealt kind of differential. Top 5 in the KDA, and X and Y has an absolute unit as a team. One of their weaknesses perhaps when they go for the macro, they do get third party, but their micro calls, especially courtesy of XD, when they fight, they are so smart at making sure the resources are drained before they go in and take the dub.
Yeah, and sitting at 4th place on the series standing, you know, they're doing exceptionally well, and I feel like that they will only just get better going through these matches. You know, as we have our groups A, B, and C competing, we're going to go over to World's Edge because we are ready for match number 1.
We will see Weibo Gaming and Maker share a POI. You guys are tuning on into A and B yet again of APAC South. Dax here with Genome on the cast, but Genome, come on. Weibo and Makers, this is such a make or break kind of moment for these two teams coming into this lobby.
Yeah, they've both landed in Siphon, as you did point out earlier, but unlike some of the other teams we've seen so far on this double Siphon drop spot, Dax, they're not running at each other. They seem to be just very, you know, calmly looting and going about their business. The more interesting part at the start of this game was Legends Gaming, who were dropping at Geyser, strafing Flame, continues around Geyser, loots there, but Easy Flash and Player K, knowing that Big Maud was open, immediately ran up the hill and took that loot for themselves. So they've essentially doubled their loot. Outside, who were landing at stacks, as we were talking about before, with the POIs open on either side of them, they've now moved down to Dome. So they're definitely going for, you know, taking their time, getting, you know, maxing out all the Evo harvesters, all the loot bins that they can find to grab that extra Evo damage. But yeah, interesting just how some open POIs have really shifted things around, and even though you can't directly land on it, Legends were prepared clearly and went straight in there just to try and buff their chances to start with, despite the fact that they've drafted, you know, quite a lowly POI in Geyser.
And that also removes a few options for Makers, a few options for Weibo Gaming to look for some other loot zones anyway. But if you guys saw the Legend selection from up top, sure, Bangalore Bloodhound, 100%. But the big thing in APAC is, if you've been watching APAC North, Fuse is the meta there, and Fuse is the meta here. 7 Fuse picks. It's been running rampant in scrims. It's been running rampant on Twitter, actually, with people like Panda talking about it. So yeah, Genome, Fuse is gonna be such a big part here, overtaking the Catalyst heftily in the 5 Legends that we have in terms of diversity.
Yeah, look, expect some evac towers going up as Legends Gaming. You saw they did group together, making that move towards Ghost Town here. And the zone is pulling towards Fragment, towards Ghost Town. Perhaps a little bit north. One of those circles we often see could be there. Oh, strafing, even grabbing some angles here on MDY. And no longer are they MDY Black. They have just renamed to MDY, as we were sort of joking last week, because they're the only MDY team left now.
I wasn't joking. That was for real. And I'm glad they listened to us there, Genome. MDY, though, in a spot of trouble, and Strafing Flame. He's been so impressive, really, this split. Honed in and ready now to go for the push. Easy Flash, though. They'll hit the lob and nade up top. Legends Gaming have the ground floor. Quick little scan too, but Legends, they're keeping in their zone for now. Not finding the opening if they would like here.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing this pretty safely considering that Bayern is already down, right? I mean, this is a 2v3, but I guess they just don't want to, you know, take any casualties. They're going to play it safe. They do have to try and get through Orgenstern's, the piercing spikes there. He's got them constantly on the stairways, but, oh, it'll be a bit of a slow fight for them, so we're going to move forward to some faster action happening around the grounds here with Makers getting into it near Geyser.
Yeah, Fangs bared, and not just War Monster Firebird, but also Bearclaw Gaming looking at Makers, our perennial second placing team. Second place in 2 of their sets, only behind Legends Gaming, and a few dubs along the way. They've taken 3 maps overall in the split so far. But their loot has been split with Weibo Gaming, and War Monster Firebird, with a little catch there, Makers have to back out from that fight.
Yeah, so War Monster Firebird, they're landing at Landslide this week, and you can tell that Legends were actually expecting to get that pick in the draft. They were a little unhappy that War Monster Firebird pulled that out, and War Monster Firebird's reaction was basically like, sorry guys, but, you know, we love how you play, and we're just trying to take your lead, basically. We're going to take the Legends Gaming playbook and try and run with it and make it work for ourselves. So that's what forced Legends to have to flex over into Geyser, but it's also what's making this current POI draft system even more exciting in seeing how these teams can adapt to the different POIs and the different curveballs that are thrown their way.
Look, imitation is a serious form of flattery here, Gino. Of course, they're the top 1 squad. You gotta follow their example. We'll see if that's gonna pan out well, but here we go again. Fragment can be fully occupied by multiple teams. Looking at LGD there, you got Fruit Salad, VK Gaming, Keep Going Gaming, as well as No Credit looking set on up.
LGD. Nice and set up here. As we had a look at those, you know, legend picks beforehand, right? You got the sense that there were obviously the teams who are more trying to play for the edge playstyle, trying to play for the 3rd beacon. They're going to be picking Fuse, and then you got the teams who really just want to get in there and get the job done sooner rather than later. They're going to be, you know, they're going to be on blues for the longest time. If they do well, they might be able to tick up to purples eventually. You'll rarely see them on reds. So those kind of teams are going to be playing Watson. And then we've got a couple of holdouts here still trying to pick up the Catalyst. That's MDY we saw take that loss early. And then MXF also picking that up. Legends Gaming, in the meantime, whoa, that actually had one hit back. And no, they're just going to go down completely. So, wow, the revenge there from MDY with a little bit of help from the longbow, sorry, the Sentinel coming out from 3MZ.
Yeah, Fire pitching in, but I have to say, Augenstern has been such a menace with the piercing spike placement. Remember that 1 win MDY got last time around when we saw them on World's Edge? It was because of those piercing spikes. Legends Gaming, they were playing very wary of it to begin with. It still wasn't enough. Incredible work there by MDY, removing our favorites so early on. They're the first team eliminated here.
And especially when it was a zone that was so close to them, and honestly would suit their playstyle quite a lot, because, you know, talking about, you know, the Fuse versus Watson sort of playstyles there, obviously Legends Gaming, one of the best running that Watson. And despite getting a circle in their backyard or very close to it, they aren't rewarded. Whereas MDY, as we can see, now picking up that and making some space for themselves, have even managed to grab the respawn onto Bayern.
And it's impeccable that they have the respawn while Dreamfire was fighting, but here we look at Weibo instead. In scrims, it's been a lot of trials and tribulations, but right now Weibo looking to do what they do best. Jackie Chan moving forward. Bobo gets knocked onto one already. That's Nuku down for the count. Weibo having the advantage here in the Geyser fight, but while this happens, outside in trouble. Makers looking to also go for the 3rd party. Weibo though, the cleanup looking strong so far here.
Yeah, Makers with the blues, they haven't done as much Evo harvesting as the other 2 teams that we were just looking at, but now with Emil trying to hide, he's hoping that the crossfire between Weibo and Makers will actually scare the other 2 teams away and leave him safe. And I think it's actually worked for now. Makers going back into the choke north of Geyser, and Weibo look to be going back into the vault tunnel as well. They do eventually have to make their way there, considering the ring will close that end of the geyser off. And thus, Emil might get a chance to pick up his banners and maybe grab a respawn somewhere like North Siphon in the zone.
Oh, but Weibo's looking for him, trying to fight that single rat. And I do want to talk about Weibo Gaming a little bit more too, that in scrims I was watching this week, they've been testing out so many different comps, even trying Lifeline out just for a more aggressive stance whenever someone gets knocked down. You can see the difference here. Gugu's going to be on the fuse. Weibo really searching for that final target, and Emilia's gotta get out into the building. He goes. This ring gonna close on in, and Weibo taking their sweet time. They're gonna have to go through the vault tunnel just to safely rotate here.
Yep, Emil looks like he is saying goodbye to those banners, going the opposite direction. But as we go the opposite direction of the map here and get a look at Bookie Borders, they're taking on HKUF. They've made some roster changes this week, actually. I think 2 out of the 3 members switching over. And they're currently on the better side of the ring, trying to gatekeep Boogie Borders coming in here.
It's a big change for HKUF. But Boogie Borders, they want to keep now honed in, and despite Killapause with a good off angle here. Cracking those shields with a pylon, keeping HKUF topped up here. You can listen in now to Boogie Borders to see what's going on with them.
Swing me!
They're pushing you, they're pushing you. I cannot see it, I cannot see it. Low?
Crack Watson.
On the knock!
Nice.
Right after,
You need to reload. Up top, you need to heal. Just heal.
You need to heal.
I'm running inside this one first.
He's here.
Yeah.
He's right here.
Is he
He's
gonna
rezzing.
rest?
He's rezzing right now.
Yeah.
He bled out. Just a Watson on my head right now. Thirsting me.
Yeah.
Trying to thirst. Thirsting me. Behind my box.
Yeah.
Sprung out on the rock. Doing that.
Nice guy.
Yep.
Oh, nice little clutch up there from Killapause. You saw how low he was, gets back outside, like inside the ring, enabling him to start getting some meds off. The call from Raki was that he was rezzing. He was actually didn't get it off in time, only got the banner there from HKUF. So Killapause kind of went back in with a sense of urgency, thinking the time was against him, but luckily it was still the 1v1. But now that with the ring closing again, Killapause does not have a lot of time, does need to make it in, and he'll probably find trouble in the name of Serenity as he goes back in further, potentially looking to try and get the other 2 members of Boogie Borders back online.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's the one respawn beacon by Serenity that they're pinging rather than the free one to their side. But we move elsewhere now. Final Dream moving on in. They have at least a house to try and work with and push into. MXF also rolling thunder early on. There's pressure from afar. Maker still in the same position. Nades getting lobbed here by MXF, who do have a new member in the roster here in AOE.
And Meals actually found his way in the middle of all of this. He's going for some thirsts, but with MXF in absolute shambles, Makers look to try and finish off both of these teams and pick themselves up some much needed Evo there. They do take one down though as Ziki hits the floor.
Yeah, Ziki, he needs to be brought back up, but Makers have been playing Gatekeeper here on the south sides for so very long. Makers get the reset that they want. Boogie Borders eliminated. VK Gaming also gone, so Serenity doing a good job holding height here on the north side of the map.
It's a good spot from Serenity, but I think they're actually going to be pushed out of zone maybe a little earlier than they would have thought, because it's very much pulling towards the lone train car just east of Fragment. It's going to be a weird zone. There's a lot of, sort of garbage. You can see basically where that care package is. That's pretty much where that zone is ending. There you go. So you got that train car, there's all the sort of debris under the broken bridge underneath. So there'll be some spots to play later on in the game. But as Serenity moves in from the north, they're really going to want to maximize that KP, because there's going to be a lot of sightlines on them from, LGD playing in the buildings and the other teams in Ghost Town as well.
Boogie though finding 2 and Kill Devil now in trouble. Serenity with a push on forward. Still the Kings of the North, but they need to bring Legacy back to life. And just looking back at the ring here, Genome, I've noticed that's something we saw last week, and that one train car, it becomes grenade central later on. Yuki though still not done. Beast of the Hunt. Kill Devil is gone now.
Poland tried to go in for the hero play, but they basically already got the revive off there, which means Serenity back to a full 3. They got some of those KP that I was just talking about. They needed that, up to 4 at the moment for the team in this first game. Now they need to look to try and clear out some other teams.
And there you go. That will be the patented Sky Motherload, the Skyload if you will. But Bear Claw Gaming, we got something different. But Limo, Maker is gonna be gone here. Bear Claw doing God's work to remove Makers now from this fight.
Okay, so Serenity, they actually play for the train car itself. Remember, they're not a Watson team. That spot is just made for that controller character. But Serenity are going to have to play aggressively, pumping out those knuckle clusters to try and keep other teams at bay and not poking them.
Now, Weibo, though, now they're knocked down to a single member. Jackie Chan looking to fight for his life. MDY, on the other hand, still Kings of Ghost Town, but they have to deal with Dreamfire on the opposite end. It's been a good run for MDY, though. Holding steady inside these houses, but they're going to need to move soon as Weibo Gaming's going to eliminate it. Bebe, though, ready now with the Beast of the Hunt. Wants to push in towards Dreamfire, looking for an opening. Cracks the shield onto 1. But MDY, all they can do is poke from afar. Eventually, they catch Dreamfire, and they eliminate that squad.
Beast of the Hunt and Havoc name a more iconic duo this year. People have been saying when you activate that ultimate, you have to get damage done because you know that the other team has theirs as well. And if you fail to capitalize in that window, the other team will just have such a huge advantage. Knowing the timings, has the other team popped theirs, you know, when can you use yours? It's a bit of a cat and mouse game, this split that these teams have to play in order to try and get the advantage and the upper hand in a 3v3 fight.
Yeah, but we're not done with the fight here, and goes down to MDY, still standing as a 3-0. Final Dream thought they had the opening after the nade, but MDY's reset allows them to take care of War Monster Firebird. All the way on the opposite end, LGD also playing it out. They catch out 2 from Fruit Salad, the Kings of Zone. Really, we've seen of APAC-S trying to keep things going. And they need to push. It wasn't the best day of the offense last weekend for them. A case now to be made as they're within the top 8.
So these teams all having to move. You know, we said the positions in this next circle will be okay, but the moving there, getting there, when you can just see how many angles the other teams have on you is very hard. And that's so rough because I don't know if Morgenstern got the wall off. He was hesitating a little bit, pulling the trigger on that ultimate, and that might have cost them.
Tough now for MDY. It's tough for so many of these teams as LGD have moved in closer to the train car with the pylon and have Fruit Salad eliminated, but from afar, Mingyu Wei doing work. Shots there with Bloodline and the Havoc too. LGD keeping things going. They actually catch out Yugi, so there's an opening for LGD to try and take care of Serenity on the inside here.
They do get the revive though. Serenity, one of the things they had going their way was they had enough meds. So pushing into this position, they can actually peek. They can try and scare some other teams off, and they are allowed to take some damage. They're not going to be in shambles like you would see a lot of teams playing earlier for a god spot.
And struggles continue now. Serenity fighting for their lives, and LGD just run into them. A freight train.
No third party?
No third party. Serenity safe. And this is huge for Serenity. They have a chance to bring everything back up, but Yugi still gets caught there.
Oh no, we do have another team pulling in. That's Vegas Inferno, as well as Keep Going Gaming at exactly the same time. And that is going to make it almost impossible for Serenity. They did very well to hold off that first push, but unfortunately the third and the fourth party at the exact same time is a sandwich that doesn't taste any good to them whatsoever. The team's biding their time. Bear Claw Gaming in the south, and we've got MDY as a duo. Remember, they lost Morgenstern on the push-up here, coming in from the east.
That was a caster curse as it could get, but Fanfu tracking down these targets. MDY eliminated. We're down to 3.
Oh!
Keep going, just underneath. Nade's getting lobbed again. Miracle Gaming looking for the opening. Here they come. Aplo getting caught by the Arcstar. The devotion of Tree Cleaner looking to mop the floor of the opposition. And Vegas Inferno, they're going to be bankrupt after that one. But Bearclaw opening made. This is their chance to take the dub here. But they keep going gaming on the opposite end. And there you have it. Bearclaw Gaming. Patience bears fruit. And they take map number 1.
Incredible stuff there by Bearclaw Gaming. You can see all these teams just zerging each other one after one. You know, coming in there and just, yeah, unfortunately, for Serenity, couldn't make it.
And there we go. Turning up is Bearclaw Gaming for us today, Dax. You know, we saw Makers kind of moving through the chaos on the hill, coming from Geyser, getting a nice reset, but there they were. Bearclaw Gaming sort of waiting in a good position, biding their time just on the tracks there. An exceptional, I guess, game from them. They played a little bit patient, you know, Serenity moving on in as well, taking down a team. But, you know, they didn't go in too early. They bided their time and took out the win. How do you feel about that, Dax?
I mean, they played an incredible waiting game. You mentioned it. The fact that they were trying to gatekeep the gatekeepers of Makers, always watching to see what kind of chaos would happen there, cleared their flank. And as soon as they got rid of Makers, all they needed to do was look forward towards the train car, throw some nades, hit some nutty shots, just beam the opposition from afar. And eventually, it was their chance when they saw Keep Going and Vegas Inferno have their own scuffle. That was just a free win for Bearclaw, who not only took the dub their lace, but 13 kills. That's around, what, 25 points to start off their day.
Yeah, it's an exceptional start for them. You know, we're only hitting in game number 1. We still got plenty more to go, Dax. But you know what? Having that nice little lead is really going to be great for Bearclaw Gaming. And as we see Makers sort of coming down and, you know, as we said, the gatekeepers being gate kept, Bearclaw Gaming just holding that position and making sure that nobody comes into that spot as they can sort of clean up the chaos that unfolds here. Serenity doing a great feat. Legacy dropping down off height there, Dax, was probably, I guess, not so great for them, having a whole team just waiting. You know, a bit of damage Legacy put out, but that was probably the feat for them. Also, MDY had a great position early on in building, fending off Legends Gaming, but losing Organs on the rotate. So, you know, I had high hopes for MDY, but there we go. Bearclaw Gaming sitting at 13 kills, first place off the bat. Dax, how do we feel?
I gotta agree with you. Augenstern, he gave them a chance with those piercing spikes, but near the end, falling early on prevented their right rotation in that last bit of the map. I do want to say, though, also, Serenity, this is something Chino pointed out, great position. But you look at their comp, you have the fuse, you're getting some good kills. And it was also unfortunate for Legacy, because I understood why he dropped down. He feels like he's confident he can go for the 1v2. And in a world where his opponent didn't have a devotion lace, it could have actually happened. But Tree Cleaner showed up with the biggest gun of all, let it rip, Legacy fell, and it allowed Keep Going Gaming to at least make it to the top 2 there.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the first time we've sort of seen Keep Going Gaming up the top of the leaderboards in Split 2. So it's nice to see them turning up. I remember the wonderful name Tree Cleaner, one of the best ones here, Dax. So it's really great to see them absolutely obliterate in our first match. And how we go, Bearclaw Gaming with a total of 25 points. Such an exceptional feat from them. And Keep Going Gaming also, you know, coming in strong there with the 4 kill points. You know, I guess, you know, our second, third, fourth, very close together. Not solidifying as many kills as Bearclaw Gaming, but still very much in contention.
I mean, it's good to see the midfield on top. This is their chance now to try and bridge the gap that happened from last weekend. Because look who's in the bottom 10. You got Boogie Borders 11th, Weibo in 13th, and Legends Gaming all the way in 19th place after getting a single KP. But that game really defined by Bearclaw just holding domain the south, Serenity being the kings of the north and taking down anyone coming their way. And as soon as those two halves effectively converged, Bearclaw had the better angle and the better chance to take the dub.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised Baker's sitting there at 14th. You know, they did quite a lot on the hill coming from Geysers and getting a nice clean reset. But, you know, I guess not enough kill points were collected coming through the chaos as you rotate into that final zone for them. But, you know, only time will tell. They'll get, I guess, another run a little bit better from there. But again, Dreamfire, Dax, we generally see them, you know, anywhere in the lower ranks in our first couple of games, but this is a nice little change from them.
I mean, it's a better start than last weekend. We only saw really Dreamfire step up when we saw those launchpad engagements back in Store Point in one of their matchups. So it's something for Dreamfire to work with, but I will hold my thoughts about it until we either see them ascend or descend down the ladder. Everyone expects Dreamfire to do more than 8th place, right? Everyone expects Dreamfire to be one of the big names here. We'll see if that's going to happen today, at least.
Yeah, and of course, don't stress. It's only game number 1. We have many more to showcase today for our groups A versus B. But it's incredibly awesome just to see some of our teams that, we don't usually see at the top of the leaderboard rise up in our game number 1. But let's take ourselves a short little break and we'll see you momentarily. And welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us once again here in APAC-S South for Split 2 Pro League. Dax, we just saw Bear Claw Gaming slice their way to the top of the leaderboard with an exceptional triumph.
I mean, it was a brilliant beginning for Bear Claw, and we always talked about that in that OS match, right? The patience from Bear Claw has been strong, and it's been something they've been doing. Even last weekend, they love to wait out these kind of fights, see where they can actually scavenge and pick apart the opposition one by one. And Bear Claw Gaming, effective work, 25 points on the board. Good to see them doing good so far.
Yeah, not only a win, but, a lot of kill points there. And as we take a look at what our teams have been playing thus far, you are obviously commenting on more fuses coming into APAC South, following along what APAC North love to do. So we've got, a fair few picks this time, Dax.
I mean, to be fair, APAC South and APAC North was simulcast last weekend. And we already were running the fuse, so we're not copying them. No. But then again, it has really become so popular in scrims, and we're seeing it right now. Gun is the catalyst picks. Here we go with Fuse. Watson still always going to be staple in APAC South, sure, but you already saw what it is for. When you throw out one of those evac towers, you have a mother load, you can get so much information with the Fuse, and especially now that you can play with Ring Consoles too, is effectively a controller that has more damage than you expect.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I guess it was interesting to see, I think last week we had Watson and Catalyst sort of toe-to-toe being the selections for there. So to see Catalyst sort of drop a little bit back only to a couple of picks is something that, is different this week. But as we have a look at Fuse, and, we've sort of touched on why everybody's sort of selecting Fuse a little bit more, Dax, but why don't you take us through a little bit about him?
No surprise, Ringmaster is effectively the first perk pick of choice. You're not running a controller when you have the Fuse. You need to make him a controller. And despite anyone's opinions about certain legends having perks of other legends' abilities or init passives, right? It gives so much flexibility for the Fuse comp. On the other hand, Reckless, I think it's really strong because you don't have the defensive properties of having the pylon. You just want to take less explosive damage. Knuckle Hustler is very fun to utilize, especially when you get a hit, you get at least a notification, you go even faster than that. But playing this safe sound and even more secure, it's a reason why we're still seeing this Fuse, because the chip damage plus the information is unreal right now being brought to the table.
Yeah, and that's obviously, you know, quite the extensive knowledge on Fuse at this moment. You know, Fuse, I guess, traditionally, if you have a lot of teams sort of in zone, it's going to be quite a small area. So his Knuckle Dusters, you know, can really come into play and be a devastating feat for teams. But as we get ready, we're going to head over to match number 2, back on World's Edge. Take it away.
It's game number 2 already. It was pretty quick in the first matchup. Bearclaw Gaming at the top of the leaderboard. There's still so much to play for. We are continuing on here with Group A and B. And Genome, we're looking again at Lava Siphon. No one fighting there. Bearclaw, though, safe and sound on Harvester 2.
Yeah, those guys, once again, taking the peaceful route. And yeah, as you say, Bearclaw Gaming picking up the 25 points after game 1. And what do they get rewarded with in terms of rings? Well, it is indeed coming somewhere near their backyard. Jackson, not only are they going to be able to pick up a, you know, they've got an Evo Harvester very, very nearby. They've also got a survey beacon. And once they pop that, they should just be able to, you know, pick where they want to go. They're going to head down towards Tree. Maybe grab the other Evo Harvester down there and pick up a building, or do they want to bet on it being somewhat of a Harvester circle or a Lava Siphon circle and sitting somewhere around there?
I mean, things are looking good for Bearclaw Gaming. Keep an eye out also for Keep Going Gaming, our runner-up from the last map. They start towards Tree, they have the elevation, and they see both Weibo Gaming and Bearclaw moving around the map. They know now that the Siphon contest didn't happen. It's consideration really for Keep Going Gaming to be the ones to push on in here.
Yeah, you can see KPG were keeping a close eye on teams rotating in because, of course, they had the ring console. They had the catalyst to work that out as well. So they know that there's a good likelihood teams are going to be coming towards them sooner rather than later. So they'll take up position using catalyst to start fortifying some of the doors in one of the buildings below Tree, sort of on the lower ground down there, as you can see. And then, you know, all these other teams, you've got Bearclaw Gaming, looks like they're thinking about playing the fences up here, whereas Weibo Gaming on whites, there we go, just picking up blues now by grabbing that Tree Evo Harvester. And other teams like VKG also getting a wriggle on and moving down to Tree.
Yeah, and I was watching Weibo. They were marking where Keep Going was going to set up. Eventually, they just push towards the south and actually wrap around and play towards Tree itself. VK Gaming, though, on the other hand, they're going to be in the middle of everything. HKUF also flying on by. Things are getting crowded very, very soon here, Genome. And HKUF, they need to take the other building, realizing that Keep Going Gaming has the first one.
Ooh. Couple of teams now jockeying for position. Now, this is back over towards Lava Siphon, as you can see, and this is a pretty important fight here because it's Makers versus Legends, and Legends have got the first pick here and are starting to move in.
Yeah, number 1 and number 2 in the overall leaderboard. We expected a different kind of fight on Siphon, but Legends Gaming are the ones to be willing to throw down that gauntlet. Makers struggling now to find any kind of formation, even with elevation. Scan comes on out from Easy Flash to Legends Gaming on the hunt.
Oh, no.
Here comes Easy Flash, though, trying to hit those shots. But eventually, Makers, they're going to survive with at least 2 members still standing in different directions.
Dexter with the movement there gets out and kind of jukes Easy Flash. Cannot hit the Havoc shots here. I mean, every single player in this lobby has been trying to nail down their Havoc recoil for this split, but looks like Easy Flash doesn't quite have it on lock. His final dream pushing in here against Weibo Gaming.
This is a big fight in the cylinders, and Final Dream decides to go for the advance, shooting through the ladder, even through the staircase here.
Oh,
and
wow.
Papa will
Let's
make
go.
sure that Weibo will be going home after that one. Weibo Gaming eliminated this quickly, and Final Dream with a heavy hand to win it out with.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every time I try and shoot through those stairs, Dax, every single bullet hits the metal, hits the steps, but somehow...
Hey, that's consistency, Genome. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, true. 100% of my shots are, going somewhere at least. Yeah, look, but yeah, wow, Final Dream just like threading the needle there to hit those bullets, and then even when he popped up to get that last 100 damage, honestly, very impressive to clutch that fight up.
Oh, Legends, though, they have a chip on their shoulder after losing out so early on in the last game. LGD, their victim now, and given the kills they got from Makers, I think that's 5 KP right now that they've added to their tally. Now with this position, they also have elevation over the teams like HKUF can keep going and are staying outside of Lava Siphon for the time being.
That said, Dexters did manage to do a bit of a loop-de-loop, go back to Siphon, grab both of the banners, and now looks to have a very easy res down in front of the Stacks loot vault. So I'm sure we'll be seeing that pop up on your screen momentarily. There we go. Both of his members back in, and not only that, they can grab the Evo Harvester nearby.
I think it's a DC there for Amelia. Was standing outside the window, and actually Legends didn't really get the knock, so bit of respect, sure. Also, quick shout out to Prod. I love that we added that last weekend. It's so helpful. Now we know Maker is going to be back as a 3-0, looking to be a 4 still coming into this game.
100%. They are back in. Some extra respawn Evo going the way of Dexter. Now getting ahead of his teammates on that front. Still got a bit of work to do before they get to purples, and you never know who they might run into. Bearclaw, our winners from game 1, staring across at VK Gaming, who are holding a very central position as the ring shifts, and it shifts centrally, Dax. This is going to work out for Bearclaw. It's going to work out for VKG. The teams who hedged their bets a little more here, who didn't go all the way down to tree, played the World's Edge zone game of it could go anywhere, are going to be rewarded.
Yeah, we're still not done with the fights in Lava Siphon. This time, Makers will have a different contender here, and it's No Credit instead. Pylon set up, though. No Credit, they do have the purples right now compared to the blues Makers have. Makers, they have a bit of altitude to work with again. We're going to see where No Credit is set up in.
So they might have lost the first round, but they're going back into the ring again versus No Credits. Both teams just pumping those scans on cooldown to make sure they know where the other team is. Difference, of course, being Savior on his beloved Watson and Makers running the Fuse. Of course, that means, you've got that interception pylon there to soak up some of those knuckle clusters if you can play around that. But let's see if Makers can maybe outposition them, outmaneuver them, squeeze them into a position where they get the upper hand.
I was watching very cheeky indeed's POV there. He scans towards that little command center in the middle. And as soon as they realize that, No Credit actually decide to bail on out and look to go elsewhere. Most of our teams, though, realizing that this ring is going to be shifting northward from their initial positions. You see Boogie Borders also getting in there now. Dreamfire actually playing Gatekeeper towards No Credit, who's going to be stuck in the middle of 2 squads now.
It might be okay for the moment, though. As you noted, your Boogie Borders here on this southern side. Directly above them is Kill Devil. They're holding the roof. And currently just hiding in a corner as they try to dodge everyone else's fused knuckle clusters.
Hey, I was watching social media the other day, and really, I remember Panda tagging you and saying, are you going to be ready for Fuse, Genome? Because they also decided to join that train. If you can't beat them, join them. And with it comes a shift of roles. Panda's now on the Bloodhound. Racky's going to be on the Fuse. They used this comp actually in FFL recently, becoming the 3-time champ, winning versus Fnatic especially. So good on Boogie Borders. I hope that they can bring that same kind of performance here in APAC-S.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting interaction in the game, the way that Fuse Ultimate works. I mean, having that scan, having that threat vision on other players who are within your mother load, it was, I'd say, something that, you know, wasn't like a huge part of the kit when the Legend was released. But of course, the way the mother load works, it can spread out to be, you know, 5-10 times as big if you explode it high in the air on something like an evac balloon, and it still provides you with threat vision to that entire area once you are in that spot. So that's what has made this so powerful, and that's why teams are trying to use this, because essentially you get it's like a better Seer ultimate.
I can attest to that. I will neither confirm nor deny that I have done it myself. But we tested this out actually, Gino, a while ago, and even with higher elevated buildings, you can spread out the mother load just like that. And I do feel like with the advent of digital threats being gone, the 1x being removed there, you want to have other sources of vision, which the Fuse does provide. So it's an interesting part of the kit. I do wonder what's going to happen in the
really been great for a couple of teams. VKG, Bearclaw Gaming especially. Vegas Inferno, they're trying to play underneath the bridge, but you know, that can be trouble, right? There definitely are some rocks you can play around, but if you take the wrong peek, all of a sudden, bang, Heck will take your head off with a Kraber.
Heck is doing work, and Bearclaw Gaming doing what they do best yet again. Stay away from the fight itself. Just poke with snipers and look to get the shots in KP. You still got BK though, right on top of things. Fruit Salad now gonna be eliminated too. And so far, so good for the teams that really did move for the gamble and stay in the middle of those train tracks.
2 kills so far in this game for Bearclaw Gaming. So with a 25 to start off with, they now have the Kraber to work with and just try and punch some holes in the other teams as they make their next move. 20 seconds left to go in this ring, Dax. You've got Serenity below you. They're a bit of a threat. Triple red armors here. Bearclaw currently sitting on blue, purple. Just trying to rock some overshields. But, you know, a Kraber can even that up in the blink of an eye.
A single shot, right, can just erase all your armor and HP. If you have the right helmet, sure, you might be able to survive it when you're on reds. See if Serenity can make the push happen, but MDY, instead, they're the ones now with the Dark Veil. Augenstern setting up earlier this time around compared to last map. This allows MDY to try and push, but Augenstern still the first to fall. Bayon next, down to the ground. Ape, the only one standing. Beautiful shots to knock down Kano. The War Monster Firebird, they were prepared for it, and they're gonna wipe out MDY there.
Oh no, but they can't get the res off with Kano boxing. Despite having enough fences here to keep the dingoes out, they can't keep the bullets, and Kano, unfortunately, is going to leave War Monster Firebird as a duo, most likely for the rest of this game.
Legends Gaming, they tried to play third there, but instead they're getting knocked around by VKG's triple take. Casa still from afar forces Legends to go back to the cover, but Serenity wants to pounce on this. The smoke is the only thing keeping Legends alive right now. Still Casa playing such a spoiler here. Legends eliminated. Jesco doing God's work there. Serenity though, they're left to a solo really. They need a chance maybe to get the res on back up, but VK still marking that spot.
Yeah, Bearclaw have just been leveraging their position so well, though. They swing left, they swing right. As soon as someone pokes their head out, they do some damage, and that's been essentially, they've helped Legends go down, and they put a big dent in Serenity's chances, and now they completely finish them off. And as such, they have got half the zone to themselves now, Dax. This has been a massive move. Not only that, I mean, look at that pylon positioning. Any of the other 3 teams who try and come for them are going to have such a hard time. You know, the bang ult's going to get deleted. There's 2 pylons down now, by the way. Not Hex. He's using, I think, one of his own and one of another team's.
The decision-making from Bearclaw has effectively been unparalleled so far. The timing, they went for the fight. They went for the push. Serenity, they had everything they needed to make the run. But eventually, they were the ones getting caught there by Legends, by VK2. Speaking of Bearclaw, though, underneath the train tracks now, this ring closing on in. War Monster Firebird, the duo left to try and play spoiler there, but it's a big fight between VK and Bearclaw. Looking to come on up soon.
Okay. VK on top. Bearclaw having forced underneath now, and then the duo of War Monster Firebird hoping to just pull out some charged Sentinel shots and make some magic happen here.
Mikasa's been doing so much damage with the triple take. Effectively though, VK, the first time in a while, they're gonna have to go for the direct fights. You can see it here. Immediately, Bangalore looking around for any kind of opportunity. 951 also up top.
Shark hits a couple.
To break the shields. 951 still going for the shield bat. He said it. Or wants the Firebirds being a pest. Away from all of this, VK Gaming still on top here.
It doesn't grab any of the headshots, but that's a stick, actually, from the bottom. Shark actually grabs the Arc Star and is just being such a menace regardless. They still go down in third, but have they made this so much harder for Bearclaw? Well, they're going to go for it. They're trying to finish off VK. It's a 1v2 right now. 1v1, and Bear Claw out on top.
The B in Bear Claw stands for back-to-back here, baby, and it's another dub for Bear Claw Gaming. A win a while ago, a win now, and it's just been so smart from Bear Claw so far.
We have our Apex champions.
Again, they do it once more, Genome. Bear Claw Gaming, just playing such good strategy today. Again, they were kind of making their home near the mountain and then creating so much space for themselves by getting rid of everybody on the bridge and just slowly moving in. Even playing, I guess, on lower ground of bridge, having VK on top, they still managed just to fend and fight right in that clutch moment, Genome. Exceptional from them once again.
Yeah, so good. I mean, playing the fence position with their Watson, where there's only a couple of angles you need to block off. You can use the perimeter fences from that. You can't sneak a lot in. There's some very safe spots to put your pylon down in that position. So that had them pretty much locked in until sort of round 4 or round 5. And from there, you can see they started getting active, right? Started getting aggressive, pushed in, and made a mockery of a couple of those other teams. And by that point, they bought themselves half the circle. Then it got a little less favorable for them, right? As you said, they had to stick under the bridge, underneath VK Gaming, and that was where they were at risk of taking senti shots from Warmonster Firebird, who was still down the bottom, but somehow they still turned that around and just sort of juke their way out and win that final 3v3. So honestly, back-to-back here from Bear Claw Gaming, they are looking unstoppable today.
Yeah, they're really turning it up today. They're being patient, and I guess that's what's really coming to fruition for them, is just biding their time and not getting in too much of the chaos that unfolds. But again, VK Gaming doing an exceptional job as well there with the 8 kills, coming in second place. A really nice game from them. Serenity, again, really, utilizing a lot of their positioning too. 7 kills for them, playing an exceptional game in our first match. They're turning it up today as well. And again, Kill Devil, we saw them in our first game of Split 2 doing an exceptional job, and they're really coming back today and doing well.
Yeah, look, Legends pumped out a lot of damage there, 4K for 6 kills there. And the other thing I just want to note about Serenity's damage there, it was quite a bit lower than some of those other teams, but they managed to pull 7 kills out of it, Lace, and that puts them on 22 points overall. We have seen some discussion on the subreddit in the last week or so about some of these teams and, where they get their points from. And Serenity, there was a model put out about, sort of how some of these teams, essentially rating the players and then trying to derive how good some of these teams are from that. And Serenity was one of the teams that essentially defied the model. And I think we're getting a little bit of a snapshot of it there, why that's happening, because they're putting themselves in a position where they are reliably getting, quite a lot of placement points. And then the KP they're getting, they don't necessarily have to, blast the entire lobby away to do it. They're finding small openings, taking them, and then maybe even stealing some of those kills away from the other team. So it's these decisive actions that are really helping them here.
Yeah, we really saw them turn up, for LAN as well. So it's really nice to see them coming in today and showing us exactly the patience and the strategy that we know that they can do. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, though. That was only match number 2, so we will see you right after it.
know, just creating space on multiple sides of them from early on in the game. And so obviously part of this is that they are identifying those end circles. The calls from the Bearclaw IGL have obviously been phenomenal in terms of getting into those positions early. You know, chuck in a little bit of luck from a close circle that they can get that spot first as well. And then just some really good gameplay in terms of making sure that, yeah, they do have that space.
Yeah, and it just seems like, you know, the strategy behind it all is definitely working for them on this map. So we do go into World's Edge once more and wondering if Bearclaw Gaming, I guess, can do it again and get that bonus point. Will be exceptionally exciting. Obviously, you know, we'll move on to Storm Point. Will they be able to keep up this? But, you know, having a lead at 45 points against VK Gaming and Serenity at 22, you know, they're definitely showing up today. I see that Keep Going Gaming as well, Genome. We haven't seen too much from them this split, and they seem to be, you know, sitting nicely in 4th position.
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, so after the first round, KPG were in 16th spot, so obviously that's quite some ways away from, you know, being LAN eligible, LAN quality, but yeah, after that second series, they're sitting here in 4th place. They're one of the few teams running the Catalyst as well, so, you know, interesting that that's working out for them. Honestly, Tree Cleaner has been impressing me a lot. That first game, you know, throwing some banger nades into some big devotion work was crucial to them picking up the 13 points that they did manage to grab in game 1.
Yeah, we saw a lot from Tree Cleaner in Split 1, I remember, because I always touched on that name and absolutely loved it. So it's good to see, you know, that they've taken a lot of the matches in Split 2, gone away and come back and absolutely, you know, re-honed their skills that we know that they can do. Obviously, you know, having to go toe-to-toe with VK Gaming Serenity at the moment to push them all the way up. Again, War Monster Firebird is another one that's sort of climbing the ranks, moving up about 7 positions just from that. So, you know, this is something that I love to see from War Monster Firebird also. But you know what? We're going to get straight into it, guys. We are going to head into match number 3, our last one for our groups A versus B. Let's take it away.
It's been Bearclaw's day today, but can they go for a 3rd win and a bonus point? We're going to find out very, very soon. So many other squads looking to rally back. We go back again to Siphon, Weibo, Makers, same spot, different locations. And still, they don't find one another to begin with.
No, it does look like Weibo are happy to trade off the command center portion that you're seeing right now. Jackie Chan getting to loot that. And they'll trade that essentially for the middle ground that Dexter has been picking up. Of course, he's on the Bangalore, so that means he is able to get out if he needs to. He's got the smokes to retreat, and he does that just now, as Boring and Jackie Chan do pull up into the middle building. And of course, this gives both of the teams an opportunity to be pulling that survey beacon down if it spawns. And as you can see, it does this time. And as we also take a look at the map here, Dax, it's shifted a little bit, so 2 south zones. And this time we are moving over to... Well, actually, no, sorry. We had 1 south zone. The other one, I guess, was similar to this in terms of being fragmented. This one's a little more north, though.
Yeah,
so there is a chance that, you know, I'd say it pulls up to... I'm going to guess the sort of southern part of Epicenter, where sort of Epicenter meets Fragment near that lava river, and the bluff that's on the top there becomes a very important part of that zone. Having high ground, looking down at people, very strong position to hold.
Either that or just randomly shifts back to Ghost Town again, but yeah. It was very, very close. I had to zoom in just to make sure. That's around like 10 pixels off from what we saw a while ago. Speaking off games though, Weibo still pretty off right now from how they want to start their run. 3 points for a team that is effectively the defending champions of APAC South. Bearclaw, on the other hand, everyone looking at them right now, impressing. Not only that, they're very good at getting positioned so early on, and no different right now as they just go for the evac tower and look to position in the middle of that caravan.
Yeah, I mean, Harvest obviously the kind of POI that you can rotate super fast from. That's why in previous times it has been a POI that a lot of teams have had contested over when that was, you know, still a thing. This time, however, a couple of other teams flying in at essentially the same time. You've got LGD ahead of the team. You've got Serenity also moving into the northern parts, into one of the buildings up north in Overlook. And this does mean that Bear Claw stop a little bit shorter, and we'll be taking down the caravan that sits to the north of Ghost Town. So look, if we get that pullback you were talking about, Dax, once again, Bear Claw is going to have called it.
Effectively, they're just trying to show off some psychic powers if ever. I'm really keeping an eye out though how Serenity's going to be playing this game. Because for the past 2 maps, I do feel like they've always been a chance to be a winner coming into how everything's been working out in World's Edge. Fully kitted, good positions. They're usually getting caught here in the middle of a few squads. Serenity, a bit more low-key in how they succeed. Right now, they're in some of our top spots. Within the top 3 right now, not just in the A and B matchup, but also in the overall leaderboard. And some big moves from Serenity can really try and shake up the order so far.
Well, if there's one team that I think does have a chance to start pulling it back, I mean, I would absolutely believe it of Serenity. They've been very cheeky indeed in grabbing KP, some placement points here and there. Ooh, Maker's taking an early loss there.
This is big. BK Gaming playing so well to anticipate the Makers rotation and not letting Makers do what they've been wanting to do. Anytime we see one of these north zones, that's 2 down to Makers. It's Asia's the only one still standing. And not only that, VK right now keeping tabs of those deck boxes. It's going to be a long rotate again for Makers to try and go for the res later on.
Good stuff from them, from VK Gaming there. But yeah, Makers have been doing it the hard way, haven't they? There's been so many times so far that they're running into other teams early. And uncharacteristically of a team as powerful as Makers, as good at fighting as they are and have been historically, they have been not going so well to early trades and having to look for respawns rather than restock on the opponent's death boxes.
Recently, I do feel like Weibo contesting them, even though they're not fighting, splitting the loot, and then you also have Legends Gaming taking Big Mod away. It's really ruining the rotation paths here of Makers so far. And as soon as they run into that funnel, if they're not the ones there first, their Genome, another team like VK Game can do exactly what just happened a while ago.
Very chill start to the game here, Dax. Let's see, we've still got 58 members left alive. The 2 members of Makers, the only ones currently out and down. They're not coming back either. No support legend. No banners collected. Asia's, whose stats actually have been phenomenal so far. Obviously, Makers were sitting, I think it was 2nd place coming into today, and Asia's was leading the charge with Makers in that sense. But he's going to have to go it alone here in Game 3.
Yeah. Makers. Yeah, the Asia's what? In the top 3 in terms of kills, just right behind Strafing Flame and Easy Flash. You said it there, Genome. No res. As VK Gaming, they just camp those boxes. And there's just no way for Makers to really play anything else but the rat right now. Here we go, though. Next ring. Looking to still stick around where you predicted, just to the west of Overlook. Bear Claw still in the middle of everything. And Fruit Salad, keep going gaming. These guys will have to move a little bit north later on if the ring pulls that way, too.
Oh, it's a central pull. Dax placing his chips on the same side of the table as Bear Claw Gaming. Game after game, and it seems to be a pretty good bet for now. They're on blues, but they don't have to worry about that too much. I mean, you know, get 1,000 plus Evo for each of those members to get towards purple, but when you've got pylons coming up and again, you don't have to waste too many meds. Unfortunately, you can't regen ammo, and that is a little bit of a problem here as, you know, Fenfu's just throwing out some longbow bullets there, but he's only got a handful of them left as we see yet another caravan get taken. But this time it's by Legends Gaming, who are very much closer to their purples and in a little bit of a better position loot-wise.
You made me think there, Genome. Is there a legend that can actually regenerate ammo? And I think, ballistic ult is basically...
Well, I mean,
closest to
Loba, right? Like, Loba is kind of where you go. You can't regenerate it, but, like, you should, if you're in a good position, which most Loba teams are, you do essentially get infinite ammo.
I wonder if we're going to see Loba anytime soon. Seems not likely so far. I do want to point out, though, you said a while ago, Legends Gaming, you're now going to be taking one of those buildings in the campsite. There are some teams looking to consider really playing towards the tower too, but HKUF, you mentioned a while ago, a new looking team really here. 2 of the 3 members replaced after their first outing. Now Crane, he has an angle towards the train tracks. HKUF looking at least to keep an eye out here after one of their members, Peppered, will try to fly on in.
Trying to use that pylon there to keep themselves alive, and you can see teams are trying to take angles on them. Jesco, he's pushing up. Strafing Flame from Legends is pushing up, so that's it. In the meantime, somehow while all that's happened, Easy Flash actually got put on the ground.
A bit of a problem here for Legends, but so far, they can get the resets after we have Easy Flash back up to his feet. Weibo, on the other hand, also taking one of these buildings right now. You got MDY nearby. Serenity keeping an eye out. There's a bit of a lull here. I do have to say, though, some of these teams are going to be looking for recovery coming into store point. Boogie Borders, on the other hand, struggles here. The ALGS do continue so far. Keeping an eye out with this new look with the fuse. Raki on it with the Nemesis from afar. A fight towards Epicenter is what Boogie Borders want here.
Last time they did this, they only survived with Philippos. Once again, they're taking it with an armor disadvantage. Once again, they're taking this fight on the wrong side of the ring. And there might even be a rogue element here with Asia's from Makers pulling up from the south side. You can see him just on the edge there. Unfortunately, he comes into the fight a little too early, and they do have time to swing their attention towards him, just as Boogie Borders do manage to grab the down.
And as soon as the siren peaks, he does get down there by Iraqi, but Boogie Borders taking casualties too. Pando being brought back into the fray. The revive isn't going to get stuck. Here we go again. Oh, in the back, there is that pressure. MXF doing what they need to do versus Boogie Borders right now. And MXF, they're the ones keeping both Boogie Borders and Makers away here.
Yeah, look, Panna, unfortunately, has been struggling a bit this season. And his teammates are left trying to do it without him. No team still left alive as Makers does get taken down. And then Final Dream is pushing on here over in this town.
And here we go again. Tree Cleaners both making the trade happen in the smoke screen. Final Dream are losing out here. Their beds are made inside this house. Papa, the only one still standing on the outside. He just went for a bit of a run. Now back from the convenience store looking to get in there, but Tree Cleaner, he has the knockdown shield. He's gonna get the med kit off. And now with HP, he can fight yet again. A door built, KPG alive on the inside. But as it breaks on down, here comes the push again. But will force it, and Final Dream will survive that fight.
They survive, and not only that, they get it all to themselves. But guess who's got them on scan? It is Bear Claw Gaming. Benfu goes forward, but it's a feint in the end, and he will pull back. I guess they didn't want to give up their position. It was a chance to get a couple of KP, but I can tell you that some other teams like LGD Gaming playing out of the tunnels, or perhaps even VK Gaming coming from down on south, might have been there to cause a disruption in the meantime.
Yeah, and Papa's been very clutch for the past few games here for Final Dream. Been waiting to see the team formerly known as Monkey King to actually make a mark into the lobby. And they're winning some crucial fights, even though it goes down to the 1v1s. Here we go again, so War Monster Firebird, Kill Devil finding one another in the rotation. Vegas Infinite, formerly known as Numb Nim. We see them on the screen. They're shredding those armors already. And Sato actually gonna get down here by No Credit. Savior on the board for now. This pilot keeping him alive, and No Credit still topped up for the time being. They have the shields, have the advantage, and Savior truly the hero of No Credit there.
Oh, he's done it again. Beautiful work from Savior there, keeping their dreams alive. Meanwhile, We've got all three of the boogie boarders back up. Well, just for a second. Pana down again. Kilo is shortly to follow him this time. And as we get next iteration of the MXF versus boogie boarders fight, Raki has been scanned and he's trying to get this Phoenix off, but as he does, multiple grenades will see him meet his fate.
It has just been so tough for boogie boarders. They're going for the fuse now. Adjustment from last weekend. Still no dice. And we've seen them rally at the storm point and make up for those placements that struggled Zedge, but we look at no credit. Continuing on the fight, Savior is feeling it, but Legends Gaming, they want a hand on the action too. Easy Flash has the angle, straight from being flamed, looking to bring the damage on. Already got a knock courtesy of player came. Easy Flash still on it like a bullet, and this is what you want to see from Easy Flash. Unrelenting, sure, but Legends Gaming, they're the ones down. Savior is having the game of his life right now to keep no credit in it.
Damn. They're pulling it out time and time again, even managing to get Cheeky back in. I think he's going to have about half a second
oh, no.
to get his loot out of the death box as he spawns in and has to follow the circle in. But the question is, can Savior do it? I don't think so. Serenity are right on top of them. Lux gets away, but I'm pretty sure the other two are going to get dominated here. A lot of teams now going to struggle, Jax.
The run was so glorious from Savior, but eventually they have been found by Serenity. Dreamfire also in action there. They need to deal with Weibo nearby. We're still seeing MXF though. They've taken the height now. Fish here from above, looking to find any target through the smoke. You can see nothing at all as MXF, they were able to fend off boogie boarders a while ago, and with it they have the position now coming into the ring.
Okay, MXF going to be walling in here. And this means they are going to be heading the way of Bear Claw Gaming. A team who seems they can just do no wrong in World's Edge so far. The bang ult will keep them at bay. Need to pop the bats here just to give themselves the opportunity to open this up while Dreamfire fight on the eastern board.
Vintage Dreamfire taking down Weibo. 3MZ though, only one still standing, knocking his teammate into cover, so no name should be brought back to life. Bobo Doe from Weibo Gaming able to get that confirmation from the grave. It's already Serenity looking to knock down Dreamfire here, and Serenity doing so much better here, Genome. Smarter fights, playing the third party, and with a health advantage, Dreamfire looking to get shredded here. No fence will keep Dreamfire safe. Serenity will take that fight.
Boom, there you go. And again, capitalizing on other teams' mistakes, Serenity able to pick up KP without too much damage. And as VK Gaming push into them, it just feels like they're getting donated KP at the moment, pushing Serenity into second place overall. You can see they're sitting at 33 points. This has been an awesome World's Edge for them. As we should note, Bear Claw Gaming finally have met their maker.
Yeah, the crystal ball has been shattered. They got the calls onto the zone, sure, but it still wasn't enough. So Bear Claw, no bonus as of yet. Serenity, I was highlighting them a while ago. They're putting themselves in a good spot right now, and the odds are towards them as we see this frame close on. And Final Dream, though, also making a mark into the lobby right now. They have the whole south side clear, and they're going to be a threat towards LGD and MXF. Each squad here, Genome, taking a partition of the map right now.
You're right, it is kind of divided up into quadrants as
like
we speak. I mean, do you eat your pizza in 4? That's not the evidence that we have on hand, Dax. But if you were to do that, if you were some sort of crazy 4-piece pizza eating person,
machine. I prefer the term machine.
That is what this would look like currently. But we've got a minute, Dax. We've got a single minute here for these 4 teams to start jockeying for position, try and work out a little something. LGD Gaming, you can see they've got a lot of cover. Very robust there. Couldn't even get a Maggie drill through that tunnel wall right now. They are very much good until they get forced out. And the way the ring pulls, actually, they won't be able to determine when the other teams swing them, but the other teams will have to swing you know, and really commit to put some pressure on LGD Gaming. So their life kind of in the other hands of the 3 other teams left alive right now.
Yeah, agreed. You look at how LGD has to swing into the ring. It has to be them right smack dab on the outside with a spotlight on the train track. So that could be interesting. MXF though looking good. Bocek in hand for a Sauron. It's Caravan. MXF really fought for this one versus Bearclaw. You also still have Fish here poking, prodding from afar. It's MXF looking to be the threat. Serenity still above anyone else here.
And I guess the other thing we should note is LGD there, the Watson team, still on blues. They're not going to hit purples during this fight. The other 3 teams playing with Fuse and a Catalyst, and therefore have done a lot more damage and are going to have the armor advantage.
Yeah, and they're separating sight lines. Straight up a 3v3 between MXF and Serenity for the time being. Bocek still in hand. A chance here for MXF to keep things going, but Fish taking too much damage from the ring. Jesco from afar, just putting on the pressure. Here we go with the spikes, but it's not enough cover here for MXF. Final Dream also pitching in. So much distance here for Final Dream to work with, but they got the push. They're gonna shove the opposition, and now they await LGD to come on out into their clutches.
Yeah, this is all said and done here, basically. Even with the pylon down the bottom, Final Dream's positioning up the top just seems to be too good. They clean up both of the other teams in their sight lines, and then they just have to wait for the ring to push LGD out from underneath. You can see them just forcing all of the remaining grenades, knuckle clusters, whatever they've got on hand to try and deal with LGD. Formerly known as MDY White underneath.
Yeah, LGD, given that they're in blues, they should be happy to play for second. The fight isn't over, but the odds stacked against them. And a single knuckle cluster. It's immense damage from 7ed here. From above, so below, Final Dream looking down on them. And it's a wake-up call to the rest of the lobby. Final Dream looking to be here to play. Even the time to reset those shield bats. Aimbot though, being down now. LGD still fighting for their lives, but eventually Final Dream's got this one in the bag. The last map of World's Edge goes to Final Dream.
Slow and steady, they wait them out at LGD, just at too much of a disadvantage, but they'll be happily taking away 9 placement points from that game.
Yeah, so game number 3 done and dusted. Genome, thank you there. Dax, thank you for joining me. Final Dream having some clutch moments. Thanks to Papa, I think on our second game, well, firstly, they took out Weibo with a clutch moment. Papa pulling in all the strats there. Now against Keep Going Gaming in that one, and taking out the win was absolutely exceptional. I feel like Papa's really keeping the dream alive for Final Dream.
Someone everyone has to look up to right now. That is Papa for you there, Lace. And effectively, right, what we saw for Final Dream is how they love to play those Pro League qualifiers from before. Once they get down to those later rings, they're so good at playing their macro, finding elevation, finding where they can go for the third party. And we saw that there immensely. They played so far off in the south. And as soon as the wall dropped from MXF, it was easy pickings for them because it was unexpected there by Serenity. But this is the moment you were talking about. Papa coming in clutch. Knuckle Cluster doing damage there from 7ed 2. And a bust on in. Goodbye to Tree Cleaner. Goodbye to Keep Going Gaming. And that was the signal for Papa and the rest to take the dub.
Yeah, that's just not the first time he reset, and I have to give this to no credit. They were having such a jaw-dropping fight here against Vegas, and then comes in our leaderboard, our series leaderboard, Legends Gaming, but against Savior, just clutching this for the team and getting a reset on Cheeky as well with the res. It must feel good for no credit.
That was such a showcase there from Savior, and a big reason why he's been in APAC-S at ALGS for so very long. Again though, Serenity, victory was a possibility, slips from their grasp, but the top 5 placement, always still good. Final Dream, they had the armor, they had the elevation, and LGD, they looked set, they had a bit of a hope there, but as soon as Papa dropped down, that was discipline, and that was done. 10 kills for Final Dream, plus of course, first place, that's over 20 points right now for them to add to their tally.
Yeah, that's going to move them up to a really nice position. And LGD, I guess, not getting any sort of kills onto the board, but still a nice positioning from them. But Serenity with the 8 kills and 3rd place. They were toe-to-toe with VK Gaming coming out of our second match, Dax. So this is definitely going to push them above VK Gaming. I don't believe, it's going to be enough against Bear Claw, who had such a big lead. But let's take a look at exactly where they are. Bear Claw Gaming still out in front with 49. But again, Serenity absolutely moving up the leaderboard from that exceptional game.
Yeah, but Final Dream now within the top 3 because of it. VK Gaming, they're in 4th. And looking down a little bit in the order too, Dreamfire actually had a good game there to make it to 7th place. So Dreamfire, this is a bit of an ember we're seeing. I know you brought it up a while ago, Lace, but I want to see what they'll do in Storm Point 2. Also take note, MXF, one of the best performances we've seen from them in ALGS so far this split. That was a good showcase in how they can actually play so well, wiping out the side where Bear Claw was at, putting on the pressure there with the boat check. And I do feel like for MXF, if they keep up this performance, their points are going to keep on tallying, keep on adding up to keep going in this set.
Yeah, so we've only had 3 games, Dax, but I definitely agree. A lot of teams that, we haven't seen perform quite well are showcasing such great skill on our World's Edge map. But, of course, we move over to Storm Point shortly, and a lot of teams prioritize Storm Point in their POI draft picks, so this could really heat things up.
Yeah, it's just looking so exciting. And not only that, bottom 10 right now, Legends Gaming, too many surprises. Wave was still with struggles, Boogie Borders. We did point out that even though within other competition, not in the ALGS, they're looking good, it's still not panning out here in the official circuit itself. Would love to see better performances from Boogie Borders. I know you're like a #1 fan of Boogie Borders there, Lace. You hype them up right now, but these familiar faces that we expect on the top of the leaderboards, they're getting shaken up right now.
Yeah, and obviously, they had a slight roster change as well, so they're sort of getting have to get cohesion together with the team. But yeah, as you said, over the first couple of weeks of Split 2, it just has not been going their way. They've come out from LAN. You would think that they might have sort of a little bit of the passion coming through, but it just doesn't seem to be showcasing. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break here, and we will see you back on Storm Point.
Surprise.
And welcome back, everyone. We just completed game number 3 for Groups A versus B, where we just witnessed the clutch master Papa on Final Drive pave the way for his team to take out the win. And, you know, as I mentioned, a lot of teams have prioritized Storm Point in the POI draft picks. So we're in for some juicy matches here, Dax. You know, Legends Gaming, we love to talk about them. They are currently on the top of the leaderboard for the series points. You know, not doing the best on World's Edge, but they did prioritize Storm Point. So, you know, as I said, they always have like a snowball effect. So they most definitely can pick it up in the next couple of matches.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Lace, because to build on what you said, they have had 60 World's Edge points in their series before, 117 on Storm Point itself. So almost double right now. But this is where the exciting part happens, because look at where Legends Gaming is at, Lace. It is not Sito Station, because Dreamfire has taken it away from them, and instead Legends is like, okay, cool, you guys get Sito, we'll take the mill instead. And while it isn't the usual spot for Legends Gaming, this opens up different possibilities for them, especially with Tridents nearby for their access now.
Exactly right. It's not a bad place to go. We find, if you know, that it sort of pulls to the far side where we have fruit salad, making a rotation like I've seen them do through the water with the Trident is something that they can do. Even, I guess, taking out Dreamfire along the way. You know, Dreamfire are having exceptional games today, but, you know, Legends Gaming could collect a couple of kill points. I'm talking, you know, I'm getting a bit antsy here, but that's something that, you know, I've definitely seen them do in the past. But again, Weibo taking, I believe, the pylon, that's somewhere where they traditionally used to pick before POI draft stacks. So we might be able to see something a little bit fresh from them, as they're not doing too well throughout the split so far.
Yeah, it's a bit of vintage Weibo, but the performance just isn't there. Also to watch out for, no credit still in Jurassic, the best spot for Xavier and Co to make their runs. But we have to mention some of the heavy hitters coming into the lobby right now. You do see Makers actually taking Barometer, which is a decent POI to get coming into the second half of the trap. And also our leaders here, Zeus Station for Bear Claw Gaming. Last week, it was Northpad for them in this matchup. So yet again, they're running those northern POIs, and they're going to have to make those far rotations quicker here if it's always going to be those south rings instead.
Yeah, we've sort of noticed them move into position quite early and get, you know, those great zone calls and create space. So they're going to have a further rotate. We'll be able to keep it up. Let's find out right now as we head over to Storm Point. This is match number 4.
Shifting map, sure, but the gear is always in Nitro. We continue on into these incredible games in APAC-S out. Still A versus B coming into this matchup, but we're game 4 out of 6. And Legends Gaming are leaders for the whole split so far, only in 12th place, playing somewhere different here, Genome.
Damn, that's a little bit of a lag, but as you pointed out, Dax, there's been a big difference in how they've played Storm Point and how they've played World's Edge so far this split. But I mean, you know, we've had a couple of different legends switching over from Storm Point now than with what we've seen from World's Edge. You know, Kill Devil, it's only been the controller characters that they're swapping out. Now that shouldn't be any surprise to you guys, because currently Bloodhound and Bangalore 100% pick rate. That's what we saw last time, I believe, that we had groups A and B. Dax, these guys are the meta slaves. They're going with it. And if we have a look at the compositions here, you can see half the teams picking Watson, and then a quarter picking Fuse, a quarter picking Catalyst. So that means, obviously, yeah, we've had an uptick in Catalyst. LGD Gaming going from Watson to Catalyst. Serenity, Fuse to Catalyst. We've got Fruit Salad, Catalyst to Fuse. Outside the Ring, Fuse to Catalyst. And Kill Devil, Fuse to Catalyst. Oh, sorry, Fuse to Watson.
All I see here, buddy, is buy one character that can use a ring console, get Bloodhound and Bangalore for free. Because it's been the case so far. Even the team compositions are basically teams that have Watson 50%. You got the quarters there for Fuse as well as Catalyst. So comparing to World's Edge, more Catalysts, more walls. We've seen how effective they can be when the rings are more out in the open. And speaking of the ring, we're going to the north towards the Trident area, where we see some teams really start off from.
It used to be just a little add-on. It used to be a better POI when you had the IMC Armory here, honestly, Dax. Now without it, It's a little sad looking, but teams will still pick it just for, you know, potential rotation options, just for getting rings like this, frankly. And I think that's actually something that we probably haven't talked about a huge amount so far this split Dax, but is actually quite important, as we're seeing one of these early pickups. That's MDY that's on the floor right now. Beyond trying to get away. Sorry, his teammates trying to get away. But is that, you know, from split to split, from season to season in Apex Legends, different circles tend to pop up, right? Different places in the map just have a higher proportion of overall end circles. Teams, if they're smart and if they're doing their homework, should be taking that into account when they're drafting those POIs. If you're an edge team or if you're a zone team, you know, you want to be picking either, you know, far away or close to those circles, depending on how you want to play, and giving yourself the highest possible chance of hitting Godspot early on and capitalizing and maximizing those points.
Legends Gaming, they're looking for a building to work with, and they actually land on top of Serenity, who just bails out immediately. Serenity allergic to the fight. It could have been another contest for a building a while ago. We did see, as you mentioned, MDY losing a player since they landed at the same time from War Monster Firebird. Just to chip in to your discussion point, with a Northern Circle like this, look at Makers right now. They're going to be Barometer as their starting point. They have a Trident. And looking at the stats, actually, Makers has the most ring damage so far because of these Storm Point games, as Vegas Inferno have a different plan right now moving into Cascade Falls here.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, right? With Makers having to, you know, go back into the zone just to replenish their teammates time and time again.
They love the ring. Their friend.
Put a ring on it.
Oh. I mean, take them out to dinner first. Come on, man.
You wanna go to a pizza place, Dax, or?
Of course. You want gourmet, you want speedy. Pick one.
Faster pasta.
Olive Garden, get your breadsticks. Anyway, enough food talk. We're gonna get hungry here. All these teams just gonna be ballooning on in, and interesting enough, got outside already in position. Got MDY taking the oranges. But I'm really concerned about any of the squads to get really held off in these choke points where VK Gaming is landing. Bear Claw Gaming on the other side of it, and we've seen them succeed last weekend in this kind of position too.
We have seen them do well before. Seen them do well today, honestly. But no one better so far than BCG. 49 points. They're on track for an absolute banger of a day. As Heck tries to hit some bangers himself here. And we get the 120s out of the Sentinel here. Charged headshot does way too much damage. The Kraber for free.
Heck's been doing work with the sniper all throughout the split so far, but we move the action towards Legends Gaming and Serenity. Legends have found the knock already. Now a siege towards the second floor. An easy flash, as always, wanting to lead that charge. Piece of Tunko confirming Jesco now. They knock away a member of Serenity, but the bailout is there from Yugi and Legacy. So a quick little swap of buildings here. But Legends Gaming, they're going to take that KP to start off.
Nice little pickup from our Indonesian team. Staring down Kill Devil. Started off the day a little bit more rough, but been a great start to the season, to the split for them.
AK though, and Vegas Inferno having their own fights. Vegas Inferno looking for impact here, being signed by the org itself. But VK, other plans, they need to bust through defenses here. The Bangalore with the push again. VK Gaming still on the hunt. But YR making them work for it. The movement YR to keep them locked. Dreamfire also looking for the third party. Vegas Inferno eliminated now. But next on the list will be the squad that they're trying to catch. And VK Gaming, they're gone too here.
Wow, VK. They can be happy that they at least chased down that last kill, got the confirm, and grabbed those KP for themselves, but it does come at the cost of their lives, unfortunately, with Dreamfire picking up that and the position, honestly. It's going to be good for Dreamfire, as you said. This is not a bad spot to be playing in one of these zones. You can sort of just walk it in here, look at the chokes, be looking backwards at the teams like, you know, HKUF, like Fruit Salad that are coming in behind them.
One of my most favorite terms right now. for Dreamfire has to be opportunistic. They've been making sure that these chances, these fights, are safe for third parties compared to when they get caught, and there's more confidence. It's something we were talking about last weekend too. Dreamfire, in their decisions, always hesitant. Now, a lot more sure, secure, and making sure that these kind of fights can go their way.
Yeah, they are Team 11, by the way. Shout out to the orange team over there. So HKUF actually got ahead of them. We were saying, you know, if they pulled into that next circle, they might have been able to take out that position. But, of course, Dreamfire don't have the ring knowledge. They haven't been able to get 3MZ. Playing Watson for what must be one of the first times in his career, because that definitely hasn't been a pick that Dreamfire has gravitated towards in the past. If they went controller, it was, you know, usually it was a Caustic pickup for them, but unfortunately Caustic not so playable in Split 2, and so finally we do see Dreamfire having to flex, and they're even flexing the choke. They're going to go down to the more southern one rather than trying to take on HKUF, who did get there later, and as a result, you know, of being past a few more Evo Harvesters and have the purples already.
Look, the fans of Dreamfire, they've been begging for change, and we even hear adjustments now in terms of the composition, so I'd love to see what Dreamfire can do. Weibo also moving now into checkpoint, but no credit at Final Dream, who have stepped up to the plate so far in this set, are the ones nearby. Also, to talk about the ring here real quick, I do want to point out, while Legends Gaming, not only do they have a building here, Genome, they also have a survey beacon they can utilize to confirm positions later on.
That'd be pretty handy, if they can get any use out of it. Of course, that is. Might be a little hard with the other teams in proximity. Okay, going for it, but no! As soon as he tries to light up that beacon, LGD are all over him like a rash. They come in. LD pops the Eye of the All-Father. They get a lot of information about where these other three members are. They try and wall, they try and bang ult just to stop LGD in their tracks, but is that enough?
LGD unable to actually confirm that kill. Instead, MXF with the retreat towards the south. This ring is not going to be their friend, and with all that noise being made, Fruit Salad, they also want to keep an eye on all the fights. No credit though, on the other hand, different fight here coming into checkpoint. It's Final Dream against them, a battle for height immediately. Papa though, still standing on his feet, knocked down now. 7ed left to his own devices. Savior again, doing that needs to be done. The flatline putting in the work. The scans there too. 7ed has to back. Weibo looking to be the third party here.
Well, if you're talking about opportunistic, Weibo pop the evac tower from the low ground to come up and try and steal some of these kills away. And then from the other side, it's Makers. They take the zip up towards checkpoint and get in on the action as well. So as the other teams just try and limp away and lick their wounds, the real fight becomes Makers versus Wonton Dumpling, or now Weibo Gaming.
The 4-squad fiesta, but eventually Makers make their mark mean. A quick little scan too. And from above, Makers, they just have all the elevation in the world to initiate the fight. They do get scanned in response. Dexter wanting to lead the charge, but there is a bit of hesitation now. Cover here for Weibo Gaming, but they know that they're the ones at the disadvantage and they have to back away because of it.
Yeah, we actually see the rare melee cancel of the smoke. If you guys didn't know that, you can, if you hold down the smoke button, you can actually cancel it, because you can hold that smoke and, you know, have it ready to go whenever you want. But by meleeing, you can cancel it and give yourself the opportunity to maintain that, which is, you know, more useful than ever now, Dax. That the cooldowns of smokes are longer, the smokes last for less long. You really do have to be a little judicious in their use in this day and age. And as we look in the spider tunnel here, you can see MXF have caught Weibo Gaming off guard, and they will eliminate them.
Yeah, it's not fortuitous at all for Weibo. They just run into MXF there after the retreat against LGD from a while ago. And eventually, MXF looking to pick up some KP too. So Weibo's struggles do continue. They don't even make it to the top 15. But look who's hiding now down below. Final Dream. They can't actually res Papa here, but Makers, we've seen the squad look for the rats all throughout the day. This time around though, they're going to back away from checkpoint and look to move into the ring now.
Yeah, teams are moving in now. This would be a good time to actually get a quick look at the map overview. It'll tell us where that next circle is going, who's set up well, as these teams are probably going to start running into each other in the next 20 or 30 seconds. But before then, I think will have maybe just a little bit of time. But nope, HKUF aren't going to give it to us. They're going to take it on with LJD, and Keep Going Gaming are going to third this in like a matter of seconds.
LGD running into the rock that is HKUF, and because of it, the pylon setup is strong for HKUF to anchor on. They already lost 2 here on the LGD side. Scan and response is going to be the answer from Keep Going Gaming. LGD just have to back away as a solo, but KPG are the ones now taking the fight. Tree Cleaner from afar. Big knock onto Crane. A chance here to get some KP2, and Keep Going Gaming will take this position.
Very nice. HKUF just trying to hide behind the fences here as Dreamfire hold Fruit Salad, who really took as long as humanly possible to get inside the circle, and I don't think that was the play in the end. Beiju actually tries to come in over the end here and take out some of his Chinese teammates, but you can see there Pete and No Name holding him off.
Yeah, Dreamfire held off Fruit Salad, who had that armor advantage. Not only that, they can try to pick up 3MZ, bring him to a beacon later on. KPG, though, they're so close to Fruit Salad. Look at this one, Gino.
Yeah,
one
that's
single rat hiding.
Yep, Scholar's just hiding in the corner there. I think he actually managed to... He doesn't even want to pop the med kit. He's so in there. But look, while we do get a chance to look at the map here, you can see Legends double holding buildings here. It's going to be very interesting to see how long they can keep that up and keep some of the other teams at bay as you actually see them take out. I think that was Final Dream there, as the last rat runs into the waiting arms of Strafing Flames Hemlock. But then KD, Kill Devil, also holding down the other buildings, albeit on blues. Let's see if that works out for them. And meanwhile, everyone else is really going to have to start making some headway into this next circle. Bearclaw Gaming, for once, not holding on to God's spot. They will... I mean, it's an okay spot, and they're going to have definitely some kill potential here on all of those teams coming through the choke. Dreamfire, KPG, that sort of angles. But really, it's all on Legends and Kill Devil here, who do have set up positions in the building and will be looking to win this game from those spots.
Yeah, if Kill Devil's kept busy, there's a chance for Bearclaw to sneak in there. You said it. It's going to be a big fight between Bearclaw and Keep Going Gaming now as the ring looks to close on in. Kraber in the hands of Heck yet again, consistent with the snipers. Look to see a shot here. Fruit Salad also has been found, and Single Rat is gone here. Go with Bearclaw Game. Through the smoke, they tried to hit the shots. MD White eliminated off screen. Bearclaw still with the swing though. This Rock looking to be brave of Keep Going Gaming, but the fight back is there. Heck, the only one still standing. Tree Cleaner putting in the work, but here comes trouble. The poke out is there from Kill Devil. They do get the shots going, and on the other side, Makers, a trio still fighting on the western flank versus Boogie Borders. A push into the trenches. They wipe out Boogie Borders there.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of room in the trenches, and these teams will fight tooth and nail over it outside. And War Monster Firebird going very hard at it. You can also see that Dreamfire have actually managed to take out Legends Gaming completely, and then we will see MXF from the ashes of all these other teams be able to take position in the building. So congrats to them. They just kind of crawl into the empty shell like the hermit crabs they are there of the rest of the teams. MXF taking the big building. That's such a massive win for the Catalyst team, who even have some pylons to work with now.
I just gotta say though, Dreamfire's devotion in the hands of Pit was just such a show of force, overrunning Legends Gaming as a duo. An early knock onto Easy Flash, and that was enough for Dreamfire at least to wipe out Legends. You said it, MXF, they're the ones in position. They've been doing so good scavenging these positions after rotating a little bit later. Now they're playing Gatekeeper versus KPG. MXF though knocking down Tree Cleaner. Fish has red armor because of it.
Oh wow.
Drop on down. Goodbye to KPG. But Fish, fighting a little bit more than he can chew, has to back away inside the building now.
That was well done from MXF. So many grenades came in, but they said, no, we're going to fight through this. We will not let you in this building. That said, they take one knock, and that is enough for Makers, who came in through the west side to get a scan on. And like the amazing team they are, they identify that within seconds, and they are on top of MXF. I love Maker's position in this game. I think they're now the team to beat.
Sharks in the water, they smell blood. Speaking of shark though, in the west of War Monster Firebird, now they're still alive, ready to play a position outside also. Trying to get in there, only with blues, it'll be a struggle in a straight up fight. Pylon set up behind the fence. War Monster Firebird putting in the pressure. And everything is just being overwatched here by Makers. Asia's also wanting some KP on the side. The swing! And actually a knock onto Kano. Here comes the Rolling Thunder for War Monster Firebird, but taking so much damage. It's Makers who's happy to pick up the pieces from there. And we're left to 3 because of it.
Okay, so Kill Devil starting to move out. A nice grenade from Bolin is going to put a meal down. And there we go. Outside the ring gone. Makers make their move decisive, but Kill Devil are coming in. I think they're going to get in there too quickly for the Rolling Thunder to make a difference. Have Kill Devil pulled the trigger early enough?
This is it. Bolin finding Ziki, and that's an advantage Kill Devil's looking for. Makers though still to fight back. Asia shredding his opposition. To a 2v2 we go in. Bolin still putting the pressure on. And also trying to find a little bit of a fight, but the elevation's good for Makers. Never mind, as Bolin still brings the fight in, and it's KD who's been waiting for so long. A 2v1, a fight on the inside. Luohan tried to crack those shields, but nothing happened. We'll have to 1v1 here, Genome.
Yeah, but Dexter is running circles around them, and even though it was a 2v1, he manages to find the 1v1 against Levy. Bolin not going to be able to have time here to get that res off. Dexter will not let him.
Yeah, Thermite also to try and cut off a rotation path. Bolin desperately trying to get their res going.
Really?
Dexter, he's reloading right now. There's the poke on. Now it's Bolin still. He's hitting too much of the knockdown shield. Tries to go for the shield core here. It's intense. This one doorway is all that is providing cover here. Dexter still finding an angle now. The double time to just go for the wraparound again. Encirclement here by Dexter. We climb to the roof, and it's Bolin who falls. Makers will take that fight and take the map.
Oh my god, that was one of the longest 1v1s I have ever seen in Apex Legends. And that was so awesome. I mean, you have to give it, round of applause, standing ovation there for Makers. A 2v1 and just absolutely bamboozles them to win the 2 1v1s there and take the game in the end. That's such a big win for them.
And Dexter with an inch of his life still hanging in the balance, and I've not seen a 1v1 like that in our Pro League just yet. But, Makers sitting last on the leaderboard, Genome, this is definitely something that they needed to get, I guess, a little bit more passion to push right back up there. They are an exceptional team, and to be sitting that low for our games today, this is definitely going to get things started for them.
Moving up 15 positions with that win is just such a Makers move. 11 kills they walk away with, as well as the win. And, I mean, clearly something had lit a fire under Dexter. A player that we know that we can rely on for moments like that. And he has just been such a phenomenal player in this region for basically since competitive Apex started in Thailand in APAC South.
Yeah, he's always been, one of the top damagers. Their team has always showcased some incredible stats, Genome, and, they're getting it together as a team just coming out of this match. So, sometimes it just takes a map change and a little bit of passion to sort of rise the ranks for them, which has been awesome. Final Dream, they were trying to take a fight to no credit earlier on with Weibo sort of joining the team as well there, Genome, and they managed to get a little revive. I don't know if you noticed that, but, it was kind of short-lived a little bit after MXF was on their tail. So MXF are just making waves also throughout this. It's been nice to see them sort of come to fruition and play a little bit more strategically. But again, here we have Makers battling for dear life.
This was just incredible by Dexter. We're going to be replaying this one for quite some time. I think players could learn from this as well. I mean, you know, there were just boxes everywhere. The swaps were there. They were ready. How many times did his opposition there try and bait the res, but Kill Devil just couldn't quite get it off, and they finish up with an astonishing 11 kills. So a big play there from Makers, who we were a little bit worried about at the start, but, you know, maybe Storm Point is where they do indeed make their mark here.
Yeah, and as you can see, Bearclaw Gaming and Serenity, you know, getting knocked out about 10th and 11th there, giving a little bit of a pave away for these other teams to sort of rise up through the ranks, which has been, I guess, a map change, but nice to see. Kill Devil, you know, finally getting a couple of kills on the board there, moving up about 7 positions, I believe, Genome.
Wow.
So that's something huge that we've seen from them. The first day of Split 2, they were unstoppable. So it seems like, you know, coming into today's matches, they're getting back on that train, which is awesome to see. And outside the ring as well, coming, you know, in 3rd place with 3 kills. So moving their way up very slowly. But here we go. Bearclaw Gaming still out in front of 51. Serenity on 39. Final Dream still holding that 3rd place.
Yeah, Legends Gaming have got a lot of work to do if they want to keep that perfect split alive. Possible, but, you know, they're not playing from their comfort spot. For whatever reason, we saw Dreamfire and Legends switch those POIs in the POI draft, going from Cedo and Mill to Mill and Cedo. But, I mean, think about the other important drop spots we've had here, Lace. I mean, you know, Kill Devil getting a 2nd there. They were dropping Trident. One of the things I've noticed about them is they are incredible at converting on these Watson comps when they do get a home zone for them. Can be, you know, a lot of points going their way. And the other thing is that, you know, they're doing quite well here, and we can say the same for Makers after that big game, but both of them have a 2nd draft pick. You know, they went for their World's Edge pick first, and, you know, their objectively worst pick on Storm Point has been working out for better for both those teams so far.
Well, you know, sort of getting the POI drafts, swapping things up can make them play a little bit better. You know, where you kind of take like a little bit of a break from Apex, Genome, and you come back and you're like, you know what, I can take on the world. It's, you know, when you have a little bit of a difference, sometimes it can just really make a team have stronger cohesion and work a little better because it's something different. So they need to obviously communicate a little bit more and move through these spaces that they might not, you know, be so well known at.
Yeah, it's been cool to see all of these teams just have to flex and, you know, try something different. Obviously been working out for some of the teams like, you know, like Kill Devil, like Makers now here in Storm Point, but Legends need to up their game here from Mill. If they want to close this out in first spot, they've got a long way to go.
Exactly right. So, well, that was our game number 4. We're going to take ourselves another little short break and we'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Just witness legends in the making, with Makers taking a win with, I would say, the most jaw-dropping 1v1 situation I think we've ever seen. They were sitting at about last place, coming out of game number 3, and managed to climb 15 positions, putting them in 5th place. What an exceptional game from them, Gino.
Crazy. I mean, you know, some other big winners there. Kill Devil move up 7 with their second place there. Outside the ring go up 8 as well with a half-decent game. They're getting 10 points. So, yeah, a little bit of, you know, a switch to Watson for some of these teams has very much helped out. Kill Devil outside the ring, both switching over. Makers, however, they're sticking with Fuse. They're going to go loving the Australian again and again, and talking about again and again. I think we're just going to keep playing this one back, and yeah, look, I just
I'm totally fine with that. It was just, I was sitting there on the edge of my seat, and you know, with ample amounts of shield swaps, Gino. It was anyone's game there, but you know, Dexter holding on with the inch of his life just makes for great entertainment for us. But yeah, to go and rise up the ranks through, you know, amongst all these teams, tying with Dreamfire at the moment, which we haven't, you know, been able to say that much from the start of Split 2, talking about Dreamfire. You know, they were always sort of sitting between 10th and 20th, but now it's 6th place, tied with Makers.
Yeah, I mean, even in Split 1, Lace, we were sort of just waiting the whole time. Like, oh, they've done this before, but they always come back, right? They always turn up. They always make land. And then finally, you know, the luck runs out. The passion, whatever it was not there. And this split, of course, we've seen them make that change with Roy, the longtime, you know, spiritual leader and everything else, making it through. Yeah, he switches over, and after that, we now have No Name in his place.
Yeah, I guess something's just happened, you know. I think they've just had enough at being at the bottom of the leaderboard, and today's really turning up. So it's awesome to see him Dreamfire and to be able to say that name again with passion, because they are such an excellent team. But I guess we take a look at our compositions here. We have seen like a slight less Catalyst pick. Generally, we saw Catalyst and Watson sort of be a toe-to-toe pick for a lot of teams, but Watson coming out in front, Gino.
Yeah, well, we weren't prepared for this, Lace. We've never had only 3 compositions before, so it looks like our graphic is struggling to keep up with the fact that the meta enslavement has completely taken over APAC South now with only 3 compositions, 100% bang, 100% blood, and just yeah, a pick between either Watson, Catalyst, or Fuse now.
I guess you're picking Watson to boycott those Fuse knuckle clusters. But as we head over for our game number 5, this is going to be Storm Point. I'm excited to see what happens. Let's take it away.
We've broken the graphic there, guys, and it seems like Makers, they broke their lull from the last game. It was a big shift now to make it to the top 5 within those leaderboards. Makers still in this game, in this set, to try and vie for that top spot there, Gino.
Let's see if they can push it any further, Dax. Makers, of course, starting over in Barometer. That's going to work out very well from them. They've got so many Evo Harvester options this game. There's one south of Jurassic. There's one south of Cedo. There's one just east of them that you can actually see Final Dreams Papa picking up at the edge of Cenote Caves right now. And they've also got the ring. You can see it's very much pulling around the Bean area. And I guess one of the interesting parts of the POI draft system so far, as we've seen at Dax, is that Bean is not a pickable location. Right? I mean,
yeah.
There'd be a spot there because it's been a very long time position the teams have picked up. I guess what they were thinking was maybe it's too close to Mill. It'll make it too easy to contest Mill if you have a spot there. However, you know, if there are going to be some changes to this in the future, that's one of the possible changes I could see.
I mean, I think about it. I just feel like there's just not enough lootables for 3 people coming into Bean. Just because that your flight path is effectively null and void, you basically drop down. You can go a little bit of distance, but with the broken armory and the market and some of these buildings, it'd be so hard to play from Bean to begin with. Speaking of, though, feel like the market's gonna be such a power position. We've seen a ring end just right outside of it last weekend, and War Monster Firebird taking that memo. They're already on the inside into this 2-floor building.
They're chilling in the market already. Don't even get a single Evo Harvester to their name. That's tough, man. When you're starting off on whites, you are really inviting aggression from other teams at that point. So War Monster Firebird, you know, they picked Cascade Falls. It was their second pick in the draft. And, you know, it's interesting because there was one north of them, but I guess, you know, after hitting the ring console, that's essentially the only amount of Evo points they got on the way over there. You know, didn't even manage to find an Evo Harvester there. They've really prioritized that position, and that's one way to play the game. Let's see how it works out for them.
And just to point out real quick, look at the kill leaders so far in our series here. 9 kills for No Name. Dreamfire gonna get back into form. The rest of that leaderboard having Bear Claw Gaming in it, Serenity, some of the heavy hitters we've seen so far for today. MDY though, they've had some good microfights, especially with the Catalyst Spikes, but coming into the rotations has been a weakness for them. In 14th place with 14 points, they need to move on in from the trenches here.
Yeah, it's a little hard when you got VK on one side of you. Goes down to Cedo Station. That's Vegas Inferno on the other side. They were called Numnim last week, guys, but they have been picked up. Congrats to them. Love our players here in X-South grabbing the bag. MDY do get finished off up north, as you can see. VK Gaming just trying to hold it down with the two of them.
They got the banner though at the very least, but the Beast of the Hunt becomes the hunted there. Vegas Inferno, a single rock to provide that cover. So at least they have elevation. They're looking to play the gatekeepers towards any team coming in from Cedo Station. But looking back, VK, since they have the banner now, there is a respawn beacon on the other side of this POI. And speaking of now, other side of the map, Fruit Salad left to a solo. Bayuler has to fight versus Wonton here after a beautiful arc star to catch out Jackie Chan.
Okay, Weibo going for the res here, but Fruit Salad, they're completely split on 3 different sides. That does mean they get angles on Weibo, but it means when the res is happening, they can't necessarily match it 1-for-1. And so that means, as you say, it's all up to Biola here to keep the pressure on. But he can't do it. He can't get in fast enough. And that means Boring and Gugu are going to be able to reset and start finishing off the rest of the Fruit Salad members. Biola, he's got to get out.
A page out of Phil Jackson there, man. Triangle offense, but just doesn't pan out with those isolated angles. And Fruit Salad, they got the least. They got a queen that's back to life. And because Weibo is playing Gatekeeper on that single banner there, it might be a reset fight of a 2v2, but look at Legends Gaming. They have to recover here if they want to continue their momentum. Bridge over troubled water. They fight for this versus the likes of Final Dream with Easy Flash. He's alone right now. The rest of Legends Gaming on top of the God Rock right now. And with a extra bits of cover, Easy Flash able to back on away, and he's going to get a reset and a regroup with the rest of his team there.
Yeah, they're loving Godrock. A couple of fights going on simultaneously around the map. You can see Fruit Salad. Weibo actually just went for an insta respawn halfway through that fight, and then they storm back through and take out Fruit Salad. Meanwhile, we've got VKG locked up. They've managed to get the third back in. And we're trying to take high ground away from Bear Claw, but they're not willing to give it up.
They just got their teammate back. They just got 9-5-1 back into the fight, but Bear Claw Gaming making them work for the retreat. Even from afar, still. Vegas Inferno being a threat. Haas is the one knocked down this time. VK does have cover. They're just getting peppered from two different angles. Go Welly to another side of the map. MXF still. Another situation where they rely on the push. A Dark Veil in the way. Final Dream also needing some heals here along the way.
They've been sitting in the zone for so long because Legends just will not allow them entry back in. They must be running low on meds by now. Last couple of med kits going off, I believe, for Final Dream. Even further down, you've got MXF. Looks like they want to rotate in via the extra Evo harvester they've got down the bottom there. Kill Devil staring across at Boogie Borders.
I mean, Legends has just been waiting for Final Dream to peek on out, but here in the mill is a different final fight. Kill Devil on one side, Boogie Borders on the other. Kill Devil, choose otherwise. They set up now inside the southern mill, but down the pylon and look to keep Boogie Borders away. AD is still with fight back though. At least they have marked where Boogie Borders is at.
I mean, Boogie Borders, I feel like they did well with the POI drafting here. They got Down Beast and Lava Fissure. Solid picks, historical picks for this team. They know them so well. They know the rotations, but how well is that really suiting them? Legends Gaming.
No. Lambs to the slaughter here, my friend. They've been waiting for Final Dream to come their way. A nightmare again for FD as the easy flash hits the last shot, but we're not done with the fights around the map. Kill Devil just looking for the opportunity, perhaps given here by Boogie Borders, who's scanning them from the opposite end.
Yeah, it wasn't a slow or a merciful death there from Final Dream. They took their sweet time. Boogie Borders trying to get some poke damage, because a couple of them are actually quite close to purples. If they can hold this fight out just a little bit longer, they start evening things up versus Kill Devil, who currently have the armor advantage.
And if you think about Serenity actually also angling on the outside, looking for an opening. Perhaps they see a knock on the kill field. That will be their go signal itself. The Kill Devil, they refuse to overextend. This is good discipline from Kill Devil right now. We haven't really seen much of them take flesh damage, but you said it a while ago, Boogie Borders, they're happy to take this kind of fight to poke and try to get to the armor upgrade that they want.
I mean, they've got time. They're well within. They're within round 3. They're within round 4. So they don't have to move. They don't need to force this fight. They can just continue to try and put the damage down upon Kill Devil. But it is hard sometimes when you're trading with a Watson team. Here we go. Boogie Borders just pull right in and catch Levy off guard, popping an Alt Excel.
That's the opening with the L-Star. Killapaw's always good for the knock. And Bolin also struggling to survive. Luhan has to bail out and
Serenity
disengage away from his teammates. You said it though, Serenity also is there. And Boogie Borders have to watch their back. So far, so good for Boogie Borders. Standing as a trio as Serenity can't find an opening in.
Well done by Boogie Borders. That's a smart fight that they have taken there. They also grab Bolin. Luohan, their Watson anchor, is left alone by himself. But yes, Serenity, they pop the scans thinking, you know, maybe this should be an easy third party, surely. But Boogie Borders maintained high ground. They did not take too much damage, and I really like how they played that, considering there was potential there for Serenity to run over the top of both teams had it gone poorly.
And Boogie Borders is hunting for the knock that they got a while ago. No chance to go for the sneaky reds. It's again, Killapaw's leading that fight. We've seen from him throughout the split. So good for single and double kills so far in these kind of fights. He's been the heavy hitter of Boogie Borders, but here we go. LGD, BK, they have their own kind of fight right now. 951 in a bit of trouble. The Beast of the Hunt, though. See these targets. The scan comes on out. The Rock is there for cover. And BK Gaming, look for the angle here. A zoom in with a Hemlock. 951 spotted by LGD from afar. Cass is the only one standing here at the fight against this squad now.
What can he do with LD low? Casa finishes them off. Well done. Now he's got a bit of space actually to grab those banners. Looks like most of the respawn beacons around have been used, but he's got a Moby. So I think BK Gaming will be fine. Can't necessarily say the same for these other teams who Legends Gaming seem to keep causing trouble for.
Legends Gaming, they do have to give up elevation as MXF is actually eliminated. KPG with the push also from the north. This is no credit that they're hounding. I do want to say, real quick, Biggest Inferno also watching for BK right now. So it's all about rat hunting for many of these squads. Just finish off the job. There you go. Savior can't escape. And KPG keep moving forward there.
Nice, KPG. It's important. Now they take up the north side of the zone here. You can see.
Oh, that'd be an enemy.
Resupplying here. I see an opponent.
Hostile over there.
I see an enemy. That way. Come on.
Hostile right here. Contact with hostile.
Let's go that way. Écoutez, it's raining enemies.
That spot's calling to us.
We back?
We are back and we are seeing Legends Gaming getting knocked down by Tree Cleaner. He's brought in the broom and player K. He's the lifeline right now for Legends Gaming. The pylon still set up though, but it's no escape from Tree Cleaner, who wipes away Legends there. 9 squads remaining, but this mill has always been for the Boogie Boarders for good reason. We continue on with their onslaught. KPG has to hide. There's no escaping though, as HKUF also have to angle here.
Yeah, teams from every direction playing a part in this one, but somehow Boogie Boarders, they dodged them. They grabbed some KP. I mean, they've only got 3 so far, so they're definitely not banking on just, you know, beating down all comers. They are playing this smart and only trying to take the battles they can win. They don't want to lose members. They don't want to lose placement points when they are in Godspot.
Yeah, and another chance here for Makers to keep rallying. With Legends Gaming leaving the God Rock behind. They're the ones on top of things. Dreamfire also gonna be nearby them. Makers, a rally from last game from, what, 20th to 5th place. Now they're within the top 3. Panado, on the other hand, taking the fight to HKUF. And Boogie Boarders, not just the kings of the mill on the inside, but also on top of the roof too.
They've actually been playing most of it from the inside, and the teams that have managed to get angles on them from the top of the roof have ended up taking too much damage from others like Makers and shooting them from afar. So it was, you know, just short-lived. Thinking, hey, we've got the higher ground, but there's always someone else around to cause problems for anyone who's been trying to take mill roof. So 5 squads left. Lohan is still alive. Wow, ratting it out for Kill Devil and grabbing some placement points. Good on him. The other 4 teams, full squads left alive, Dax.
Yeah, he's been quiet as a mouse there in that corner. He went to attempt to try and go for the res, with Boogie Boarders hounding one of those knocks a while ago. And speaking of, the wingman from this distance, great shots from Raki to put in a bit of pressure. You see it? And not only that here, Genome, it's the ring pulling their way too.
A classic 1x HCOG taking us back to the Wraith days. And, you know, Wingman has obviously had a bit of resurgence since coming back into the care package, but haven't been seeing as many teams pick it up lately. That bang ult is going to cause serious problems here for Dreamfire. You can see it takes Pete down. Ems goes down to Makers, and it's only going to be No Name trying to make it back into the zone, but he cannot. Lohan somehow avoiding all scans up to this point.
And no escape there for Dreamfire at all, but the Boogie Boarders are on top of things. Let's listen in and see if they can wrap this one up.
On me, under!
Under me, I have a swap on me.
It's a duo underneath.
Under us. This is a full team under us right now.
Okay.
Can we
Okay,
go
the
to
fucking
finish the
time.
left team first? I'm not sure.
It's a full team right here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna try to swing left first. Maybe I can finish him. He's inside here. I can finish him, okay?
Okay.
They're resing.
He tried to race inside.
They stand me here.
He's racing already. Fuck.
I think it's a solo out there.
Yeah,
There's a solo
we just
behind
lay
us.
on
There's a
high.
solo behind
Yeah.
us. Behind these guys.
Yeah, we're just playing here.
Okay.
They're inside already.
There's a what?
Boogie Borders, they have the height, but they're left to a duo with Pana gone from this one. So Killapause, they look to see what else he can scrounge. They have a pylon at least to work with from another squad. And with that being said, since Boogie Borders can't put the pressure on anymore, Genome, you have Makers and Vegas Inferno looking to vie for position inside the mill now.
So from inside, they'll try to make it work. Finally, the top of mill is safe from Godrock and all of the advantage points that people were picking at it from before. Not a chance for them really to grab that banner and get the res onto Pana, so it seems like it will be a confirmed 2v3v3. And a Kraber shot will even take Killapause down here. Raki desperately trying to go for the evac motherload option here, but ooh, some nice angles. Using that threat vision is actually putting some big damage down onto Vegas Inferno.
Vegas Inferno struggling to push in after the snipe. Killo's gone now, but there's still an effort from Raki there while this happens. Makers is hearing all this commotion right on top of their heads. They've been given a chance to reset and even give some ammo to other players. So Makers now picking up the pieces and catching out Raki. We're left to 2 squads in a straight up 3v3.
Yep, Vegas Inferno with the roof here. Makers went underneath to finish off the last member of Boogie Borders, but is giving up that high ground. Well, I guess they never really had it, but is playing from the low ground here. Doable. Can they actually come out? Could this be a back-to-back on Storm Point from positions that looked ugly? They did it last game, Dax. Maybe they can do it again.
Micro in these fights have been so strong from Makers. Vegas Inferno, they have guns to work, but the devotion's not enough. Makers again looking to make magic happen, and the back-to-back is all but confirmed. Well done by Makers. Another win to their set.
Nuts. They explode out there and take out Vegas in just a matter of seconds. Congrats on the 2 wins.
Game number 5, nothing short of amazing there. Another win from Makers, Dax. They won in game number 4, which pushed them up about 15 places, sitting about 5th position. And now with a few kill points and another win, this is our second team to win back-to-back. So exceptional there from Makers. I didn't even know how they made it out of that, with, the team just holding a Kraber shot there, but managing to push out and clutch that win was exceptional.
And not only that, they had a Kraber, they had a Devotion ready to hold W, but as soon as the Makers got out, they had such an impeccable swing to get such a good angle going. And Makers, we've said it so many times, even when they were Tom Yong-kung, this is one of the best fighting teams that we have here in APAC South. We saw it a while ago versus Kill Devil, we see it now versus Vegas Inferno, and effectively, once they have a little bit of room to breathe their lace, they're able to assess the situation so well and hit some of the nuttiest shots that are so consistent in the lobby right now.
Yeah, you're so right. This team has been playing together for such a long time. So, their communication in forming, these plays is just immaculate. So, having this situation, having to swing out against a team that's setting up with Watson fences, with a Kraber looking down the barrel, and being able to win this is just a triumphant defeat from them. So good job to Makers having a second win there, along with 11 kills, Dax.
Impeccable. And not only that, with that amount of kills and first place, 23 points to boost them up even further. This is a good sign though from Numnim, or now Vegas Inferno, recently signed Impact there with 7 kills, and Boogie Borders making it to the top 3 here, Lace. We've said a few times that they've been struggling so far, but their smart decision making in taking bit by bit fights there in the mill secured their top 3 placing.
Yeah, Boogie Boarders were fighting a little bit hard, Pana being, sort of knocked out, creating them to be a duo, but coming third place. They're still holding on, hopefully moving up a couple of placement points. But here we go. I want to talk about Makers tied there with Bearclaw Gaming, who had exceptional games on World's Edge. Look at them go from 20th place, Dax, and in just 2 games managing to make it second, tied with Bearclaw Gaming.
Where was this team in World's Edge? Apparently, Storm Point is what they call home. And with that being said, you're absolutely right here, Lace. Now that it's up with Bearclaw Gaming, Serenity still keeping up with that top 3 KPG. Dreamfire also top 5 in the last game, top 5 here in the leaderboard, and going all the way down. I do have to mention this. Boogie Boarders, the recovery, looking pretty okay so far, making it to 12. But Legends Gaming, yes, they didn't make it past the top 10, really. But they got 10 KP in that fight. This is one of the few times we're not seeing Legends Gaming make it to endgame. But still, look at the ratio right now. 8 placement points to 20 kills. Legends still having a small mark in the lobby here.
Yeah, they had a moment there when I think they were waiting for LGD Gaming sort of to emerge from the zone and, getting those kill points early. So they managed to get, a couple of kill points early on in the match. They tried to set up on Mill, I believe, Dax, and just couldn't hold that position long enough to get them the placement that they, I guess, so desperately need in today's matches. But you know what? We've seen so much from Legends Gaming. Having a little off day, I wouldn't say it's completely off, but, we're not used to seeing them, I guess, in 10th position. We're used to seeing them triumph and be at the top of the leaderboard. They're sitting with 50 series points at the moment. So they had exceptional, games in the start of Split 2. So that's fine. We will, only time will tell. But see, 10th place there, they really did fight for Mill, but as teams were sort of pushing in Dax, it just wasn't enough for them to get higher placement points. But you know what? They'll take a 10th with 10 kills.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough for Legends Gaming compared to the standards that they set from last week, and some of their biggest games, back-to-back first places with 16 KP each. There is always a possibility for them to go nuclear, but they need to make that map number 6 count. So it's looking unlikely, honestly, for them to get another win in terms of the series, but there's still a chance for them to climb that leaderboard coming into the next map.
Look, we see Makers climb it in 2 games. It's still totally possible, but we're going to take ourselves another short break. So we'll see you back soon for match number 6. Welcome back, everyone. Makers do it again with a back-to-back win, flying up the leaderboard, putting them in a tied position with Bear Claw Gaming. I think they must have found the secret sauce that was on Dax's pizza because they're doing exceptionally well on Storm Point.
It's been a showcase, really, from Makers so far. 2 back-to-back wins with some of the most impeccable calls to actually take these fights. And if you look at these last fights, really, Lace. Makers have always made sure that they take those fights as smartly as possible. Coming into these 3v3s, it does get elongated, especially in that match 4 victory, but coming into match 5, a lot more sure about their swing, a lot more distance made, and now with the back-to-back, if they get one more win again, it's something Gino was talking about a while ago, a bonus point can actually be up for grabs too.
Yeah, we thought we saw Bear Claw Gaming maybe get that extra point, but it looks like Makers now are in contention to do so. They're just, from game number 4 where we had Dexter clutch a magnificent 1v1 to now the full team staying alive with great cohesion. I just am excited for game number 6 to see what they can do. I guess we even have to touch on Serenity doing the work as well. They're not too far behind from Makers and Bear Claw Gaming sitting at 51 points and Serenity being at 42. So, you know what? It's still anybody's sort of game for those top 3 spots. And again, another one I want to talk about that you and I, Dax, always keep an eye out for, Dreamfire. We, Gino and I were having the conversation. We always talk about them. We've just been waiting for them to sort of come together and do something. And, sitting in 5th place there, tied with Keep Going Gaming. If they can pull something out in match number 6, they're also going to be in a great position.
Yeah, it just seems like their fights are so much more sure compared to last weekend. And it really starts with No Name finding great initiations there on the Bangalore. Not only does he get the kill itself, but he's done 4k damage already, 10 kills to his name. That adjustment really to play that Watson on 3MC has been pivotal for Dreamfire to have an anchor point to just back on away from fights that they're not sure about. And it's been such a good case for Dreamfire. Yes, they haven't taken a dub as of yet, but this is such a return to form compared to the previous outings that we've seen from them.
Yeah, and I just can't wait to see how they sort of move throughout this game number 6. But you know what? I'm going to be definitely, and I think we all are going to be keeping an eye on Makers to see if they can get this bonus point to make it, a 3-match win. Who knows? But as we take a look over here, lovely little stats here, Dax. We love to see how a comparison between players, and we've got Asians and Hex putting out the damage. Heck from Bear Claw Gaming, playing the Watson. Great damage coming out of that for being, I guess a character that's sort of more bunkers down.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of the stats really for Stormpoint itself. 8 of Asia's 9 kills have come from this map. It's been an incredible rally so far from Makers, and especially Asia's. He's been having such a heyday really coming into the split. The only one keeping up with the stats that Legends Gaming have left behind. And not only that, he's just so pivotal at allowing Makers to get the advance. But on the other hand, the backline of Bear Claw Gaming has been immense too. The reason why Heck has 5k damage is usually because of his sniper presence. He's always poking at the opposition, and then the likes of Fenfu are the ones who push in and get the wipes that Bear Claw are looking for.
Yeah, I guess you could say that's probably why we've seen Bear Claw Games sort of find the position and be able to clear so much space, because you have Hex sort of just holding down that zone, obviously with Watson creating the space, but using a sniper. A lot of our teams don't sort of use a lot of, snipers in this game. We're looking more at Havocs and Hemlocks for now. But, I guess that's something where they can make space for themselves and make sure there's no tail and they can move forward into zone. So, you know what? We saw it from Legends Gaming as well. Maybe they need to pick up the sniper tactic again. I remember last week we saw some awesome stuff coming out of that team using the sniper on Storm Point. So maybe a little bit of a change of tactic Dax could do for our, our overall series Warlords Legends Gaming.
I mean, Legends Gaming has been imposing so far. If you remember that fight versus Final Dream towards the bridge, they were just keeping an eye out, making sure that Final Dream would run out of meds, run out of resources, and once they were forced to push on in, Legends Gaming was there to silence them. It's been really the case so far for Legends Gaming coming down to these straight-up 3v3 fights. They've been bullying many of the opposition. Strafing Flame himself within... I think he has the most damage on Stormpoint right now with 2,640. But from what we've seen so far, it's just them struggling in the chaos itself. When they go for the re-rotation, they lose out on the positions that they initially had. We saw that there in game number 4 when they left the house for a while. In game number 5, losing out Godrock itself. So I guess that's really the struggle for Legends Gaming. What happens after the fight?
Yeah, like I said, we saw them sort of try to set up on Mill after getting the KP, so it was kind of just waiting for all teams to sort of rotate in. But unfortunately, a lot of teams sort of want to, push their way through, and they lost the spot, which is, I guess, not really traditional for them. Usually, they can sort of fend off, a lot of teams coming for them. But as we take a look at our Bloodhound picks and what everyone's sort of been selecting, Bloodhound has been a major character pick throughout a lot of the seasons, a lot of the splits. So we're not seeing them go anywhere soon. But Dax, why don't you take us through what our players are choosing?
Yeah, the Legend may be 100% pick rate, but right now there's a few split decisions here and there. 3 out of 4 times you stick around the left side there, Lace. Odin's Glare, always very popular, even before the changes in terms of his talents itself. And then on the other hand, Taste of Blood, I've seen this perk really be clutch in those intense scenarios. Out of nowhere, you can just full send a player, get that 50 HP, continue on, or find a way to retreat with that extra bit of movement speed with the Beast of the Hunt, and it's allowed Bloodhound to really be the front line for many of these squads.
Yeah, I guess Taste of Blood is such a great pick, just being that Bloodhound is obviously scanning through our Bangalore smoke meta and then being able to gain that HP. You are very right, Dax. That is such an exceptional, I guess, character meta that we're seeing now, to have Bloodhound be such a forefront character choice on a lot of our teams. So it's just it's something that we just love seeing. And I've always touched on the sort of smoke meta, and I'm glad to see core stickers disappear. We still have the Bangalores running around causing mayhem and be able to create that space, but of course that's why we're going to see Bloodhounds to be able to see through that. I guess with the lack of digi threat coming out of the game, Dax, that's such a big change for this, but it's been refreshing to say the least.
I mean, the meta's been basically gray smoke everywhere. Fire somewhere because of the fuse and a quick little scan to figure out what's going on. So I'm impressed to see these teams really try and integrate the fuse, especially coming into these compositions. So I do wonder what's next right now. Sure, Bangalore, Bloodhound, they have been staples, but that controller role effectively has been the flex pick for many of these squads.
Yeah, and I just guess that's why we see a little bit more Watsons, because of the fuses coming out. So let's go have a look and see exactly what our teams are going to do. This is the final game for A versus B. It's match number 6.
A run is an understatement there for Makers. We're going into game number 6. And from the bottom of the scoreboard, they're here at the top. But what is LGD doing to that Trident here, friend?
LD's got the Arc Star lined up here. The patience. Let's see if it pays off. HKUF are pulling up. It looks like Vic Liao is about to get in that Trident. Can he get the stun? For you guys who haven't seen this interaction before, you get completely stunned. You essentially can't do anything. Once an Arc Star hits a Trident, it is a potent way to deal with someone. And LGD, they don't get the kill, but they do get to steal the Trident in the end.
Yeah, they left LD there with, or rather Vic Liao with 1 HP. LD taking that away, even going for the Evil Harvester. And HKUF, it was right there. It was right in front of them. Oh, that is just unfortunate to say.
That was
least
awesome. Big shout out to the observers there. Some of the best in the biz here at long shot. But yeah, you can see why they know that just those fun little things at the start of the game that, can make a bit of a difference. And didn't quite get the kill, but it's a very cool little interaction between those two teams. Here we go. You can see the state of play, everyone. You've got the ring. You've got all of the team compositions. You can also see where everyone is sitting at the moment, and you got to remember that BCG and Makers are tied at 51 points apiece.
A quick little yoink for the Trident 2 LGD. You're going to use that for the rotations, but with the ring swinging towards Barometer now, Genome, this is going to be very interesting for Makers. They've been that hard edge team for so much off the lobby. Oh, effectively, they're forced to play zone, and let's see what they're going to do to adjust here.
Barometer zones notoriously hard to get into later on in the game, so The quick fire rotation by Dreamfire, of course, they're, it's a short walk for them from Seco Station. Not too bad at all. They're trying to get down to the south here, but they are being mirrored by No Credit. And if there's one team you don't want to get into a fight to death with, I'd say it's No Credit, because it doesn't matter how many other teams are around, Dax. Sometimes these guys will send you. They don't care. Their own lives don't matter so much.
They're always a pleasant surprise, and look, No Credit shifting back to the Watson Comp 2. Very cheeky with the scout. Already 3MZ down to the floor, but they do have a bit of cover to work with. The pylon setup too, and effectively No Credit pressuring Dreamfire. But Dreamfire is in trouble now. Makers have found No Name, and Dreamfire left to one still standing. Skynet even gonna get lobbed. Dreamfire, they go back as a duo, but Makers and No Credit making it so difficult for them to actually go on in. Still Makers piling the pressure on as Dreamfire struggle to survive.
Just can't find their spot. No Credit on the top, Makers below. 3MZ now the only one left alive, and Cheeky is even trying to get the angles here. He's got the 2-4 on the scout, so he's absolutely got the range to try and take out 3MZ. 3MZ actually going to try and swing him back now.
He's had enough. He wants to go for it. Very cheeky indeed. Left a single HP as Final Dream fly on in now to Barometer. But the fight's still on. Dreamfire. They're going to be done. They want to go down swinging. No Credit spotting that. So again, Final Dream plays into the vent. Savior has had enough of 3MZ. And Dreamfire, their case has been made throughout the day, but they're the first ones eliminated in our last game.
Tough. They try and make a quick rotation here, but it's not good enough from Dreamfire. Too many other teams in quick succession will look at them, but wow, look at this Boogie Borders here. Killerpuz trying to put the team on his back this season, honestly, and he gets a big entry here up onto outside at Mill.
The weight of the world on his shoulders, and Killerpuz does it again for Boogie Borders. Getting a smoke just to bring Raki as well as Panda back to life, but Killerpuz has been a hard carry for Boogie Borders for so long already, and that fight, no different.
I mean, he's chipping in with the comms, he's chipping in with the damage. It feels like Killerpuz is really trying to up his game and get Boogie Borders back to the heights that they have seen before in the ALGS. Killerpuz still very hungry for LAN, for that win.
Dare say, one of the all-time greats really from Thailand itself. Makers, though, on the other hand, all-Thai squad taking first place of Bear Claw Gaming with all his KP. And there you go with another one. Very cheeky indeed. Trying at least to go to that crate to no avail. Just no escape, really. They did get the banner, short of Lux, but no credit. They're left a solo of Savior. Chaos though unfolding again. Legends Gaming, they've been struggling all throughout this matchup. And no different right now. Easy flash to the floor. Player K and Strafing Flame, they need to take cover down below.
2v2. Kano's down for the warm, wants to Firebird as well, and even from the low ground, they do manage to pull up at the second knock, and now the third. Legends Gaming have stabilized. They've got KP. They've moved into the top 10, Dax. Is this the start of something special? Only one game left to pick up some points and make a difference here. I mean, you know, is that number one spot out of reach? I'd say almost certainly. They'd have to have a 20-plus point game here to get it.
Yo, Bamboo providing cover for Jesco. The triple take to crouch on the round. Now looking to go for the push. The fence though in the way. And here comes the swing from Kill Devil Dare. Serenity gone also. They've rallied well within the A versus B matchup. It's not enough this time around. 16 remain as we still see these teams move towards Barometer now.
Serenity dropping out in third spot, but it's, you know, pretty reflective of their season and their split so far, honestly, Dax. These guys are doing well. They continue to pull up solid performances, and even without a big game 6 here, they should be looking good to add a healthy amount to their split total and move closer towards LAN qualification.
They've always been a consistent team at the top. Right now, sure, they can't add on to their leaderboard run, but at least they've done the work. And the other 5 maps. Weibo, though, still struggling, as No Credit actually getting the respawn going, too. I'm impressed by No Credit. You say a while ago, Gina, no regards to their own lives, but at least now they're back, and interesting enough, with No Credit's res, it's Boogie Borders landing on them here.
They've got a whiff of this, and they're pulling it up, and once again, Boogie Borders just seem to be always on the backside where the teams do not expect it. And another team got one more game, making a late push here for this series.
Yeah, Fruit Salad also can't push in. Weibo able to hold him off. And unfortunate for No Credit, it's just kill points delivered towards the rally of Boogie Borders. Still there's pressure now. Weibo, more to fight, more to go against. MXF down below here. Fish though needs to go for the smoke, get the shield back going. Where are the rest of his teammates? Looking to try and find a different angle. Fish in the front line, but this is too much to handle as Bobo gets him. Bobo with another one. MXF struggling to survive. We got Weibo though fighting still. A 1v1 for now. Jackie Chan gets the shield back off. It's another chance for him to climb. Here comes the Havoc with the turbocharger. Here comes Jackie Chan and the swift chop and the swift kill. MXF eliminated too.
Incredible for Weibo to pull that one out, honestly. I mean, MXF triple battered and they didn't get punished for having no one hold that. However, HKUF have pulled in off the back of this. See Kill Devil getting removed, and Weibo will follow them shortly, with HKUF being able to get in there before the reset is even possible for last split's #1 APAC South seed.
Brave effort there from Jackie Chan, even getting knocked with a Peacekeeper. But you said it, the defending champions for the region, yet again, a bottom 10 placing. And their chances for LAN effectively slipping away more and more here, Gino, but we still see this ring play towards Barometer. Final Dream, VK Gaming, they're getting the main building. Legends Gaming have moved actually from one side of the mill to the other. Boogie Borders, the team right on top of them.
Enemy over there.
With those couple of fight wins, yeah, Boogie Borders have actually eliminated a lot of the other teams who might have come in from the western side of Barometer, and thus bought a lot of space for themselves as now they take up position in the middle. See them sitting on right in the middle of the central building there in Barometer, just trying to piff some grenades and whatnot at Legends Gaming. They're taking up position in the Zip building, trying to hold that one down. Zone shift south as we see that revealed. Most of these teams not going to get that information regardless of the ring console being in the middle of Barometer. Finding time to use that would be unlikely at best. This, of course, does bode well for Makers and for LGD, who are playing from the south.
Even under the MDY white banner, LGD has been so good at calling these kind of zones, whether it be on the south side of Barometer. I remember also Echo HQ being something that they called last time around. We see now the only other contender to the crown today, Bearclaw Gaming, Genome. Remember that they started all the way from Zoo Station. They come on in towards Barometers with Reds, but the position is what they really need right now.
It's a trade-off, isn't it? Do you want that early position? Do you want the ability and armor and Evo to bully other teams? Sometimes you are able to make that choice. Sometimes the zone and your starting POI just kind of dictates it for you.
Some cover here towards Bridge 2. Quick little scan to get confirmation. There's pressure from above. That will be Keep Going Gaming. Do get pings. Wonder though if anyone can go for the third. KH and the rest been great at sending it, especially Tree Cleaner. We've seen his name light up the scoreboard multiple times. No different now with the Dark Veil push. Tree Cleaner though, getting back into cover on the other side of the wall. KPG move on in, but it's only the orange, the nut here, that they get for now.
And it's not going to be in the next zone either, Dax. So, I mean, sure, it's a place to take this fight from, but it's not really the be-all, end-all here. But it is the end for Vegas Inferno. As we talked about, the triple reds for KPG, allowing them to push forward here. why even bother healing up when the other teams are going to have that amount of HP on them already anyway? May as well just keep going.
Yeah, keep going in Z. Tree Cleaner again. As I said, you could see his kill feed light up there. And I love to say, really, that pickup late into split number 1 to bring him from, I believe, that final start roster. It's been working so well for KPG. They're within the top 5 for this matchup itself. 39 points, not shabby whatsoever. H and the rest using the bridge for cover right now. This ring again, it's all LGDs to play for.
They do have that position in the bridge that will be helping them. Plain little cutout. Once again, though, that's such a good position to have a Watson pylon in, and they do not have one. That means teams like Boogie Borders with the fuse on their side will be able to chuck knuckle clusters in there and cause absolute hell. I mean, sure, if you're jumping on their head, the piercing spikes could be an issue, but that's only for one team at a time. They have to worry about everyone focusing on them in that awesome spot.
And we saw that in World's Edge, right? A team without the Watson taking that train car. It was Nade City all day. Boogie Borders, though, now they push into Makers. A big fight, though, but a big win here again from Dexter. He's on top of the leaderboard right now here on Storm Point, but Killaboss, of course, making them work for it. A 1-for-1 for now. Boogie Borders on the inside. Aegis now with his own kind of swing. Shreds apart that red armor. A quick swap to another gun. Killaboss, though, with a fight back still. Yet again, Boogie Borders relying on Killa to get the job done. There you go. They knock down Killaboss now. Dexter putting himself in a 1v1 here.
Okay, but the 1v1 specialist here, Dexter, is alive, and well, he's trying to pop the medkit, though. Will he give them time? No, they actually try and bait the res here, so it's just Dexter versus Raki. Once again, he has to try and deal with the fact that the other team has those knockdown shields to work with. A grenade will take Panna down, but still, Killaboss marches forward on the floor, holding that knockdown against Dexter, but the longer they take, the more likely it is teams like LGD Gaming come in here.
Araki, though, he's so close.
No way.
No avail. Dexter has done it again. You cannot deny the destiny of this guy. Well done by Dexter to keep Makers alive here so far, Genome.
Oh, he's going to be so sad if he goes down here, though. He's grabbed both of the banners, but is now getting sieged by teams like Bearclaw Gaming up the top here. Dexter, with another unbelievable clutch, is going to be very hard-pressed to find a respawn for his 2 team members that he carries with him.
Makers is a team full of carries. Dexter no different, but we see Legends Gaming run into Bearclaw, and this is a case to be made. 6 points to gap here, Gino, now between Makers and Bearclaw, but the difference is Makers is left to a solo for the time being.
Solo for now. Solo most likely for the rest of this game. His survival item, an evac tower. It is not a respawn beacon, but he does go into the building, perhaps looking for one. No, he's actually looking for more damage here as Bearclaw Gaming just staring down at some of that action. He's forcing someone out of that building. That's the player that Heck is looking at here with the Kraber. And unfortunately, he will eventually get swung by the 2 of the remaining members by LGD Gaming, who do a good job to take that KP while it's available and further solidify and bolster their position.
Oh, nice shot from Heck. Sniper specialist, truly. As he saw in that fight, LGD, they were looking for loot in the building, ran into Dexter, and that's enough for Makers. No 3-piece for them. Bearclaw, still a chance to take that top spot away, especially with placement points right now up for grabs here. Heck can do so much with this Kraber right now, trying to predict it, but it's Bebe instead who gets the knock on the flying opposition. Bearclaw now move on in closer to the ring.
Bearclaw, they're looking for that bonus point. Makers have gone down. They're the only ones alive who can do that, let alone take out the #1 spot, which they march closer towards. You can see at the moment, Makers still have the most of them.
1 point. 1 point's the gap here, Genome. And now Limo's looking for it. Bear Claw Gaming, they're pushing forward now, but they're in trouble here. 2 still standing. Fenfu desperately trying to find a way to get the medkit going. Heck 2, but now Bear Claw has been found. The closest of margins. MDY making them work for it. Fence is set on up towards the Dark Veil, but this wall preventing the damage to be done by Bear Claw. LGD has also made their way in. Bear Claw's gone. MDY fighting them off.
Incredible. They might have just lost the series by 1 point. We'll have to confirm on that final scoreboard at the end here, but 2 teams were definitely the better teams on the day, but we've got 2 teams left to see who's better in the last match here. It's MDY rocking the full reds versus LGD Gaming. Feiju on blue, Mingwei on blue, and LD here with purple. Let's have a look. LGD used all of their ultimates to win those previous fights. Bayoon only had to use the Rolling Thunder, so they've got Beast of the Hunt, and we've talked about this already, Dax. That one ultimate alone, you can smoke off the other team without a Beast of the Hunt of their own. Incredibly hard to trade damage effectively against this Bloodhound.
And here comes the MDY Classic now. The Stone Wall of Augenstern does come on up. The Beast of the Hunt is there with the Kraber. And MDY, they know that this is a possibility for them to take the dub here. A scan gets confirmation. LGD looking to fight from the low ground. MDY's crafted this so well. Spikes now to get a good position. Bayon has the off angle too. And it's just a killing floor here. Courtesy of MDY. And trapped now for LGD. MDY will take this one. And for the final map, it's MDY's win.
Look at that. Corralled them like cattle in the pen there in that last fight. Very well done by MDY, leveraging the ultimates, the armor, the positioning, everything they had seemed to be in their favor. And unfortunately, there's no Dexter on the other team, so no clutch available. No miracle for them to pull off.
And that, I guess, is our final game for Groups A versus B, Genome and Dax. You know, what an exciting match. I guess I really want to know, and everyone at home wants to know, if Makers took the top position. I guess, you know, they got knocked out a little bit earlier than Bear Claw Gaming, but, you know, had a bit of kill points under their belt. You know, they've been going in contention, I guess, for the last couple of matches, so it's going to be incredibly exciting to see. But let's take a short little recap, Dax, on our final game for today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start there for LGD. That Arc Star almost letting them to kill. And effectively, they play the old MD White style. They go to the zone, play a really good position, very good at really figuring out where the ring's gonna go, providing them that second place. But all throughout, it has been Juggernauts having to deal with immense odds there, if you notice, you know, right? Legends had to fight so many squads. Weibo had to fight so many squads. Bogey Borders had to do so as well, just to keep their top spot going within the map.
I mean, look, we kept talking about Pana going down first, but in some of these fights, you can see the entry frag potential, the damage he's doing to start them off well is also quite commendable. So Boogie Borders, it'll be interesting to see where they end up too, as a team who, you know, didn't have a stellar start to our split. They finish up with 8 kills, but a 10th place in that final game. Let's see if that boosts them up a little bit further, you know, gets them closer to you know, a repeat performance in terms of making it overseas. We've not seen a LAN without those members, or, you know, the Onyx members for, you know, a Raki-led team for quite some time.
And here we have it. Everything that we've been waiting for, just to take a look at this game and how it unfolded. MDY, absolutely exceptional. 13 kills for them. You know, they believe that they were sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard. This could be something excellent for them to rise the ranks. And again, we have LGD coming, I guess, to fruition here in second place. They've had a couple of second places today, so not really gaining the, I guess, the kill points that they really need to be in, like, those top spots. But, you know, still getting a great position for them. And Bear Claw Gaming here with the 3. Dax, I am literally trying to hold my excitement to see who has taken out the win today.
Like, we pointed it out. There was 1 point before all of that fight happened. And now we're gonna see the results. 1 point truly is the gap. We called it a while ago in the cast, but Bear Claw Gaming, because of MDY stepping up so well in that final fight, they prevent Bear Claw from getting that full 25. Finally, Makers no longer second place here coming into the series. And I do want to point out here, guys, Lacey said a while ago, MDY, I think they were 17th or something coming into the last game. 5th place to end that day. What a game number 6 for them.
Yeah, Gino, I find like all the games today, getting that win has really just changed things for these teams and shuffling around so much on the leaderboard. As we can see, we've got 3 teams, with the 39 points. They were all sort of just fighting for like, the 5th, 6th, 7th place there. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a pretty close one. Hey, 3 teams on 36 as well. I mean, Dreamfire sitting on 35. It's a rough place to be that close, but also in 11th spot. Interesting that we've also got quite a few teams relying heavily on the placement points here as well. LGD Gaming picked up 5 kills for the entire day, but complement that with 23 placement points to pick up 28. That's a nut stat line. Vegas Inferno with a 10 and 20. And then, of course, our Prescient team, Bear Claw Gaming, picking up 35 placement points to blow everyone else out in the water in terms of how long they were able to stay alive, how long they were, or how quickly they were able to take over those god spots, especially on World's Edge.
And I guess we've seen a little bit of a better play from Boogie Borders, I would say. They have been struggling throughout the start of Split 2, but, they sort of got it a little bit better in the last couple of games, I believe, Dax. They seem to be losing Pana a little bit early for the fight, so it is putting a lot of pressure on the other two to sort of hold it together there. But, they had such a clean sweep there, I believe, in one of the, in not taking out no credit. So they definitely have that skill to be able to be our top contending team. So I'm really still hopeful for them.
I mean, Killo's been feisty. 6 kills in that last game. And looking at stats, 12 kills overall out of the 22 Boogie Borders had. With that kind of effort, they actually overtake Legends Gaming to take 9th, even though they were tied up in the scoreboard. So it's good to see Boogie Borders. When you come into Storm Point, you always have to keep an eye on them. We've said it last weekend. We see it today. In the last 3 maps of the set, Boogie Borders providing a bit more of an effort to keep alive.
Yeah, and I guess this is what we've been waiting to see. Legends Gaming was sitting at the top the previous week. Let's take a look at our scoreboard here. Incredible. Look who has taken over.
Damn, Makers on top now, but we've got to remember not everyone in this has played the same amount of games. But that said, Makers looking very good for LAN. Legends and Serenity all looking fantastic. From there down, you've got a few teams who are, definitely knocking on the door. Boogie Borders there at 36. We'll see if they can maintain that as with the other groups get to play as well. And then Kill Devil with another 8th position today. That's likely good enough to keep them in the running for their first appearance at LAN. Well, apart from Bolin, of course, who's, had a couple of super sub experiences already.
Yeah, you're definitely right. We still have another group to go, and Legends Gaming, being at second, they're still going to play another 6 matches again, so could, move up the leaderboard again. But let's have a look at some stats. We love to see exactly, what our teams have been performing and how they've been doing throughout these games. And it's, just incredible to see some different faces, but also some returning faces there, Dax.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly, with Strafing Flame being at the very top. He has been immensely incredible coming into split number 2. Even game number 1, with the struggles of Legends Gaming, he's the only one getting those knocks, while Easy Flash and Player K were trying to get back in the thick of things. He's always been full of effort, being the front line really here for Legends Gaming. And without his efforts, I wouldn't even see Legends make it to the top 10 today. But to no surprise to many, 2nd and 3rd place was Bear Claw. The snipes from Heck and the pushes from Fenfu really providing them a great World's Edge run, especially to bring them in the top 3.
Yeah, we can see here that, you know, Heck, I guess, you know, was always keeping position and holding strong in an area while, you know, you kind of let Venfu go out on a lead a little bit and get to do some exceptional things as well. And that played in favor of them today, Genome. Like we were sort of saying earlier on today, they're really creating space for themselves and playing smart and not diving too much into, I guess, a fight if they don't need to, because they are sort of getting the kill points along the way. And, you know, they took out 2 wins.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, Lime on the Bloodhound, actually the lowest of those 3 in terms of damage by quite a bit. Having a look at our rat stat over here at long shot, we've got Lohan from Kill Devil actually leading. Good job to him. I think there was one game where he did manage to net them quite a few placement points. Just sitting by himself. You know, obviously Watson also, it's interesting because that's not necessarily the best character to rat with, right? You've got no movement options. People will notice if you pop a gem down. It's a tough one there. So congrats to Kill Devil helping his team along. And then Asia's 6 minutes as well from Makers. You've got to remember, you know, they did get knocked quite a lot. And, you know, go down to 1 member and then manage to reset. So that's probably where a lot of that time has come from for Makers.
Yeah. Well, we obviously saw, you know, how the rat position worked in favor for Makers today. You know, they got the kill points and they just had to wait a little bit longer just so they could take over Bear Claw Gabby to reach the top of the leaderboard there. But that concludes A versus B for today. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break and we're going to have another 6 matches with our groups A versus C. So we get to see the likes of Legends Gaming keep going and see if they can take their top spot back. We will see you in a moment after the break.
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophy. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on the stage. Because this is ALGS.
A violent sky for Rex. PK grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, clutches it. But there's no way he hits that Sensi shot.
Nasky moves in there. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. There's Yuka. Can he hit the braver shot? Like a Kenny clutches it up right behind him. The melee.
Hackett swings through the smoke. Beast the Hunt is activated. He is farming.
Back there. Back on to 1. Finish. Kill the bang. They're dead. 1.
They're lying in wait and we are descending it. Throws the IGL finds him in an time. Here comes BR Demons for the fight of their lives to clean up through.
To at least clear space. Yeah, nading. Oh my gosh, nade.
Longbow not going to be maybe the gun to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest.
Something goes through. Is this really happening?
The cold knockdown shield comes back. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
3 days ago, we with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million.
And the question that everybody had coming into this week, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Boys, but here comes Legend Gaming! And remember, can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9.
But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals!
You see the Beans here, he's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot, the Zine goes knocked. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winity. Clean up shot. They drop down. Knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zino gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards. And ALG.
To talk about Dark Zero again, we're talking about a match point teams. This could be their opportunity to hit match point here.
One more placement is all Reject Winity need so far. And there we go, as Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Reject Winity will cross that threshold.
2 teams already at match point, but we need to get that dub. They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch match pointing Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you.
They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100!
Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. Zero goes down to Koiful.
Legends may have saved the day!
And now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Following up with Gems, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero.
The full 307 are back up, and they're gonna send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way!
Living! Minus! Kill again! Dead! Here come SSG!
SSG to deny Dark Zero the chance of victory. Reject Winity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2. It could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but UKF will go down as well.
Yeah, all that's ready. Hinting. In barrel.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down! No! Not much will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
But it's disguised and they're fighting up against another match point team, but Reject Winity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the first. It's going to be disguised down as well. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG, and now it's about winning one more.
Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place. Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
It will be Reject Winity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene.
Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winity.
Been a long time coming, and now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to charge on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the 1-on-1. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC-S. He still has the armor to play with. Pit's Flesh, was that on the down player? Was that on the pair that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Demon crack, what's that?
Run into it, do they try and Valcolt? Do they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime? And look how far they go, that dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity, looking to find some more. The Spitfire coming out again. Revan Esports don't care about your gold armor, sit down.
Dewa in a great spot though, they're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground.
Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're ready.
Grenading now.
Try and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP
now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spin nade.
Burning.
Val's dead. Give me dead. Valk in the air. Val's dead.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Let's go.
Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Knight now moving on GMT 6.
One more to try and get second.
Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm messing him.
Stick it. Popping.
He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. The gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. After gaming skill gauge goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and then just like that.
Let's go!
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
to go with Lahim having an angle to try and fight back with. Costanzo has been dropped. Bastion now solo 2. It's up to Lahim to hold down the line versus Brave Fanta, who just goes for the full wide swing in. Collapse though falls under the pressure. It's now a 2v2 for the time being as Heroes will look to regroup. But here comes the chase down. Brave Fanta. They have to be careful though.
They'd probably be picking up a bunch of KP themselves.
Oh well, Gravity Left gonna be the play too. Low key needs to hit those shots eventually though. It's Blues YC along the way thanks to the hand of Pana, and XNY just looking for SW.
Follow me.
Oh, nice!
No.
Nice!
Wow, I mean, they had Pana looking behind them because they were a little bit worried about the other angle, but now they pounce and it looks like they should be able to take down VP.
Yeah, this is their chance. Pana surprising many that he had the hefty hand of the 30-30. We're still watching this fight outside now, pushing forward. Here we go with a find from the Ulsang onto War Monster.
Holding position on top are actually going to start moving in now. They hear so much commotion inside, so they decide it's time to start getting in there. Unfortunately, the Radiant transfer doesn't come in time to keep low-key up.
It's such a bloodbath on the inside already. Nicholas here in cover again. Wrong, and there's the shot from Donut, but he doesn't get. Oh, there you go!
That you can do is scare people off.
Oh, eventually he is eliminated. Salutes to Donut. Num Nim though fighting for their lives. Fair Claw Gaming eliminated, and here we go. Why are the only ones standing?
Oh no!
Oh no! And Nicholas of King, and this is the chance. Oh, the ticks, you mentioned it, but
in on Barbecue, but there you go. He's in a corner.
Up to his feet, and he's ready to fight yet again. Effectively a 3v1 push. JR and XD already in a good spot. The swing comes on in, and YC putting in the work
to make that position unplayable for them, as they then have to turn around and take on Makers and X and Y.
But here comes X and Y. Now Fly, frag, gonna get thrown to. Only Thunder the answer, and that's Akuma trying to engage inside the building. X and Y is finding the first knock going now. Clutching falls, Crusader trade, and this is not one I want to watch. They're kicking in the doors, they're looking to break those spike cores, and eventually YR's devotion busts on through. They do slide on away because that's X and Y with their long rotate. Purple armor though look very deadly decisive. The Havoc, the Hemlock met the guns too.
Next circle, but most of them will not make it.
Ready to see that kill feed light on up. Barbecue though in the midst of things. And it's Ronin still.
They actually get deleted by X and Y.
Oh, another
really
one!
Want to make the most of this. True actually drop down to try and get involved in this. Is it a good decision?
Oh,
absolutely not.
YC, where did that come from? But we're not done. Who's here to pick up the rest? Caught napping there, and Limo takes advantage. Here they come with Benfu and the rest. A decent swing for the Bangalore to get behind them.
It's the name of the game. We're not in match point just yet, Dax. You do just need the points, and you got to be consistent about that.
Advantage now for no credit. They go for the push. Fast defenses.
What's he open? Did? What's he did?
Running on me. Crack one. I'll make it fast. Bang low, bang low, bang low. Bang low and high, bang low and high, low and high.
Did.
Up top.
Akuma, they are forced out by the frag. It just rolled in there, and VK Gaming waiting out the black hole to go for the push.
I mean, yeah, they committed so early when MXF were definitely not down and out yet. Are they gonna pay for that? We'll see.
Keep going gaming though. They're not out of it as of yet. Got KH still alive, but the big heavy hitters that played the zone early on, they're still here fighting for the win.
It looked like Bugi might actually be able to get back to his teammates there, but the Arcstar finishes him off, and now Serenity are a duo. They scan. They're trying to get second place here by taking out KPG, and they will at the very least do that, but that means VKG can just pop in here for an easy cleanup. Or is it?
VKG? As Bobo and the rest breaking those fences and invading the home of Savior. There is no place sacred, there is no place safe. They're ready to find the KP instead. And as Dreamfire also wants a piece of this action here, it's 4 squads fighting. MXF the first fault. X and Y has come towards Weibo Gaming. We've talked about the game of confidence. X and Y proving it again. as Jackie Chan will fall. Bobo, the last one standing, or rather, a duo standing here. He gets a knock too, and Weibo Gaming making X and Y work from it.
Access once again to one of the most feared weapon. Was that a collapse?
As X and Y eliminated here, pouncing here towards the barbecue, set up 2, spot that, try and find a knock early. Oh, and here we go again! Anything they can use for cover, they shall do so. The Moby allowing them to stay alive, but here comes SWQ making their way towards the corner. Final Dream and Akuma also watching now, but LGD getting down. Mei fighting for his life. That's Final Dream gone! And Dreamfire fading on away. Heroes though getting a piece of the action. Eventually Dreamfire eliminated.
Going in. 100 on blood. I mean, bang. 100 bang. Take. Come on, get up.
Another team coming up. I'm batting.
We'll take low. Dead. I'm down. In turn.
Crack.
Dead. Last one swing me. Oh, we do nothing. Run away. I'm dead. Shoot, squad.
Rogers has been.
Got hit by a nade there. Rando does make the trade towards barbecue. And while we see Vixaria look for cover, this is looking pretty dicey for BBQ already.
Yeah, it's not like he's got the doors upgrade there. He's like most Catalyst players going for both of the Veil ones, but doesn't have knockdowns to play behind in this 1v1.
Oh, this is gonna get close and out in the open. Now with the advantage, it's X and Y looking for more. Yukoi making them work for it, sure. But Akuma left to a solo. The sap, those placement points away with the Rat. But BK Gaming are...
That's the name of the game. We're not in match point just yet, Dax. You do just need the points, and you got to be consistent about that.
Advantage now for no credit. They go for the push past the fences.
Nothing open. Did. What's in did?
4K. It's the beginning of the end.
Punch the last guy. Punch the last guy.
It's 1 HP. It's 1 HP.
Oh my God! You guys are the best!
Nice.
Oh my go!
On that back here on the south side of the map right now. Next up, big trades. Arctic and Nags are down as they're trading away these Arc Stars here to try to get the finishes. Kinetic needs to take some time out of this fight, back away for the time being. Does some big damage here and is able to win out on that 1v1, but the third party looking to clean things up now. Kinetic over here at Market, though, this is the typical kind of pileup that we end up seeing when it comes to Skyhook here, and it's up to TSM to try and navigate this one. We do have the wall available here to try and make this cross, but I don't know how well they'll be able to utilize that, especially when you got CCE set up. But TSM, they have to survive this first wave of contact, and they will. Edger's going down.
And we'll find out exactly how far, and if that is true, as EXO are still suffering with up next. Right behind them, Bryn starts the fight off really well, taking out Nags. Almost makes the second one clip with the Havoc hitting for Flesh, and Slayers is here to pop in, still has a little bit of HP, and manages to clutch it up. That is a 2v3 from EXO Clan.
All right, well, we got a chance to take a look at Passion. Let's see and listen in as to how they approach this final zone.
Find the pill. 50 on
I'm ready. Audio is
running. I'm gonna swing that.
Crack two, back low.
Bang dead. I've got back.
I'm principal, I think. What have you got?
Right, in the team. Okay, 60.
Blood one. On your back, Zero.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
The distance was a little bit too far now. Charging forward, Koifel does have some nades to create this entry zone for them. Airburst nade now going out for Koi, but there's a Watson jet on the other side. They'll still do it manually as the Hemlock connects, the Volt connects, and now they're charging forward. No trades here.
I also love how Navi's been able to mirror the action that we saw over by Epi with them being right behind Eternal, but Passion are also creeping up right behind him as they're trying to engage on a fight versus Infinity, who have not moved from their POI.
And the timing here for Na'Vi is a really good time, right? About 15 seconds before the zone closes. First knock onto aimbot. Na'Vi charges forward, and they will be able to clean this one up.
And it seems like Na'Vi is no better. All for the worse here in terms of these two taking engagements against one another. Might just have ended both of their days.
This is the caustic gas so they can build up that space, trying to stay out of the fight for as long as possible before diving in. Bunny hopping though, but taking some of that circle.
Oh my!
He gets the knock. Can he clutch it? Can he do it? Oh my gosh, 2 knocks for Kinda. Oh, but he cannot get the last one. I mean, he was 1 shot. That still delays the rotate for Aurora as the Bangle has been called in on top of them. And now Eternal are looking to dive on them.
Man, I feel like Oxygen might be the only team that actually have economy to work with, especially when you connect with a Kraber shot like that. Falcons are out. We're down to our final 3v3. Beast the Hunt is going to get popped by Bait as now he swings in wide from the right-hand side. Moist on the other side are trying to play small here, wait this one out. If they can delay it, we do have the Rolling Thunder forcing them back. Vayne climbs up. The wall has gone through to split them up. The bifurcation might not quite work here, but they will push in for the right-hand side. Frax with the wide swing here. Connects on some damage, but it's not crucial quite yet as the slide in from Frax. No one has gone down from either side quite yet, but it's Oxygen with all the aggression. They find 2, and there is the final one. OXG, cleanup game number 5 here. Try and get this reset, but we've got multiple fights taking place right now. This might be that small shift in space for them, but no, they will get cleaned up. NRG are out.
You know they were clenching seeing that charge rifle while Weaver now weaving around the rock here. Sheeny, though, on the other side of the high ground rock, gets beamed in the split fire. Only leading one of the rings left here. Just leaving the cap, shooting at the spider so that way they can help him out at the very least because they are trying to heal up. They take care of Ape Gang, and he comes
undisputed champions of APAC South in the ALGS.
Classic response here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Bristol strikes there.
Let's go down. 1v1. 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady, he finds the target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! What the overextend? So does Kashira!
Does get spotted out. The pings go down. Oh my god!
The 360! What a beast!
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us once again, where we bear witness to the legends in the making here in APAC South. We invite some familiar teams back for another 6 games, and then we are joined by Group C. So the action continues. Dax, are you fueled enough to take on another 6 matches?
Of course! I'm super excited for another one. I see the wordplay there, Lace. I can see what team you're kind of rooting for right now, and I kind of have to agree with you. Teams like Legends Gaming, especially, Maker is going to be there too. It's back-to-back duty for them as Group A yet again plays, this time against Group C.
I know it's just been such a passionate start to today with, Legends Gaming not being where they're used to being at the top of the leaderboard, but, Makers being able to skyrocket up to the top is something that, is absolutely exceptional from them. So I think, I always talk about the snowball effect that Legends Gaming have. They start out quite small and just can't seem to get the positioning or the placement that they need. Then they start to pick things up a little bit. So, generally we see that happen about halfway through, so about in 3 matches. But you know what? Today, it might just have to be another 6 matches for them. So hopefully that, they can get something together and overtake Makers, but it's going to be incredibly exciting stuff for us today. So what we're going to do, we'll take you through exactly how the format works, just in case you aren't already aware. Let's take a look.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
And we love a triple round robin because we get to see teams play again and again, Dax. So as we take a look at our schedule, we are now on day 3. So about, halfway. We're itching closer to the finals as we speak. This is our second 6 matches of the day as we have groups A and C battle it out, Dax. So there's still a lot more Apex to come.
Look, I just can't believe that the split is going so quickly. It's like we just started a week ago. And we did. That's the thing. Now we have that doubleheader yet again. Group A still, they have so much work to do right now. And I'm very excited to see, Alace, if we can see the teams that have to make this endurance run happen. Can they step up to the plate again and be at the top spot?
It's ever changing here in APAC South with, teams that you may not think can sort of climb up the ranks. But, we are seeing that today, knocking out a couple of, heavy hitter teams, by the likes of Weibo, where they were huge contenders, in our matches. They are not doing as we thought they were. But, that makes room for the likes of Makers, for example. But here is our lobby for today. So we obviously have a fair few teams returning from the 6 matches played before. So we see the likes of Makers and Legends Gaming and Kill Devil come back into play, along with Bear Claw Gaming. They did exceptional in the last couple of matches there, Dax and Boogie Borders. They're just finding their feet, so they might be exceptional here as well. Why don't you take us through this lobby C and who's going to be joining in on these heavy-hitting teams?
My pleasure there, Lace. And first things first, we got to point out someone new into the scene. Evo's Predator, formerly known as Lightning Unicorn are going to be coming into the matchup. They struggled as a duo last time around, but now EVOS, I do believe they've re-signed and returned Nutsuru-sama into active competition. We're going to be seeing that later on if that's going to be the case. Of course, also standouts from last time around, X and Y, their return to one of the strongest showings so far, making it to the top 4 spot in terms of the full leaderboard here, Lace. And you got Great Fanta, you got remarkable team standouts also from the Pro League qualifiers.
I must say, I missed that Lightning Corn logo. It was one of my favorites. But it's good to see a couple of these teams, being picked up and noticed by a lot of these organizations. Is an absolutely amazing thing for teams to sort of do that. And yeah, as you said, Lightning Unicorn, now changed names. They were running as a duo. So hopefully something can come about them heading into today, because it has been a little bit difficult for them thus far. We're going to have a look exactly where our teams will be landing. Obviously, we have the brand new POI drafts. So let's take it away with Rain Day and show you exactly how everything has changed.
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
Of course, we love changes in Apex, but this format, I guess, changes are great because it evens the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POI styles. We obviously saw in our first 6 matches, Dax, that a lot of people prioritize Storm Point for their POI picks.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, there are also a few teams that really want to go for World's Edge first and foremost. And from what we've seen so far, when you don't get the usual rotation path that you'd like, you have to make those backup plans be possible. We saw that from Legends Gaming, right? They had to play the mill because Dreamfire took Sito Station away from them. Both squads also trying to figure things out, suss things out, and understand where to go. And it makes such a big difference right now, given the fact that you can't just practice one single path, one single spot, and then go for it. Also, it's a little bit safer coming into the early game because contests, they're not as close as before with teams unable to land on each other.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. I've been watching a fair few games with a lot of teams sort of jumping into the POI drafts, right? And Tridents being, something that I guess is a little pot of gold. And a lot of teams will drop at their respective spots, but try to start a fight right near Tridents. So it's very interesting to see that. But Dax, take us through exactly where our groups A and C will be landing for World's Edge.
And most importantly right now to watch out for stacks yet again out of hand here for Makers. It's Boogie Borders with the second pick taking that one away, and could be the same axis towards Dome, towards the big mod areas. We saw that happen a while ago, given the fact that no one actually took those POIs. With that being said, Lace, Makers go to Siphon, and there you go. Great Fanta also there in Siphon West. 2 squads ready to contest, but we saw a while ago there was no need to fight between Makers and Weibo Gaming, for example.
Yeah, and Legends Gaming, you know, they always prioritize Stormpoint, and seems like that they will be having landside this time. In our previous matches, you know, they were forced to fight out of Geyser, which, you know, in my eyes, I would definitely not pick that if there was Maud or Dome on the cards. So, you know, this is something where we might see it pick up a little bit for them going into these games. You know, joining us, Great Fanta with Siphon West, I think might be huge for them. They're definitely going to need to, I guess, fight a little bit today. Gino, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Having a look at those, looking at our World's Edge beacon spots, we've got quite a few, I guess, teams again, maybe prioritizing Stormpoint. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely a couple. It's been interesting to see. Teams have been going back and forth on that. Yeah, I think it's such a new part of ALGS that we're going to see a lot of change throughout this first split as teams adapt to it and actually work out what is worth prioritizing it. Is it one map? You know, is it the circles that we keep seeing? Is it a play style that the team's familiar with? So much to go over.
Yeah, and a team that I'm going to definitely be keeping a close eye on, introducing like one of our newer teams, guys. So they're not new to Apex, let's say that, but, you know, bringing us the fizziest of competition is none other than Grape Fanta. So this Australian team ascended through Challenger Circuit and placed 8th in the Split 2 qualifiers. So we've got Collapse, Nico, and Loki making up this formidable team. Loki, I believe, is being a former coach for Ironblood Gaming, is back to prove he can do it all, exhibiting such strategy and adaptive gameplay. And Collapse actually generally plays Bloodhound, showing incredible teamwork and communication when the pressure is high. And adding on Nico's signature legends, we've noticed that Nico has played a little bit of Conduit, something that is not generally chosen by a lot of our teams going into Pro League. You know, most of the time we're seeing Watsons or Catalyst, but I've noticed that Nico has been flexing both Conduit and Catalyst going through these matches. So we might see a slight change there. But, you know, they're sitting about 14th on the series scoreboard. So they're showing consistency. But, you know, strong players individually, I believe, but they really need to hone in as a team to make their mark.
Yeah, interesting to see from them. And quickly before we get into the next game, just wanted to have a quick think about another team that we've got, Kill Devil, that's been doing very well so far. This team has basically just, you know, looked at Reject. You know, they've just won a LAN. They're doing incredible. And they've really taken that playstyle and run with it. And, you know, running the sort of the Blood, the Bang, the Watson, they have been keeping that, you know, really strong. And, okay, might have to go straight to the game here, guys. It looks like we've got teams fighting immediately. World's Edge, Siphon. It's happening straight away, Dax. Let's not try and miss too much of the action with Makers. Sorry, we only caught the end of that one, but they actually get taken out straight away by Lace's pick, Great Fanta.
I mean, Lace is cheering really in the background here, but there's a reason why they run that Conduit, because they're a team willing to fight for Siphon. And to the surprise of Makers, he didn't expect Great Fanta to head towards them. Look at that comp that they're running, so different from everyone else, Genome. You got the Horizon, always good for that verticality in Siphon. You have that Conduit for the insta-shields, Bloodhound too, and with it, Great Fanta remove the winners from the last set from this lobby right now.
Gone already. But I mean, hey, look, Makers had a slow start to last season as well. You know, maybe it'll be a late charge to the front, to the victory for them here in our second set of the day. Let's see, Boogie Board is having a little bit of a rough start there too. And of course, that comes off the back of Akuma, who are a duo today, apparently. So, unfortunately, just having to play with Fussy and Crusader as if, you know, the start of their campaign to make it to our second LAN was not already in dire straits. Dax, that is a rough one.
Effectively, they're the team that can really greet Boogie Boarders here. You saw them head towards Big Mud, left to a duo. Some of the rosters we've seen so far swap on the round. All eyes are on Legends Gaming right now. Geyser didn't work out for them. Landslide instead. Somewhere a little bit more familiar, but Legends Gaming, they hear a team flying towards their way. Warbots of Firebird on the outside now.
Okay, so these guys are going to go up against each other in this tunnel. Do they really want to take this early fight? I mean, just by the looks of where this zone is pulling, it could very well be a fight for God Spot Dax here. And if Almost a Fiber can hold on to this, but they've got to watch out. Someone's creeping up on them. Virtus Pro looking to have a good game. Sharky needs to go for this Evo Harvester to give them the blues, and they're going to be ticking towards blue as they take this first fight here, Dax. And that's actually kind of important because if you would have noticed, if you take damage while you are upgrading your Evo, you don't get the free sell, right? Like, it doesn't automatically just give you, it will stop that regeneration. So, that said, Virtus Pro, as a Watson team, look to have taken the Caravan Fences position over. This is massive, and a massive win for a team who needs, a good performance here today to make up for their shocking start to the split.
Yeah, rough is an understatement there for Virtus Pro from last weekend. But Sharky, he's still stable on the Bangalore. I do want to point out, Way's the one on the Bloodhound. Now Pricey moving over to the control role to play that Watson. You said it a while ago, perhaps that God spot, whether the Caravan Camp or where War Monster Firebird is at least Virtus Pro can make their position secure coming into the next few rings here.
Yeah, and that's a very good thing to be pointing out there. A shift on the roles for this team. I mean, we've seen other teams do that. I'm gonna be honest here. I think it actually doesn't work out more often than not. How often is the issue with the player's role rather than the player themselves? Well, that remains to be seen. But certainly in terms of how they've started that one off, props there to VP. Now X and Y are going to be taking up a nice little spot in the choke here between Landslide and Monument. This can be a tough spot to play, honestly, because you've got teams that can come at you from either way at any point in time. If you can hold on to it, Dax, you can definitely get some good KP out of it, but I don't think it's an easy one to play from.
Yeah, agree with you. And especially if you watch how X and Y plays their back row, usually they have a destination set. And when they lose out in these kind of games, is when they actually get third-partied along the way, when they get found mid-rotation. It's been a bit of their weakness, because coming into those final circles, their microfights are always so strong with XD calling the action. So watch out for X and Y here, Genome. I pointed them out a while ago before we started our first series. There's a reason why eyes are on X and Y right now.
Absolutely. JR being called one of the most underrated players in the entire region. And I don't think it's just him either, honestly. This team is solid across the board. Here's that position we were talking about with Virtus Pro. Well, you get a glimpse of it. I'm sure we'll be back there later, because honestly, they're probably just going to be sitting there tight for most of the game, unless they get really pushed in hard. Through here, over at Monument. This is one of the up-and-coming teams that we did keep our eyes on. Hoping that they could make a splash, be one of those teams that comes out of, the Challenger circuit, really makes a name for themselves and says, no, we are a Pro League team. We deserve to be here. We're going to stay here. You got to keep yourself above those bottom 8 spots. That's where teams do get relegated. Of course, going into, the second half of the year, well, it's not as certain, I guess, that you'll get your Pro League spot sort of handed back to you. When we're trying to cast our heads ahead to year 5, but it certainly helps having one of those positions.
Yeah, another year with the incredible Genome there. I love it already. The thing is, the remarkable team, fellow alumni nearby, putting the pressure on to True. We shift over though to Heroes. Talking about perhaps a few role swaps here and there for them too. And in the meantime, True has been eliminated by a remarkable team, and a team that only played 11 games from last weekend, making such a big splash with a unique composition. Here they go, already wiping the floor of one squad now.
Oh no, and we've got a zone shift. It's actually away from VP. So, well, pretty much, I feel like all the other ones we've had so far this season, Dax, have actually pulled in that direction, down south, around there. But no, this one actually goes a little more north. So maybe the position that X and Y were holding that we saw earlier is the more covetable position. Heroes, of course, we didn't see them in our first split today, or our first series, I should say, today. So they'll be fresh and ready to come out of the blocks here, put all their effort into these 6 games, and try and get back-to-back LAN appearances.
Yeah, the usual fresh versus warm-up situation. Group A playing their 7th game today. Group C, first one on the board. Talking about the ring. With X and Y in position, we've seen teams like Boogie Borders do well from up top the train tracks that is accessible to them. Kill Devil, though, you mentioned them a while ago, Genome, and they're basically at the borderline right now for LAN in terms of their position, right? 7th place in the standings, and it's already been a good run for them so far compared to Split 1 where they were dead last.
Crazy turnaround, isn't it, honestly? And that's why, unfortunately, we didn't quite get time before, you know, teams contesting each other. It's not always going to happen anymore. We don't expect it all that often, but of course, when you do have the double siphon POIs picked, it's always a possibility. But yeah, if that hadn't have happened, we might have had a bigger look into sort of, you know, how Kill Devil have managed to end up in this great spot that they have so far. And one of the reasons is that they've just been so good at playing out circles close to them, right? They've been banking on it by going for that Watson pick. And every single time that's happened, Dax, they have converted. They have not dropped the ball once when it comes to circles that have spawned close to their POI. They have always managed to not only get a reasonable placement, but also, you know, usually 1 or 2 squad wipes along with it.
All I'm going to point out is they have 20 more points already compared to their Split 1 run. So great to see Kill Devil do work with it. Barbecue, though, on the other hand, seems like Fortman has changed his name. It's Lulu Home now on the Watson here, and Barbecue seeing them play something a bit more standard now. No patties here. It's a Watson comp, and it's good to see Barbecue succeed in that fight.
Yeah, they've routed Evo's Predator here. Of course, that is the new name for previously Lightning Unicorn. A team that we've had in APAC South for a while. Not the same lineup, but certainly as far as Gopgaps goes, he is essentially the remaining core member. And we did get that inclusion of Nutsuru Sama, by the way. We were wondering, you know, if that was going to come back in with losing their 3rd. They've had to try and replace him. And,
yeah,
well, I don't think you could find a much better Thai replacement player than Nutsuru Sama, frankly.
You know that you willed this pick up to existence, Genome.
100%.
Yeah, you called his name when we were talking about Player K last time around, last weekend. I was like, what a name drop by Genome, and then suddenly Nutsuru Sama signed to Evo's Predator? Insane. They really are the master of APAC South for a good reason, but it's a struggle for Evo's Predator. They're only left to a single player, so maybe we'll see that sniping prowess later on, but look at the shift now towards the ring, and remarkable team in the middle of all the things here.
That's kind of crazy. This is like a throwback zone, Dax. I mean, if this, previously when we've had these kind of zones, they've ended at like the northeast buildings in Monument. Yeah. It'd be crazy if we went back there.
I mean, those two twin buildings right now, HKUF and Kill Devil have it. SWQ, on the other hand, suffering the wrath of MDY. We saw MDY just a while ago before that long break jump up to that 5th spot after an incredible game. Some big moments from MDY. Augenstern providing most of it too. They're still a force to be reckoned with, but beyond that, 18 squads, Virtus Pro, they gambled on the camp. They have to move now.
Well, all I can say is thank God for SWQ, because when we've got them in the lobby, all of a sudden we don't have to change our graphics around. No longer do we have that 100% bang blood pick rate there with the very off-meta Wraith and Crypto coming out in addition to the Watson. A very interesting composition running for that Chinese team. As we just saw, Virtus Pro, they get the early information. They're not bamboozled. You know, they know that they're going to have to make a move, and perhaps it's against War Monster Firebird, who were set up over the other side of the tracks from them. We're going to get a lot more action in Monument. Usually this is just a very transitory sort of POI, Dax, where you've got teams, you know, they'll fight in here as they're rotating from, say, south to north or the opposite. But this time, finally, they're having to try and bunker down like we've got a good old Skyhook zone you saw enough of last week.
There's a lot of downtime, really, but you know that these teams will make the streets bloody as soon as that ring forces them in. I do want to point out also SWQ. If I remember correctly from last split, they also tried to make these kind of raid compositions work on World's Edge. Do wonder if that experiment will continue into further maps. Heroes, though, isn't seen here by Limo. And the Heroes now absolutely in trouble. They tried to set up evac tower, but they're cornered right now. The Knuckle Cluster also making it difficult for Heroes to even move. Outside Bear Claw, these two teams looking to send it. And there you go, Heck on the board from afar. Heroes left to a solo now.
Oh no, not a good start here from Heroes under immense pressure from MVY, from Bearclaw Gaming. Set up in X Construction there. So we've had a wild ring shift. This is going to be something I haven't really seen before. I mean, I've been watching a reasonable amount of scrims, Dax. Like, I've been getting the reps in terms of, you know, watching these zones all around the map, and I don't think I've seen an endgame that finishes here in the middle of Monument before.
If that's the case, add that in 2 ring guessers soon. But War Monster Firebird, you were watching Legends Gaming like hawks, and they do take them down. But here comes Virtus Pro on a rampage now. Sharky's on it like a bullet. X and Y, they'll find a barbecue elsewhere. And here comes trouble. That ring looking even closer and closer to a remarkable team. But X and Y have Vegas Inferno to deal with on the other side of their side.
Yeah, X and Y looking fine, honestly. Virtus Pro, there was a moment there where it looked like BCG might be pushing up and taking advantage of them, but this has happened a couple of times, you know. BCG, they move out of position just to try and see if there's a quick, you know, sort of kill. But this time, they pull back, they play their position. VP have to make their rotation into the middle of Monument right now. Let's see how exactly they do it.
All good. So I'm sliding forward, no smoke.
Yeah, let's keep walking forward, keep walking forward.
So on this, they're looking at us.
Yeah, that's fine. Can we go left side and maybe fight bridge?
Yeah, I've scanned 7. That's in there.
Yeah, we can play that. We're just gonna clear Monument.
We might just have to play slow here for a second.
We third bridge, Come, follow me.
Follow me. Left real quick.
Thank you. In front of me. Hound.
Got it, cracked.
Yeah, scan forward. Fight bridge. It's free. Safe for me.
Look at Pete,
We got kills forward. In front of him. Crack down. I'm taking a nade in my car.
We should set up.
Look at this. Oh, I'm gonna shut inside. Yeah, I'm coming to you.
They've got Jen there.
Yeah, we're fine. Full safe for me. Full safe right side.
Phoenix. I only have one back.
Yeah. We're gonna have to go to the defense line. Yeah. Okay. Can we look to kill that team on the left?
Okay. I'm 2-1, bro. I'm 1-1. Where are we safe at?
I drop full self Sharky. We're safe on U-Way.
Okay. They can shoot your toes. Be careful.
Yep.
I think we just have to like half AFK, bro. Like we're gonna get drained.
Yeah.
We're gonna get drained. I'm 8-1 Phoenix.
I need Southway. I'm 1-1.
I'm 9-1.
Yeah.
I'm 5-1. 46% off fucking. 46% on bang out. I mean.
This line is safe, but like, it's fucking terrible. They just rest somewhere. They caught an Moby in the pit.
Maybe. Yeah. I can try and throw bursts on it, but.
This team on the right is like looking for us as well. What did you say?
We just fight it.
That might be the play. No, every team's full.
Okay.
I think we just go for the fence line and we have to fight our right side, bro. Phoenix, wait.
Yeah.
Give me the Phoenix.
Yeah, they're getting shit on.
Yep.
150 on blood.
That's all you. Looking for it together. We're crossing on the bridge and like smoking midway and maybe going for this corner. This corner's pretty good with Watson Gen.
Okay.
Can we go?
Yeah.
We're gonna get to this truck here.
Let's go.
Smoke. Let's go. I'm getting above you, placing Gen. Yeah.
Up and down.
They go jump on.
Gen, please.
Look, kills.
I'm full healing.
Killed one.
I'm healing.
Yeah.
Wrapping our right side.
Just chill behind the car.
Yeah.
Look right.
Yeah, they gotta climb here.
Yeah, kill one on the right. Nate.
Thanks.
Oh fuck.
Such a tough rotation here for Virtus Pro. The black hole doesn't even help matters now. And Sharky, the only one still standing, can hear the calls. Watch your toes. Watch the push. Sharky now found. He's gonna get drowned by Loki. And Virtus Pro gonna get eliminated. We're down to 7 as this ring closes in again. Great Fanta looking to find a corner to work with here.
Yeah, it was a good call there from Pricey to get them into that position under the bridge. The third party worked out, but unfortunately, they played for a very different position right from the start of the game, and it meant that the cards were stacked against them from there on. A couple of points, honestly, in that very late change to the plan is not so bad. Great Fanta, however, stunning start to our second series here.
Here we go
12
again.
Points already?
Yeah, like, remember last time they started off a set like this? Double digits points, second place there, and an incredible effort from Great Fanta. In that last fight too, I just want to point out, bow check from Nicholas. Watch out for how some marksman really Great Fanta is as a team. Luahan to escape! Oh, he was so close to getting into cover, but heck, finding him there. Loki also pitching in. Two squads looking at Kill Devil right now as Bearclaw have taken the spot away from a Remarkable team and have a setup now. Push from Fenfu. Devotion looking to let it ring. Can't hit the shots though.
Alright. Needs to get that medkit on as well. With the zone starting to close in here. And Great Fanta have not only locked down most of the lobby at this point, but they also have most of the remaining zone. Everyone else is kind of stuck within this building compound here, Dax. Great Fanta are on the outside looking in the best kind of way.
Effectively, everyone here, tenants. Great Fanta, the landlord who gets to watch from afar. And we start things off for the vacancy fight with Fenfu finding one. Devotion goes brrr, and Ogden's third, the first to fall. MDY already gone. Kill Devil done too. They're down to 4, but Bearclaw looking to make a case for themselves yet again. So close, a single point away from winning last set. HKUF gonna be gone too. 3 now remaining. The gen here for Bearclaw to work with as we watch Remarkable team also nearby, setting up some gas traps to help with.
Okay, Bearclaw got to pile on in a little bit of high ground, but for how long? Great Fanta trying to close in some angles. Collapse with the golden Nemi. Oh my god, even an Arcstar stick through the window from Loki!
What did we just witness? Nicholas 2, a nade from afar, and Great Fanta is feeling it right now. Game 1's looking always good for them. Bearclaw though still with the setup. The Remarkable team is trying to lie in wait with the Caustic. Here comes Nicholas yet again. Lima the first to fall. The rest of Bearclaw will follow on suit. This time around, nothing can stop Great Fanta. This is their game to win, and they will get it here. Great Fanta takes map number 1.
Oh my god, they had so many kills at the start to close that out with a win. These guys are going to be on top of the world. This is the potential we were promised.
I'm not sitting here going, come on, Great Fanta. It's fine. It's so fine. Everyone did excellent, but Great Fanta, Dags, bubbling to the occasion. It has been tough for them to secure a win. Last week they were always getting so close, but just never actually getting a win. So it's just exciting to see their chemistry improve this week and the KP that they collected along the way.
Should I even talk here, Lace, really? It was your pick. And there you go. Map number 1. 15 kills. First place. This is a rocket ship. Really strapped on to Great Fanta right now. And everyone doing work coming into that set. Even Genome was so happy to see that stick from Loki. But to begin with, we had to move on from the pre-panel straight to the fight. The Conduit special. That extra bit of shielding helping that out early on, and that was the Great Fanta momentum that they needed to work with to keep going into the game.
Yeah, so, I talked about how the Conduit pick is usually their World's Edge selection and then swap over to Catalyst later on, so it definitely seems to be working for them this time. They just had the outskirts and could just collect things along the way, absolutely decimating all in their path. Bearclaw Gaming have had, this is their 7th game of the day. It's only going to have a little bit of fatigue set in, but, Great Fanta biding their time along this fence line. It was only a matter of time until they collected this win.
Yeah, and the most impressive part is how responsible Great Fanta was coming into that fight. They don't overcommit, they use nades well, and them shutting down any outliers like Virtus Pro was such a big deal to cover their flanks. Big reason why they're at the top spot right now. 27 points in total here for Great Fanta. Loki with 8 kills, 7 from Nicholas too, and it's a big deal for the Conduit. Sure, Collapse didn't get any of those takedowns, but it doesn't matter. 1.7 damage for him. It's a big game here for Great Fanta.
Yes, he's, QLab's opened up the scans and being able to, notify each member where they are, and just it's a matter of time for Loki and Nico just to sort of take in and collect those kills. But remarkable, obviously another team sort of joining us today as well, collecting 12 kills themselves, Dax, and a second position. So that is absolutely huge for our Group C teams that have, the passion still because they didn't have to do another 6 matches. But again, Bear Claw Gaming with 9 kills in third place. They've been doing well throughout today, and they're definitely still showing up now. Here we are, Grape Fanta, 27 points with 15 kills.
Stick a fork into it, Lace. Look at the kill points right now. Multiples of 3. Great Fanta getting 15. Remarkable team. And interesting enough, it was 4 kills per person for Remarkable team, 3 kills per person for Bear Claw Gaming. Things are looking mathematical right now, but the fact of the matter is, it's such a big game for both Great Fanta and Remarkable team. Standouts that I said a while ago coming in from the PLQs. Bear Claw Gaming also. Momentum from that first set. Their World's Edge games have been some of their best so far, and right now, within the top 3 still, they're making a good case to be in the top spots for today here.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro there, coming in at 7th, they were circling around the outside of Monument. They collected about 5 KP and a couple of teams along the way. And I guess they did have to make that difficult decision whether to third party the team on Bridge. And then, you guys were talking, it's difficult to make their way into Monument with that zone pull. So it was looking really good for them, but I guess making that rotation in sort of caught them off guard there. I still feel like we're going to see way more from them because that was such a exceptional first game for them, where we've seen last week, they are a little bit of not a slow burning team, but, they usually don't do too much in the first couple of games. So, they had a cracker of a first match as well.
Yeah, there's always that possibility. I do want to point out also some names right now to throw on forward X and Y. They've died again coming in from those northern rotations coming into Monument. It's happened last week. It's been one of their struggles, but they did get at least 4 KP along the way. Akuma playing as a double, making it top 10. Pretty much a standout at least, but we've seen really duos have such a hard time coming into these kind of sets to find longevity. But the fact of the matter here is, Lace, you are an oracle about Great Fanta. And of all the people to really top frag right now, it's basically a former coach doing so much work. Loki looking so good with his new squad, and the potential for Great Fanta pretty much limitless right now from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. I made a joke saying, player turned coach back turn to a player, but it gives Loki that knowledge, being able to sit there as a coach and watch teams and just be able to absorb all that knowledge and bring that back in for Pro League is exceptional in itself. But yeah, they've found it a little bit tough at the start, but then to just hone in and just do a decimating first match is huge from them. As we take a look at our legend picks and what we're seeing throughout this, get rid of that caustic. Okay, that's all I needed to say. But it was really, Conduit, the only Grape Fanta, the only team sort of picking that, but doing such damage with Conduit, being able to just absolutely regenerate those shields and go back into a fight is what set them apart today.
I gotta agree with you, Lace. Group C bringing the unique compositions SWQ also with Wraith, Crypto, Remarkable team with the caustic that you don't like so much. Valkyrie gonna be there too, and at least the graphic isn't broken now because we get variety here. So it's not perfect for Bloodhound and Bangalore compared to the A versus B mashup. I still want to point out here though, Lace, that Fuse has overtaken Catalyst truly coming into APAC-S. Watson still though the controller of choice here for many of the teams.
Yeah, Watson combating those Fuse picks, so that's probably why we've seen like an influx of that. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take one short break, and we're going to be back for Groups A versus C for match number 2. Welcome back, everyone. Groups A versus C. Game 1 of 6 completed. And I didn't give the caster's curse to Great Fanta, and they took out the win on World's Edge for our first game with a huge 15 kill points.
Come on, Lace. You're basically an angel with a Maggie voice right now. You gave the casters blessing. It happens from time to time, and come on, Genome has been giving the caster curses all throughout the day, so someone needed to be the positivity here. But you said it. Great Fanta, another big game to kick off a set. I wonder how long it will last, or this time around, have they watched the tape, saw some of the problems that they had coming into later maps and storm points, and looked to even improve, because that was just chef's kiss right there, Lace. It was some of the best performances we've seen from this team in, I think, ever, really.
Yeah, so I said, you know, they're really good players individually, and their only issue was coming together and having the cohesion as a team. So it seems like they have done something. They've watched the VODs back. They've definitely spoken about it, because that game just showed them working so well together. You know, we also have to touch on Remarkable Team as well. They're sitting in at second place with 21, so they're not too far away from, you know, Great Fanta. I believe, did they have, was it 13 kills possibly? You know, and that's another notable mention to them, second place with a huge chunk of KP.
Yeah, 12 KP there from Remarkable Team, and notably some incredible caustic play, even though you don't like it too much. It was so good to just make sure that they had always a slice of that building to work with, even when they had to go for the res, even when BCG invaded half of their location. It was still enough for Remarkable to work with, and some great patience under the staircase, really giving them a chance to at least make it to the top 2.
Yeah, and interesting to see that, you know, they're also got the Valk pick as well. So, you know, we know I don't like Caustic, but whatever works for them is good enough for me. But yeah, having a Valk pick, which is a very unusual choice, you know, especially when bringing in evac towers and trying to make rotations there. So something Remarkable Team knows that we don't. But you know what? Can they back it up again in our second match? It's going to be exciting to see. Bearclaw Gaming sitting in at third. So, you know, are they going to be able to do it again? Let's find out now as we head to match number 2 back on World's Edge.
We're flying in for a reason here, guys, because you expect Great Fanta to engage against Makers here. Immediately, it's a contest, and Siphon shot there from Asia. Stemozam doing a bit of work, but Makers now getting peppered here. It's a bit of danger, sure, but Nemesis Asia's from afar. Great Fanta, the ones in danger here, Genome. Makers making them work for it, truly.
Yeah, I mean, the last game, you've got to remember, that was built on the corpses of Makers with that great fight win to start with. The Great Fanta taking some losses early on, but that said, Asia's is down to literally 1 health.
This is
they go for the res. They've got so much space. Surely they get him. Do they not know where he is?
Yeah, you gotta listen to the commentary, Genome. He's won, literally won. Great Fanta searching, but Makers makes an escape with Asia's. They're pinging, though. They know, perhaps, with the Bloodhound passive, where he's going for. The chase is on, courtesy of Great Fanta. But yet again, Great Fanta winning the fight on the contest here.
Well, hilariously, Dexter, I was like, wait, aren't 2 of them down? Because I was watching him move on the map. Dexter crawled onto the gondola, and even while knocked, actually managed to kind of make it out of the fight. So there is a chance that Asia could actually come and pick him up, but I don't know if he's going to go for it. Could be a little too risky.
I mean, Loki's looking around right now. They have an inkling of what's going on, especially given that Tram has delivered Dexter across. You also get a survey beacon scan too. He is so far off, right behind this caravan here. The Great Fanta, from the matchup against Barbecue last time around, Genome, they're very familiar of checking out the west of Siphon 2, and they might find him here.
I mean, I just like that Dexter's... It's like he's so spiteful right now. He's crawled out all the way over here to be like, you can't even have my 2 shield cells. But they do eventually find him, and Loki will loot a very small amount of goodies, I imagine, he has in that death box. However, Makers get out with just Asia's, but that's another game that's gone begging for them, and another good start for Great Fanta, not only getting, you know, some KP, but control of Siphon. They can use that to try and grab as much Evo as they want before not having to even move too far because the zone is shifting maybe somewhat similar to, I mean, you know, we saw a zone that ended up on the train tracks and around there before. And this one similarly is centered around tree, but would pull up a little bit. Let's see where Remarkable team going game 2 after a remarkable game 1.
Yeah, a ring similar to game number 2 a while ago here in game number 2. What are the odds of that? The Remarkable team, Lace was talking about a while ago, having the Valkyrie for faster rotations. You can also prioritize other devices like the Moby Respawn Beacon coming into the extra utility you'll have. So Remarkable team moving on in now. Getting past Great Fanta. They'll take the command center here of Siphon so far. As teams like Legends Gaming, War Monster Firebird, who's effectively a duo right now, SWQ jockeying for position into the next ring here.
And the fact that they're already nice and set up here means they can scout around with the crypto drone. Oh, SWQ.
He was going for it.
Yeah, it looks like they are actually looking for a push here onto War Monster Firebird.
Trying to see if they can actually get a kidnap play going, but they take half the house away. And now with the extra numbers, Crazy Kong with a beautiful swing. Shark, the first to fall there. Next going to be on the list, Azu, found by Player K, and GG indeed, SWQ. A good portal in play to take this house away.
Very well done by SWQ, an aggressive push there. Coming in over the top. Take out War Monster Firebird. EMP kind of helping set that one up as well. So there'll be neighbors now with Legends Gaming. You can see in the other house down the bottom. Be another 2 minutes before we work out whether that's a good space to be or not. Remember the other circle we saw earlier today, very similar, but it did end up pulling up and up and up.
North has been the direction for these kind of rings. Great Fanta though, locked in. And Akuma, the duo, destroyed now by Great Fanta. This is Great Fanta making a big case for themselves, Gino, right now. 31 points. And moving in for even more. This has been such a strong showing from Loki and the rest, and we are just getting started coming into game number 2 here.
Yeah, that's like 31 points at the start of game 2. Are you kidding me? That's insane. That's already stitching up like, like I don't think they can get lower than top 5 this series.
We'll keep an eye out on that. I do want to point out also, Makers, this is a familiar spot for them. They don't really lose the contests. Weibo Gaming avoided that in our last set, but you remember how they recovered into Storm points with back-to-back wins. They've had tough World's Edge maps today, and it does continue right now as they're left to a duo trying to find a position. X and Y though, oh, that has to hurt. Evo's Predator watching from above, courtesy of the train tracks. Now they're gonna go for the push into staging. Quick little Muller though, that's the play. Bang Fafa fifth, erasing XD from existence. X and Y now left to a solo here, and really Evo's Predator looking to play as a trio today.
Actually popping some cells here to see if they can get the finish onto YC, but I'm not sure they have the bead. Oh, they do spot him out in the end. You've got Bang Fafa fifth. Oh. He's popped Beast of the Hunt here just to try and get him. Matches the speed of the other Bloodhound, but YC gets away on about 70 health. And it's probably not worth it for them to push this any further. Better to just go and hit the beacons over at staging, do some crafting, loot those banners, or loot the death boxes, I should say, and get on going with their plans. Now, okay, we've once again had a bit of a bamboozle sort of circle here. Going a little bit top, a little bit centered, as we see Evo's Predator getting on top of the ring console, getting that information. I think this is actually a really good spot for them to come in on the north as well, because they'll hit that, then they'll hit the man scan, and that will give them the information that, you know, the train tunnel is free, Dax. That's probably a free walk-in towards the end of this. You know, we saw someone do that earlier near Ghost Town and grab a second out of that. I think it was LGD Gaming. Could be a similar sort of situation that Evo's Predator can play here.
And by effect, they're actually camping the dead boxes of X and Y right now. as YC was considering it to begin with. I do want to point out though, the ring like this, it's possible for True to just move south from their position, late towards those train traps, and get a good spot into the future. Kill Devil though, their chance now to shine. Loki gone. This is big here for Kill Devil. They're harassing the leaders of the lobby here. Got in the KP, secured onto Loki. Nicholas also gone, and Great Fanta, after such a good start, they've been demolished here by KD.
Well, it might go out, but I mean, even with that, they still start with a couple of KP, right? Like, actually, the Collapse is still alive, so they're not completely down and out. And not only that, but because they were running Conduit for the contest, there is a chance to replicate. It's going to be hard though. Collapse, he's actually not going towards the replicator dome, which as far as I can see is probably the only one that he would even have a chance to get his teammates back into the game.
Yeah, it's awkward. Where do you even go? Towards the ring with that replicator. The other replicator north of Lava Siphon, you have to negatively rotate just to get to the respawn beacon. So it's awkward for Great Fanta. Very unfortunate and honestly very well done by Kill Devil. But you saw there, Evo's Predator. You mentioned it a while ago, Genome. They have so much northern priority right now, and it's the safe rotation in until they meet through there on that bank.
Now, this is where we saw the game end up last time. The circle, that circle was a lot more towards Harvester, though. This one is definitely shifting more towards, I want to say like MDY, where HKUF, that is sitting above the entrance of the train tunnel that comes out on the tree side. The, you know, we've got a mountain sort of separating the rest of the circle from the train station. I feel like it's very unlikely to end up on the thermal station side of things. It's more likely to go towards, say, True. Yeah. You know, they're holding the position that the Bear Claw Gaming had when they won this circle.
The fence is really providing a lot of protection, and it's the same kind of setup that we saw from BCG a while ago. Speaking of Bear Claw now, they're actually harassing Heroes there by the train tracks. Barbecue also creeping on in, and Heroes is the one spotting them from above. True is going to be a witness from afar here through the fences. They see it coming, but Barbecue, though, on the other hand, now they're going to move because of the Rolling Thunder. They spot one inside the convoy. Here comes trouble towards Heroes. Two already down by the hand of Barbecue. A push now through the fences. They don't care. They want to get in there. And a big chance for Barbecue to get even more KP as Heroes are being wiped away now.
Some well-set fences there. Even the pro players can't deal with them. They just have to walk straight through them and tank the damage to get in. That's the sign of a good Watson if you're forcing them to do that. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough to keep them at bay.
Bastions is above this right now, and the ring shifts again. We were talking about how True had the position for quite a while, and look at that. It's looking likely for True again.
Crazy. It's actually so similar to the other ring we saw, even though I want to say, you know, like zones 2, zones 3 were quite different than what we saw last time, or at least enough different than we saw last time. It's very much headed back in a similar direction. So that means, of course, teams like Heroes, who are respawning on the top of the train tracks right now, but unfortunately they could only get one of the banners. So that means only one coming back in.
Yeah, Lahim was
They're
the
in a
one
good spot though,
able to pick it up, and you said it. They have a good position, but the number is going to be a struggle. And if Barbecue finds a way up, then it's a chance for them to go for the send outside the ring, though. Outside the ring itself. They're going to have to fly on in with the balloon. They gamble towards Thermal. It's going to be a bit of a tough rotation, actually, because how many teams are in front of them? HKUF, MDY, Vegas Inferno, as well as Remarkable Team. It's danger afoot as soon as outside the ring lands here.
Well, you can see Watson fences everywhere. I mean, there's such a clear signal from the air of what spots are open and what are not. A little bit harder to see the caustic traps from the air, and so as a result they drop on top of the caustic team, Remarkable Team, Tree. Meanwhile, Kill Devil over here at Siphon are getting into a three-way fight with Bearclaw Gaming and Virtus Pro.
Big shift now as Kill Devil have found Bearclaw Gaming. Big knocks onto Fensplay especially. And ARCstar gonna get a lot. Bearclaw Gaming gonna get eliminated, but Virtus Pro making a good fight now. Boogie Borders also wanting a slice of this pie versus Virtus Pro. A big knock, a big shot. It's Virtus Pro losing out on members. Remarkable team's gone from the tree. Hannah also getting on the board. Knocked now. It's 2 gone for Boogie Borders. And what looked to be success being erased in an instant. Philippos though getting a quick little backstab going. Not gonna happen. As Boogie Border is gonna be gone here. Kill Devil still alive and fighting.
Oh, the Australians don't come out well on that one. Virtus Pro had a good little backstab actually at the start of that fight, but then all of a sudden everybody in the lobby wants to turn up. It's the hottest party in town. Thermites ticking away at these teams, but even the duo of makers says, hey, this is better than nothing. Let's try and get in there. Heroes are the ones who come out on top, and there's only 2 of them left.
Last duo standing. We ended up with a 2v2 at the very end for the duos that had to fight as Soup to begin with. Barbecue also, they were sniping from afar but couldn't get a piece of the action. Great Fanta just ratting nearby with Collapse. But we see Legends Gaming. They've gotten in a good position, but they're a bit more risk adverse this time, Genome, after that first set. Playing a bit more safe, relying on player K to do some damage here with the Kraber as X and Y get ARCstar there by Nutsu Osama. Legends from afar, still looking to find some damage.
Yeah, I mean, you say risk averse. I actually think that position is quite risky. Now, they've got the Watson, which makes it more playable because, you know, there's very easy angles to lob grenades in there, and they basically just, you know, cuddle them to your body with the way the geometry works in the reef. However, it's, you know, if they show enough presence, they've got the Kraber, that's, you know, definitely a big part of that. Maybe they can make this position work. Excited to see what Legends do with that low ground spot.
Yes. Legends Gaming also watching outside, move on in. See HKUF though, beautiful landing spots after the flyby. No one actually nearby in their spot except for True. We see again for Legends Gaming, it's been less of the push though, more about stabilizing, relying on player K to give them a base of operations to work with.
Yeah, well, I say, you know, they're safe from the grenades in there, of course. As soon as they pop out of their little shelter, you got frags right on top of them, ripping through their shields. But luckily, no sticks, nothing too dire. And they're okay for the moment. But you can see here, they don't want to stay inside because it just makes them too easy a target. But my lord, are they taking a lot of damage by trying to show presence outside.
I mean, SWQ is threatening them with the drone from the crypto. You can see Braving Flame really wanted to lead a push on out. Some fancy footwork keeping him alive, sliding around like that. How do you avoid all the bullets coming your way later on? Evo's Predator, though, able to play the game now here. It's looking dicey. At the very least, they see a squad in front of them. They have the shot. Evo's harassing Heroes here. Bastion very low. Kiss Dance, same can be said. The Motherload gonna be the play. It's Evo's now with a push as Heroes gonna get eliminated there.
Okay, so they take up that position underneath the bridge. They've got Barbecue on top of them. Legends, they're worrying about SWQ, who are sort of playing on the high ground behind them. And then you've got Vegas Inferno starting to look in as well. True, they've been sitting up on the fence line by themselves for quite some time. And here's Legends Gaming. They're going to worry about their back and try and make their next move. Let's have a listen in with Legends.
My god, that's perfect. We just walk in left. Wait until they all take forward. Left? Yeah, forward, I mean.
What's here?
Forward, left. We're safe in there. Just, yeah, they took forward. Come.
Yeah.
We're in. Push in. Look left. Left is biggest threat now. Left is biggest threat.
This fuse team is like right next to us. Crypto team on the rock. Ace.
Picking backside.
Anet.
I broke their drone again.
Bring hard. Maybe alter someone.
On balloon.
Yeah.
Careful above us. He's just crouching there, guys. Crack. You guys kill that. But they're fighting topside.
Safe.
Maybe right towards me.
Yeah. They died.
Right towards me.
Careful.
Oh.
Wait, cannot.
Yeah.
Step on me.
That would be fine.
I'm signing down the mark. We just have to heal first. We need a wrap left somehow.
Yeah. I think we have.
I have no smokes though.
I almost killed the Bloodhound.
I have to heal.
I have no bats.
I have 10 seconds on smoke. I don't know if we can wrap left. Is there anywhere safe?
Not really.
No, not really.
Otherwise, we have to like.
They died. I think we can take under. We can take under. We can.
I've smoked in 1 second. Full heal. Player, full heal. Don't show presence for now. Just full heal. Just don't show presence. Full heal. Wait after that scan. I'm gonna smoke height. I'm gonna smoke truck, and then we make the cross. Okay?
They're like 3 men looking. I think.
You just have to wait until I have two smokes. Okay? We just have to wait.
Yeah.
Just have to wait.
Yeah.
I have to get to you guys without taking much damage, and then I'm gonna smoke them, and then we just have to like dodge really hard. You have to kind of let me cross first. I'm coming to you now.
I won't have Jen.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm running left.
I'm smoking. Hey, let's go now. Hide the bat.
I want 40 blood.
It's a duo. The Corphen can see us.
If you get to me, it's safe.
It's a duo.
Good luck.
Well, despite hitting some good Kraber shots there, Legends do not open up enough of a pathway in, despite some good calls and recognition of the game state around them, being able to take out the Wraith team nearby. That's the end of Legends Gaming in 4th place. And so now it's all up to Vegas Inferno below, Barbecue above, and outside in the Caravan.
Yeah, what timing though. As soon as they saw the rate drop when we went into that listened in, they went for the push, and making it to top 4 after such a difficult spot is good enough for Legends Gaming. Big shots from player K2. We focus now. The 3 we have left outside the ring. So far on up away from the Caravan, the Barbecue, as well as Vegas Inferno. High and low towards that bridge. It's Vegas, the duo right now, looking for at least a bit of cover to work with as they want to push out. Muddler, though, being set outside the ring, they want to launch it upward.
Yeah, outside, they used the bang ult to make a transition underneath the bridge from the Caravan. Epic timing by outside. I really like their use of ultimate there. Does the job. But still, all 3 teams do not want to fight first, but Barbecue are going to force it.
Barbecue, a fighting squad pushing the limit versus Vegas Inferno, but now they can't handle the heat. It's outside the ring. Get in there to get the dub. A win for outside. Map number 2 is theirs.
Big stuff there from outside. I really loved how they, both teams were kind of looking at them. They just used the smokes and the rolling thunder in the perfect sequence, Lace, to mean that, they're not the first ones who are revealed. It's the drop-off from Barbecue that forces them into that fight for second spot.
Yeah, what an incredibly smart play from them. Like, they just had to be patient. Usually, you've seen teams on the high ground absolutely solidifying the win, but, they played it safe because it was only a matter of time before, Barbecue had to drop into the team, causing some chaos and biding their time. But, yeah, I guess using that bang ult to sort of create their space and move from Caravan that they were sitting in for quite some time, just obviously shows you their beautiful feat here. And great Fanta, they were managed to wrap to, I think, about 10th place, after collecting a little bit of kill points along the way. I'm not disappointed, Genome. They took a cracker of the win in the first match, but you know what? Even that 10th place with, a couple of kills is probably still going to keep them in a nice position on the leaderboard. And Evo's Predator, they're previously known as Lightning Unicorn. They're really getting to play today, Genome. They started as a duo, so it's good to see that hasn't reduced their passion as they sort of turn up in these games.
No, it's been good to see them and, the resurgence. Who knows, maybe we'll see some highlight clips out of Natsuru Sama, especially in this, the Age of the Sentinel. It's the gun that he, really used before it was cool. But really, if we're looking at snipers, it was Player K rocking the Kraber who brought us all the highlights here in Game 2. It was a fun listen-in with Legends Gaming. I think they did just about as well as they could. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough cover after that final one. And then we look at the big scoreboard here at the end, Lace, and you've got a very heavy stacked top here, apart from Kill Devil punching in 6 kills down the bottom.
Yeah, outside the ring, you know, they did a little bit more than I thought. I thought they were kind of camping in the caravan for quite some time, but, you know, having 12 kills and a win under their belt is exceptional from them. You know, they were about 18th coming out of, you know, the first match. So this is definitely going to help them creep further up that leaderboard, you know, and get them in contention in those top couple of spots. Again, with Vegas Inferno, 8 kills in a second place. They were sitting at about 10th for the first match. So again, another team that's going to slide on up to the rankings. And finally, I think Legends Gaming, it may be their, 8th match. I'm not going to say, you know, they're just turning up now. You know, they do an exceptional throughout our matches, but it was really good to see them in the top contention for teams.
Yeah, well, we were talking about how tough it can be to play 2 series back to back. And, you know, if we're saying it only gets tougher as the day goes on, the fact that Legends had a pretty mid first series means that, you know, well, it's only going to get harder for them to push through that mental barrier, that energy barrier, and finish off the day strong here to, I want to say make up, just because, you know, I think the first series doesn't, you know, sort of reflect, or they wouldn't be happy with where they were sitting at that. However, some other teams, you know, Barbecue sitting here, now in the top 6, Vegas Inferno after their pickup showing up and getting up into the top 4. Remarkable team. I think we can talk about them across the split now as having been a team that has surprised a lot of people and played above expectations.
Yeah, Dax and I were touching on, you know, their team composition as well, still utilizing the caustic, you know, which is a meta we haven't seen sort of so much in the last couple of weeks, along with Valkyrie being able to make those rotations in. So they're still holding on, you know, those top couple of spots, which has been awesome from them. Grape Fanta, I think, got about 4 kills in that last match, even a 10th place. So that's still keeps them at the top because of a cracking first game. You know, it was a little bit shocking from them, but, you know, they had fight after fight after fight, so it was only a matter of time till they sort of got taken down. You know, watching Kill Devil take on Virtus Pro and Boogie Borders, but then, you know, not being able to take on another team after that, so
that
it was nuts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength. They're laced, because I was watching VP, their point of view as that fight started, and, you know, everyone they turned up. Everyone was facing the other way. They, you know, got like 1 knock early on and got some good damage in without any return fire. And then all of a sudden, 2-3 other teams just pull up and they don't have a shot at getting out of there. So, hard to say if, you know, that was you know, should you have maybe not gone for that fight? Too many other teams around, too risky, or was it just, you know, wrong place, wrong time?
Yeah, well, they've had a lot of games today and they held it together more than we could. But what we'll do is we'll take a short little break and we will be back again for our game number 3.
locked and loaded. Drop, shocked, and rocked. Say hello to the 4-0 first. Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 done and dusted for our teams. We just had outside the ring use such great strategy to sort of protect themselves from the chaos that was unfolding at the top and just to be able to slide their way in and take that win. You know, Barbecue had to drop and cause the fight to begin, and they just bided their time and waited and managed to get a lot of kill points under their belt as well. Genome, you know, they're creeping on up into our current leaders, Great Fanta.
Yeah, I mean, Great Fanta are going to be hard to catch with that crazy, what was it, like 27-point start to the series there. Yeah, 27. And then, you know, backing it up with another 6. That's a really, really great start here as they, you know, are probably going to continue the contest here coming into Game 3. Obviously, they have been dropping, I don't know if it's North Siphon or South Siphon, but one of them, and obviously Makers dropping on the other side, and both of them have been running at each other right from the get-go, Lace.
Yeah, and it's just been really nice, I guess, to see them sort of come to fruition in our matches. You know, I haven't heard too much from outside of the ring, but it seems it's our, you know, 2 sort of newer teams going in contention with each other. So it's always good to see what I love to quote from you, Genome, fresh meat, go sort of battle it out and make their way through like some of these devastating teams.
Yeah, well, you know, fresh meat. That's what we got coming up here with Makers versus Great Fanta.
Let's head on to our 3rd match of the day, everybody. The last one on World's Edge. Let's take it away.
Round 3 fights! And who's got a gun now? Makers, though. Wingman in hand here for Ziki. Straight into the action we go. Makers making a quick little change. An escape now into the command center. Great Fanta wanting to hit these shots. They break the shields onto one. The chase is on, courtesy of Loki. The collapse getting the first knock onto Dexter. It's a big beginning here for Great Fanta.
Damn, Loki and Co. Are these guys like contest specialists? Taking down one of the best teams in APAC South 3 times in a row now. That is, like it might not be 3 squad wipes, but it was definitely 3 contest wins for Great Fanta.
Who expected this coming into this matchup? Makers has been one of the strongest teams in these fights, but Great Fanta, not only do they hustle here, Genome, they find the guns, they use their abilities so well between the Horizon and the Conduit especially, and Makers are masters from the first matchup a while ago, eliminated again in 20th place here.
Gone. And, you know, if we take Akuma out of the equation, we generally try not to count team comps for, you know, teams that have less than a trio. Bloodhound back up to 100%. That is, of course, SWQ switching off the Crypto Watson Wraith. You know, these guys had picked up 1 and then 5 points in the first 2 games, and they have succumbed to the pressure, peer pressure. They are now running Bang, Blood, Watson.
I mean, they just look at the photograph of their score from last weekend, and they're like, how fast the night changes. I remember when you used to play Standard, we were actually getting some good wins going, so love to see SWQ. It was very effective, especially with Donut getting to play that Bangalore, so good to see that. We're watching a remarkable team, though. Look at that ring here, Genome. Here we go again. Near towards Overlook, some teams seem to bank on the camp to be the spot to play.
Very much an Overlook.
Assist place there. Target over there. Got my upgrade. Went up a assist place there.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. Been having a couple of issues today. We do apologize, but we'll get straight back into the action as we've just watched Boogie Boarders come up through the tunnel on the back of Akuma, potentially trying to chase down that duo. And then a little bit further north, we've got X and Y running into Barbecue here. And I think they've caught them off guard because 2 of them, scratch that, 3 of them are gone before X and Y can even break a sweat.
Yeah, well done by X and Y. As soon as they spot Barbecue, they immediately pounce on it. And it's those quick decisions that really help out this team as they will try to rally here. This effectively gives them a good spot to work with towards the north. It's Legends Gaming, remarkable team. Some threats on the horizon that they need to watch out for. Survey Beacon also, Legends the one able to quickly tap onto that one. So they're gonna know that X and Y should be there by Survey Camp there.
Target over there.
They should have that info. Should be able to make that read. What are they going to do with it, though, Dax? It's a whole nother question. It's a game about making decisions, ultimately.
I mean, we've seen really Legends try to be a bit more feisty in that last set. And then look back at the last game. Even though it was a bit more open, they decided to go for fortifying a spot made by Player K. Would be surprised to see Legends play relatively safer in these World's Edge games. But we watch Bear Claw now. They dare push into the tunnel. Lobbing some nades towards those bins. They break the shields onto one. Heck here. Sniper in hand and a beautiful shot from afar. 4x10. Erasing Kano from existence. Bear Claw still pushing in. And War Monster Firebird have to evacuate because of it.
Yeah, as you've noted, they've actually managed to find that golden longbow and jack the 410 off it and said, hey, I don't care if you're a golden weapon. I want my charged up Senti. I want the rarest sight in the game on it. So, cool to see that one come out from BCG.
One of the teams that have played far for so long, and this has been one of the best days we've seen Bear Claw perform. Not only has Fensfu been one of the big damage dealers in terms of stats, but Heck has been having such a great series in A vs B, coming into A and C2. Here we go, though. Another sniper to watch out for. You noted it before, Genome. Nutsurasama. He was rocking a Sentinel in that last fight, or in that last map. Longbow, and now Boogie Boarders, though. Trouble is afoot. And here we go with Vegas Inferno winning that fight.
Oh boy, it's just so rough for these guys. I mean, I feel like when we've seen the Boogie Boarders at their best, they're not getting caught off guard like that. They're not, teams have to play so well to outposition them, outmaneuver them, take advantage of them in third parties to get fight wins, but all of a sudden, they are falling down at times when it is a standard 3v3 that a powerhouse of the region should be able to take out.
Yeah, it does beg the question, what's happening to their rotational awareness, right? They can put up such a good fight, especially with Killapaw's on the roster, but then you notice how at a disadvantage they get into it immediately. They lose out either Pana or Raki too early on just because they were caught napping. And it's so unfortunate to see Boogie Boarders be in those situations that they eventually do crawl their way out of. It's like they dig a pit for themselves, their Genome, but they get back anyway. Legends, though, on the other hand, a team we're looking to see perform even better. Easy flash sniping with the G7 here, and just a way for the likes of Legends to really build up their armor coming into the next few fights now.
Yeah, across from them, a bit hard to tell with all the smoke happening around these RVs, but this is a different A different place, a different caravan. It's Bearclaw in this one. They're staring down at HKUF. It's 2v3, but really the question is, can they hold them off? And then we switch to a third caravan, and it's Evo's Predator here versus Outside.
Yeah, welcome to Epicenter. Things are erupting immediately. Evo's Predator taking the fight towards Outside. Our game winners from the last map, and the Motherload's enough from Bang Papa 5th. Actually found at Nuku. A big start here for Evo's Predator. Emilia's also going to be gone now. The hand of MDY, so 2 squads jumping on Outside here as MDY look to pounce on Evo's Predator 2, who's resetting inside the caravan now.
Okay. Bang Papa 5th. You can see trying to grab any Ultic cells available to him. I can tell you that only takes him up to, he basically just popped his ultimate here, so he will not have that available as MDY does. And Bebe is trying to get on top of him. That said, they take a little too much damage, and regardless of the ult advantage that MDY have, it's Evo's Predator who comes out easily on top.
Yeah, effectively, Bearclaw Gaming lending a helping hand there by chance, and Evo's Predator gonna be safe on the inside for now. We were very surprised by MDY closing that gap as soon as possible. Golf Gaps now looking to push on out towards the south where MDY initially was stationed. And this ring is into the middle again. Great Fanta, the closest team right now. SWQ, I believe they can get some height there too.
They can. SWQ sitting on the edge of the icicles, essentially, you know, sort of that cliffside area around Epicenter near the zips. So as you say, they'll be very much looking down upon the rest of this lobby. Great Fanta trying to take one of those train cars here, but you can see no one's sitting inside the ring. I mean, Fussy and Crusader actually sitting on top of the Overlook zip are going okay.
And Great Fanta running into the bulldozer. That is HKUF. Smacking themselves into the wall set up by HKUF. Immediately gunned down. And that is going to be unfortunate again. So you see from Great Fanta, a good game number 1. Unfortunately falling off in games number 2 and 3. So that means their top spots might be up for grabs here if things do go a certain team's way.
I mean, even with that, though, because they managed to win those contests, you get almost, I want to say free. It's not exactly free. Obviously, you got to win the contest, but it's like, you know, you do get some KP hand delivered to you at the start of these games, which means they don't actually look as bad. And that's going to be, regardless of the fact that they've gone down in game 2 and 3 a bit earlier, still an epic effort for them on World's Edge.
Yeah, I think it's like around, what, 4 points minimum right now based on where they ended up in, and given that, there's a small little buffer for Great Fanta to keep on adding in. It's like a piggy bank, man. You start things off with a big investment, then you put a few coins in. Seems like that's the call for Great Fanta, but look at Vegas Inferno now. And moving in, we saw Bearclaw a while ago take the fight against the squad. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, trying to make a change here in the camps. Pricey setting up the anchor here for Virtus Pro after the role swap.
And that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because obviously that's forcing Pricey, the IGL. He's been trying his best to work through this this shift in role to the hardest one in Apex Legends. And, you know, he's done very well. He worked it out, managed to get to LAN, managed to grab, what was it, 12th place? Incredible for his first effort as an IGL and continues to impress, but in Split 2, it feels like he's almost back to the drawing board in some ways, and VP having to put themselves, you know, put their backs up against the wall to make it rather than doing it the easy way.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Team Burger was first re-announced last Split, right? They just had that big feeling out phase, but these days are getting shorter and shorter for Virtus Pro. They're gonna need to come up big soon, and their neighbors with True right now above them. But SWQ, back to something a little bit more standard. They're actually taking the caravan right now since they don't have the ring information, of course, that it's going to be from up top from whence they came.
Yeah, they don't, but they will have a good spot to play from. Not a lot of other teams down south right now. Whereas X and Y up in the north, they've got a gauntlet to run through. 4, 5 teams ahead of them. Do not love X and Y's position here. That said, They've got 2 evacs. So at the very least, one of them, they should be able to get it off and ride it through if that's, you know, they decide they're not just going to get immediately sniped out of the sky. You know, 2 is better than 1 because, you know, obviously 1 can get focused down by the rest of the lobby very quickly. Both of them looking to pop, yeah, they're looking to pop both at the same time.
Yeah, and I think I just want to point out that they're running the Catalyst a lot more now rather than the fuse we've seen from X and Y. So it's an interesting shift really here. Akuma though, even the duo wants to find Virtus Pro. And Way's already gone. Sharky still onto the floor. The struggles of Virtus Pro do continue here. And everything's left to pricey to try and salvage things. But X and Y taking the fight now. Immediately, they're looking for the drop on the opposition.
No
it's
way.
Legends Gaming in front of them. And to easy flash and strafing flame surprise. They don't expect X and Y to be this feisty. Player K, the only one still standing. Nade still doing some damage. Here we go with the Rolling Thunder 2. X and Y also in trouble so far. The knock you mentioned it. Truth getting eliminated. Player K now finding JR and X and Y. They thought they had the advantage. Now they gotta hide here.
I mean, the Prowlers of X and Y just rocked Legend Gaming World there. But the gold knock with the reset helps them get back into it. And from the brink of death, Legends bring it back. That's why this team is so damn good.
What a flip of the script. Unexpected. But again, the clutch comes in from Player K. Now he's knocked down to the ground by the Tsurusama. And that will be Evo's Predator having an angle on them. Vegas Inferno and Akuma also looking to watch this fight. Akuma, they only are a duo here, but Evo's Predator can keep the pressure going. Knuckle clusters from afar. Has the mother load still available. Remarkable team gonna be eliminated too. We're down to 5, but Evos is watching everything ongoing here.
Nice high ground angle. Akuma somehow have made it into the top 5 here. And Crusader does get knocked, but somehow teams are still not canny to the fact that Akuma is just rocking out by themselves over here. Teams actually, considering there's, you know, 5 teams alive in this 5th circle, quite spread out. SWQ now just starting to get out of that caravan and make their way up. But they're going to have to contend with teams like Evos Predator, who are starting to shoot them now from way up on high, and you can see Crazy Kong gets caught out before they even have a chance.
And while this happens, Legends Gaming with the Moby, bringing Player K back to life. But Vegas Inferno alongside Akuma, shifting positions now. It's Evo's Predator with Godspot effectively. SWQ coming up close, but Akuma still the backstab looking pretty likely. Pressure now applied against SWQ. One from Evo is actually dropping on down. That's Bang Fafa 5th to actually catch out Yuling, and SWQ is eliminated because of it. We're not done with Evos now. Everything looking to be likely in their favor from this beautiful perch.
Vegas Inferno will come up from below. A flow with the devotion and the red armor. Is that enough to stop this high ground position here from Evo's Predator? They're pumping every bit of damage they have into them below. I mean, you know, you can pop evac towers. I don't think that's going to be enough to get on top of Evo Predator as they start to drop down and close this one out.
Yeah, Nutsusama, he will need to regroup with the rest of the team. Quick little scan there too. And the flow and the rest of Vegas Inferno just underneath the noses.
I've seen this before.
Evo's Predator here. It's really a bit of deja vu, Gino, but you gotta say this. Hiccups now. New orgs here from teams that have been established, looking to vie for the top spot for the map.
I mean, we've seen this almost exactly here. You remember the game at LAN with Space Station Gaming? All I can say is, please don't jump into the ring directly. It hurts. Vegas Inferno from below. Can they pull off the unlikely, like I believe it was LG did that time? It seems possible if they can wait it out. I mean, if they can use this Watson pylon especially. Look at the position they've got it on under that rock. Almost unsnipeable from above. That's incredible positioning from Sato. And he's actually gone for the split, the split perk upgrade there for Watson. So they can place 2 pylons as well if they want. I don't know if he's even got that many Ultic cells. Of course, the Spark of Genius passive for Watson, allowing her to pop those and get an insta pylon ready to go. But Evo's Predator waiting their time, trying to angle them out.
Was watching for Evo's Predator here,
Arcstars.
especially the fact that their win condition has to be breaking that pylon. See the resources that they have, they just want to bombard Vegas Inferno from above. And now the pressure's on as the ring will look to slowly close on in. Rolling Thunder to begin with, but Flow and the rest still in cover, and Vegas Inferno just slowly stalking the path that Evo's Predator is taking. But there you go, quick little scan to confirm their intentions.
Nut has Mother Load. It just came up. Is this what they've been waiting for? But remember, as you said, the win condition taking down that pylon. If they get rid of that, all of a sudden, 6 Arcstars and a Fuse Ultimate to contend with.
Yeah, it's gonna be raining soon for Vegas Inferno if that drops. And Evo's Predator doing a respectable effort. Just be responsible with the resources, but now the fight will fall so quickly. A 1-for-1 as Evo's Predator was ready for it. But Vegas Inferno, the damage has been done. Bounce off a fifth and covered by the knockdown. But Vegas Inferno, they siege the opposition and they still get the dub. They went for the risk. They will be rewarded with a jackpot win.
I can't believe they set the devotion in first as the bait in that, but either way, incredible win for Vegas Inferno.
That was huge from them, and just being able to take themselves up the evac. And you know what? I think sending in the devotion the first time was probably the way to go. You know, you'd be able to just solidify so much damage going on up, and what an unbelievable clutch by them, Dax. It was just super impressive just to be able to sort of get up onto that height. You know, they were trying to pave their way around the rock, but just not being able to do it as that zone just closed in.
Yeah, insane ending. It doesn't matter who was sent up there by Vegas Inferno. Someone needs to tank these bullets, guys. Someone, you gotta go up there. And it was an impeccable effort from Evo's Predator too. I have to say though, the fact that Vegas Inferno throwing your hand so well, having that pylon in such a good spot, and making sure that Evos couldn't use the nades and the motherload the way that they would like, effectively gave them a chance to say, screw it, we'll send it, and win out. I don't even want to say it was a 50-50, but he did so well in making sure that they got the knocks going as soon as they landed up top.
I'd say this is why we can see that Watson is becoming a better pick for all our teams, just being able to, you know, just have a break from all the fuse destruction that rains down upon them. But, you know, even sitting here with Legends Gaming, I wanted to touch on what a defensive hold that they actually had coming up. And I think they managed to actually get a revive in Zone 5, Dax. It was insane.
And as soon as Gino mentioned a while ago, 2 of Legends Gaming was gone, but they still found the time to reset, even went for the respawn to keep themselves with the chances. And up low, he desperately tried to climb, but this was huge here from Sato as well as YR. There's some quick movement, dancing around those knockdown shields, and Vegas Inferno making a case of why they got signed to an org here.
Yeah, with 12 kills as well. In a moment where you just didn't think they could pull through, they managed to take that first place with an evac to victory, Dax. And Evo's Predator doing extremely well, as also, you know, we were touching on that they were a duo in the first couple of weeks. So being able to just have that third person has really been great for them. And it's really good to see them turn up to play today with 11 kills. And Legends Gaming still holding incredibly strong after so many matches today.
And look at who's made it top 4. Akuma has been low-key a threat in terms of placement points. Topped in a while ago. Top 4 right now, and they're taking some spots away from teams that desperately need it. SWQ towards the top 5. Looking down the order, Bearclaw Gaming and Great Fanta actually getting some good KP going. That's around 5 points for them to add to their tally to keep on building that lead there. But look who's now on top of things. The ones who climbed the mountain truly lace Vegas Inferno in first place.
Climb the mountain, climb the leaderboard, and have a nice little shuffle around with Grape Fanta. They have just been absolutely decimated. You know, they've been very, very consistent throughout the couple of matches, and they just needed something like this to be able to push them to the top. Not, you know, an incredible hefty lead above Grape Fanta. It's been quite awesome to see Grape Fanta still hold strong, even though, you know, not getting another win again, but they're getting the kill points early. I believe that they're contesting makers, so to have that contested win multiple times and get that KP early has really been working for them.
Yeah, I mean, look who's the victim of all of this, Lace. 3-0, courtesy of Great Phantom. Makers are in 19th position, a spot that they are all too familiar with from what we saw in the last set. But Storm Point, always a recovery point for them. Evo's Predator making it to that top 3, and I'm really impressed to see some of these teams really step on up. It's great to see the former Lightning Unicorns, though, make it to the top spot. Numnim also showing why they have been one of the notable names coming in from the qualifiers, man.
Yeah, and there we have it. It's our World's Edge games out of the way for Groups A versus C. We're going to take ourselves another short break, but we will see you back momentarily on Storm Point.
is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, as we hit the halfway mark for today's group. We now move over to Storm Point, a map where we found more teams prioritize when draft POI selections occur. So, you know, things get a little bit spicy as teams get to sort of select exactly where they want to play from and really turn up and definitely change the leaderboard.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Lace. I've been counting how many teams went for the first pick. Coming into Storm Points, it is 10 teams there, 10 teams on World Edge. It's pretty dead even from when we started from last weekend, when many teams wanted to get their World Edge map pick early on. So you're gonna see some priority picks, especially I'd say for the likes of Legends Gaming, or Great Phantom, Virtus Pro. Some names we have to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's take a look exactly where our teams will be landing. So obviously they get to select picking on the draft, but if we sort of start things off a little bit, Remarkable, who have been, doing incredibly well throughout today, in 5th position currently, getting Cascade Falls, which, from moments, can have a good sort of loot pool, but is a nice place to be able to rotate.
Yep, exactly that. Remarkable team. They love to fortify whatever spot they need to once they get into the zone with that caustic, and then the middle point of the map is a perfect way to get those rotations going. You can see also Boogie Borders back on the Trident, something that we've seen them actually run. And especially right now, the big position to talk about here, Lace, is not only Legends Gaming getting Sito Station back, but X and Y gonna also receive Cenote Cave. Very familiar spots for these kind of teams looking to make a rally now.
Yeah, no, you're having Legends Gaming Sito Station is going to be such a, incredible feat for them, being able to, potentially rotate to a lot of zone pools. We've seen some at Down Beast and Millpool today. So, just being able to sort of hop across the water there to be able to take that spot. And, they really need the placement points at the moment. They are definitely pulling in through the kills, but coming out of, the first lot of 6 matches, it's been a little bit tough for them to get those high positions. So it seems like maybe having this pick in the draft system might be the best thing yet.
Yeah, and another team to mention right now, Makers has to be a squad that needs to recover here. It happened anyway a while ago on Stormpoint, but that was from Barometer. This time around, they're going to be playing from Down B, so I want to see how important it is for them to actually get those tridents. And we're going to highlight, really, the results so far, and it's pretty simple. Why are they 20th place here, Lace? Because they've lost every single contest so far, especially in maps number 1 and 3, where they got fully wiped out.
Yeah, and that's by none other than Grape Fanta, having them sort of go toe-to-toe. I think there was only that, it was the second game in 13th place where I think we saw, it was Asia's go across the gondola and get out, managing to have them as a little bit of a 2-stack. So that's where we see 13th place. But yeah, losing that Ken test is quite difficult for them. But let's take it away. This is going to be our first match on Stormpoint. Let's head over for match number 4.
Halfway done now into our second set. We get no contests here, as most of these teams will have a more so set POI. We are back though into Storm Points. Look to see which teams can rally. And Genome, who's got your eye now coming into this map?
Well, you're right. There's even less chance to contest over here on Storm Point, but who can make the comeback? Kill Devil sitting a little further down the board than we might expect after their previous performances. Boogie Board is even further down as they have to try and play from Trident as well. It's not, we may as well call it Ferrari. That's what most of the people in the pro scene have been calling that spot to the north, or to the east, I suppose, of North Pad. And that's where Boogie Boarders are rolling from. Usually I'd say that's a rough spot, but hey, Circle's coming towards them this time. And maybe they can use that to their advantage, especially with Panna, as you can see, he's boosting the Trident directly towards that Evo Harvester just to make sure that they've got early blues and therefore can actually stay in position.
Yeah, they can just get some objectives out of the way now. You can even see Kill All busy with the Prowlers, and they'll move in to the trenches later on if that's going to be the position. But there's some teams who can consider Checkpoint to be the spot, Heroes being one of them. Outside the ring, on the other hand, within our top 5, a big game in map number 2, but beyond that, they're looking for another stellar performance here.
Can Outside do it? They're not going to get challenged by Boogie Boarders, I don't believe, but I guess the hard part is Boogie Boarders, of course, landing a Ferrari. There's no ring console over there. You've got no option to get that info early on, even with Fuse being blue. And regardless of that, they will pick that perk, the Ringmaster perk, to go for it. But they don't have the information that if they stay put, they take the buildings just to the south of them, they'll be in a fantastic spot. So they have to gamble a little bit. And contrasting that with some other teams, say Legends Gaming, who do have that info, they're moving purposefully directly through Checkpoint.
Yeah, they should have heard Heroes really fly by. Teams with information. We saw a while ago Legends Gaming pass through towards Checkpoint, and it feels for them a very safe rotation. They know Akuma's the one who picked up the mill. Akuma's going to be only a duel, and it's very ill-advised for them to actually contest Legends in that rotation. Vegas Inferno, though, on the other hand, what an immense win in that last game. Now with 44 points, they're here over at the wall, but they got Great Phantom nearby who's split on up, and it's a chance here for Vegas.
Exactly, because I think Lokick got caught a little bit off guard by Vegas Inferno coming in there, so he's actually had to take the zip down to the oranges below that, and hopefully he will get reunited with his teammates Collapse and Nicholas. But as you can see, happening over at Northbad, Heroes have run into Boogie Boarders.
Yeah, Heroes have the angle now. Rap, he has to get back on the cover, but Killapaw's always still good for the one. It's Heroes now who need to reform their stations. You got Kissen's trying to go for the scan. Quick little Dark Veil too, being the setup courtesy of Lahim, and they're going to be punching their teammate back into cover. So Heroes, they've had enough of this fight as Boogie Borders press the issue. Seems like that's the case that Killapaws wants to do here.
Oh boy, that's a good start here from Heroes as, from Boogie Borders as they complete the meal and grab all 3 death boxes.
Providing immense damage there. Killa always that strong front line, and Boogie Borders, we were concerned for them coming into the set, especially with their starting POI, but look at them go. When they come into Storm Point, they really come on alive in these early fights here.
Finally, something going Boogie Borders' way. And, you know, it's kind of locked them into a better position as well. Because they've taken that fight, it kind of anchors them into this north pad, this trench zone. And that is very much a good thing, as the zone is quite likely to pull up towards them. Do we get a checkpoint zone? Kind of doubt it. There's a lot of teams definitely sticking around around the, you know, sort of the down beast, the north pad trench angles there, and even up as far as Ferrari and the IMC that Vegas Infernos are currently sitting in.
Legends Gaming though, a different issue now at hand. Maker's gonna be in front of them. We've seen Makers have struggles all throughout. This time though, it's a bit different. Easy Flash, the first to fall. Covered here by the fence as a player K. Pylon setups too. Quick little mother load. Confirm location here, courtesy of Makers, but they can't find the push. Legends on the interior now.
Okay. Good start for Makers, but they need to start using that utility to push through even further and crack them open as they try and get the res here. Great fan to go out in the meantime. We've got 5 seconds left on the scan from Asia's. If they had have had that info, they might have gone through even quicker there, but as a result, Legends might get out of this in what was otherwise a not very tenable situation.
Yeah, Asia's went for flank pressure, but yet again, when Legends Gaming is able to stabilize where Player K is set up, they're one of the strongest team to utilize a base of operations there and get the revive going. Back up to a 3-0. And Makers now spotting a target in front. Ziki though and Asia's in a heap of trouble here. Legends Gaming daring to push, strafing Flame with a sliver of HP. He's also looking to get meds going, but Crusader finds him, and Makers, this might be their chance to pounce on Legends now.
So many teams in the area though. X and Y and Fussy from Akuma down towards Down Beast. They're going to get stuck into an engagement by themselves here, and if they can do some damage early on enough, you never know, maybe that will work out for them, but we've also got teams fighting over in the buildings towards the chokes here. Vegas Inferno and MDY.
Ooh, and low, he's been spotted, and the battle of the houses are in favor of MDY now. Up close and personal, YR can't hit the shots. And it is MDY left to Augenstern to try and pick up the pieces. A push on in now. The Hemlock looking to do some damage, but it's still Vegas Inferno who wills themselves to win that fight, but no longer can they survive. The Boogie Borders have found him.
Tired of being on blues, they finally push forward, and as usual, it seems, Killapaw's the first to grab his purple. One who seems to be leading and doing a lot of the damage here. As you can see, it's 200 for the others, 670 on the Bangalore.
Fly by 2. Here by True. Gonna go past Boogie Borders, who's rallying themselves up into position, but True, we've seen them do well in macro, especially in the rotations, coming down to the fights. It's been something that they've noted to work on. The level of difficulty really coming into Pro League has been a surprise for them. Barbecue though, a fighting team from the qualifiers now. But the smoke, see them still play the Bang and Blood, really getting up to the same kind of memo with the rest of these teams. protection now, looking to shred the opposition. Bolt in hand here for King, and Pana's the first to fall. Raki down to left again to kill it, to try and fight back, but the Boogie Boarders, they've been seen, they've been found, and they've been cooked by Barbecue here.
That was a very quick meal. Fast food, if you will. Barbecue taking them out so quickly. I mean, you know, shields removed from all 3 of the Boogie Boarders members there. And they just had to try and make it out. But Barbecue were already at full speed running them down. No escape for Boogie Boarders. There'll be another early exit from them.
Heartbreaker, really. They were so much so putting in the effort to wipe out any kind of squad coming their way. Akuma also, the duel has been found here. We look at checkpoint because some teams are still backing for this to be a fact for this pro. On one side, you got War Monster Firebird on the other, but it's likely you're gonna have to move soon. Charge rifle in hand though. Shark hitting the shot, and it's a quick little welcoming gift from War Monster Firebird there.
Well, Shark, not to be confused with Sharky.
That's true. They're fighting for the namesake.
Australian counterpart.
You got one from China, we got one from Australia. APAC really bringing many of these regions together.
Who knows? Maybe it's the same shark just swimming back and forth in the ocean between the countries.
That's
just a quick migration.
Yeah, that's one path to watch out for. But okay, HKUF, that is not good for you at all. Vic Yao has been knocked down there by Limo. Bearclaw look for the chance here. Trudeau on the other hand, they're going for the push too. There you have it, HKUF gone in the blink of an eye. Too many teams looking at them there.
Yeah, they try and pop the res immediately, which actually makes it quite easy for SWQ to finish that one off. Rolling a couple of grenades through the wall, it's not going to stop that. Here, once again, we've got the 4x10 on the Sentinel. Natsuru Sama just seems to know how to fire this, and well, that's what we asked for. The Sentinel clips, and I'm sure he hasn't got any less capable on that weapon in the intervening time since we've seen him in Pro League.
I mean, he's still got it, even though he's been focused on a more streaming career before, and there you go. With a golden mag too, this Sentinel is quite kitted and firmly in the hands of a sniper specialist who has made waves, who has made history in APAC-S. I mean, you were there really, especially during the glory days of Nutsuro-sama. And we saw even that talent back and through esports way back when, Genome.
Well, the funny part is he's not on Caustic anymore, right? I mean, that was for the longest time, that was his pick regardless of meta. And unfortunately, he's on Fuse now, so he's had to change it up a little bit. He's what gives that honor over to Sky of Remarkable Team, the only one of those in the lobby. Still hear those shots ringing out. And the zone has gone very much towards that Caustic player that we just mentioned. Remarkable Team. They're holding the North Pad building. And this is going to be a really good spot for them. Don't have a lot of attachments. Don't have a lot of ammo. Because they have been sitting up there for a while, Dax. But a good position. And let's see. Oh, man. They've just had a devotion. I think that's been delivered fairly close to them. But they don't have a Bangalore. So I don't know if they even will be able to push out and get it. That would hurt me if I was on that team.
It's just so close, but way too far to safely take. War Monster Firebird though. This perch has been their spot for quite a while. And now they watch as they see Evo's Predator actually rotate towards them, but immediately pressure applied. The shields are broken there. Scan comes on in. Evo's Predator has made some good space to actually try and climb the staircase. Now it has to be WMFB who has to back on the way, but we shift over to Legends Gaming here. Easy Flash popping the Beast of the Hunt. Sees exactly what's going on right down there below. And to Player K though, he's under duress now. The rest of the Legends do take a bit of cover. Now push coming to shove again. It's a 1-for-1 versus Makers. Legends Gaming, they've been waiting for this fight for so very long. And the Easy Flash is still running rampant to try and find another target here.
I mean, perfect info, of course, using those the evac towers to try and get position on them, but then Kill Devil becomes a thorn in the side of both teams, and they will get the clean up there. Kill Devil, no worries at all finishing that off as two Titans unfortunately put an end to both of their games here in Game 4 of Storm Point.
Yeah, Kill Devil really not disappointing. And these opportunities with War Monster Firebird, they're the ones now in a spot of trouble as Shark has been down. Brought back up though to his feet. Needs to get the bat off in time. You see Evo's Predator. They're avoiding his fight because they're a duo. Instead, it's Virtus Pro hampering the progress here of WMFB.
Yeah, a couple teams down in checkpoint just trying to wait this one out. They've got 20 seconds until they have to start moving. They'll get forced, tunneled, shuffled into SWQ, who wait for them at the bottom of that zip line that connects checkpoint to North Pad.
Hostile right here.
X and Y. They've slowly made their way in. Such a long rotation to safely get into North Pad. In fact, they're in a good position now. We've seen them take victories when they're in some of these cheeky spots. Yeah?
Remarkable team. They still hold the top of this building, but X and Y are just getting in some squatting action right now. Okay, so War Monster Firebird have decided evac is the best way to get out of there. Virtus Pro, 2 of them have gone down, so that's another game where I don't think they're going to make much of an impact. Way alone Catalyst bringing up the rear as SWQ just try and punch through the other teams, including War Monster Firebird, who have made their way into the trench.
Damn, damage there from Link. The Devotion putting in work too, and Shark's already gone. SWQ fighting in the trenches. It's a war that they need to engage on. Multiple fronts. Gonna have so much casualties immediately. And SWQ in the middle of things, but as it stands, Evo's Predator also with an angle now from up top. Trying to wrap around towards the left-hand side. Bear Claw Gaming gonna get eliminated, but this Devotion in the hands of Ling is such a big threat to all the other squads nearby.
Yeah, Barbecue just stomped on Bear Claw Gaming, and they've got SWQ in their sights next. The fight for the West, however, is between Evo's Predator and Outside. Outside will take the L with War Monster Firebird. You can see Kano, he's so worried about the teams everywhere around him, he can't even think about reviving Azu right now, who's just right next to him. Evo's Predator take just a moment before starting to push up. They might find 2 rats near them. There's a remarkable team as well as War Monster Firebird down to 1. SWQ cottoned onto this. And they will push in with that Devotion as it rings out. But there's only a couple of clips left in it. This is one of the weaknesses, of course, of it. Dax is that it chews through that ammo pretty fast with the, what is it, 6, 8 reserve clips that you get in there to start with.
At least you don't need to bring bullets for it, but he said it, there's no way to refill it as soon as you are out of ammo. There's no way for SWQ to keep the push going. Evo's Predator, long rotation working out so well even if they went past towards checkpoint. And speaking of now, they catch the lone remaining member of Remarkable Team. The showdown now looking to go behind them as Evo's Predator needs to turn around and look to beat back SWQ. Devo still gonna be a threat here. Donut getting up close with the Peacekeeper also. One real clip remaining for Ling. Here he comes trying to shred apart the opposition. And there goes Bang Pop off it. But SWQ, they're running out of lives to work with, and it's still Evo's Predator who'll survive there.
Oh my god, the amount of damage that XD from X and Y just pumped in. That is why you play Fuse, ladies and gentlemen. So many grenades completely flushing out the opposition from these tunnels. He's got the knuckle clusters on repeat, on cooldown to finish them off. And with just 2 barbecue members trying to rat it out, and Evo's Predator trying to get the revives in. I think X and Y have just about wrapped this one up, Dax.
A mixture of aggression and decision-making. That's what X and Y is known for. One more squad in front of them. They've gone back to the Fuse. They brought it out before, and now they're gonna go back into winning ways. X and Y will take the dub here.
Man, that was, what a salvo coming out from X and Y. There There was thermite ticks, there were knuckle cluster hits, everything. Those couple of members would have felt so under siege in that final circle, Lace.
Yeah, what a turn of events as we join over to Storm Point for our teams like X and Y, just taking out that, excellent play there. And also, I think, we had Barbecue placing in our top teams as well. We're seeing a little bit of a flip of the switch and all our, juggernaut teams sort of going down quite early. Great Fair got eliminated quite early on in that match. And you know what? Evo's Predator, I have, spoke about them in the previous game. They're really turning up, second place last game against Vegas Inferno with, what I'm going to call the best absolute evac in history. But, they're really forming it together. Even though coming over to Storm Point, they're still creating space for themselves and really decimating all teams that come to their path.
Well, Boogie Borders, I don't know if you could quite say the same of them, Lace. It was an okay start. It looked like they were sort of making some waves in there, but unfortunately they did not #ride the wave. In the end, going out just a little bit too early. And then, you had a team like Barbecue. They managed to hold on for a little bit longer, roasting a couple of teams. And then it was really X and Y who managed to take that north pad position. Remember, they were ratting down the bottom, but once they got up on top, all of a sudden, the Fuse just looked like the best pick in the world.
Yeah, and as we can see, Devo clips coming out from Yu Ling time after time, and this was the jaw-clenching moment where there just wasn't enough in the power of the Devo to take down that second player for them. But as you can see, X and Y just coming in absolutely guns blazing with the Fuse destruction and just holding on to be able to get this win.
It's been a fun time for Fuse enjoyers as his rise in the meta with the Ringmaster perk has made him possible, made him viable, and as you can see there, 1,600 damage, eclipsing his teammates. JR, of course, picking up the kills, and you've got to understand they're quite important as well, being able to, be on the forefront and actually get the downs, but the pressure that's coming out of a Fuse player like XD, like Natsuru Sama, that you can see there doesn't necessarily convert into kills, but does convert into placement and, the team essentially getting a better handle on things overall.
Yeah, and as Evo's Predator, we're currently sitting in third place, and having that 10 kills second win, we're probably going to see a little bit of a shuffle here, but not enough to take out Vegas Inferno off the top, but that's only 1 point difference, Gino. Evo's Predator really, really bringing in the heat.
Yeah, okay, this is a crazy set of results here, isn't it? I mean, just looking around, Vegas Inferno, Evos, and then Great Fanta up the top, and you've got Makers, Virtus Pro in 17th, Boogie in 14th, Kill Devil in 12th, Legends in 10. What a shakeup!
Yeah, we can see a lot of our, LAN teams not bringing back a lot of the passion from being overseas. But you know what? That paves the way for these teams like Great Fanta and Evo's Predator to really shine through, and Vegas Inferno as well. We're seeing, a little bit of a closer score system, as we move from 4th to 8th. There's still so much room for them to sort of catch up. But again, Vegas Inferno have been absolutely consistent, and it's definitely showing through for them. If they could get what we call another win under the belt, I think they would skyrocket, be in front so much, and it's going to be quite difficult to catch them from there. But SWQ as well, Genome, haven't really been too crazy on the scoreboard lately for these last couple of games, but that was a nice game from them as well. They managed to take down a fair few teams and be able to get into that final ring, but it was a little bit tough on the Devo. It's only got so much juice to be able to take down all the teams in front of them.
Well, they've certainly been doing better since they made the switch, right? Starting off on the Crypto Watson Wraith, that very odd composition there, that netted them 6 points. Since swapping over to the more meta composition, they've ended up with 18 Lace. So you can sort of tell there's a pretty clear, stark difference between those two and how that's worked out for SWQ. Though, I don't know, how many points of those do you attribute just to the Devo?
I'm going to say we saw at least 5 clips of the Devo taking down players after players. I thought we might have seen maybe a little bit of a switch up, but it was just Devo after Devo. So, you know, that gun is just absolutely insane. And we saw that, I guess, from Vegas Inferno as well, going up that evac tower in our previous game. So, you know what, the power behind that, definitely pick it up, I think. You never know what you could do. But we're going to take ourselves another short little break, and we will see you back momentarily on Storm Point for our game number 5.
Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn.
And welcome back. What a turn of events we have here in Apex South, where X and Y just took out the lead, moving them up about 10 spots into 4th position. You know, and also originally Lightning Unicorn now turned Evo's Predator, going toe-to-toe with Vegas Inferno. We still have 2 more matches to go, though, Genome, and our leaderboard is very close.
Yeah, it's close, but it's also all over the shop in terms of, you know, established teams and up-and-coming teams. Maybe this is the changing of the guard, Lace. Is that what we're seeing today?
Yeah, we sort of, you know, always say who's going to fill Moist Esports, or not Moist Esports, I should say, or Dark Zero's sort of spots. And, you know, Legends Gaming have been doing that for the first couple of weeks. Not, you know, doing their same performance like we have seen, but still consistent. But now we just see other teams like Grape Fan, Vegas Inferno, Evo's Predator coming to fruition and maybe being able to take these Juggernauts positions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the 50 points that Legends walked away with after our first 2 match days, you know, their LAN qualification seems very, very likely. So, look, they didn't have to show up today that well, honestly, but some other teams are certainly jockeying for those 7 spots, and one of those is XNY. JR, a team that we've, a player that we've had our eyes on of late. He's obviously been doing very well. 9 kills for 3k damage. And then you've got Natsuru Sama, the old... You're talking about the new guard and the old guard. He's certainly one of the longest in the tooth in APAC South. And he's come in with a vengeance, not only with the, you know, the knuckle clusters and whatnot, but utilizing those 4x sentinels, 410 sentinels, you know, to get so much damage there, Lace.
Yeah, you got to sort of, I guess, is it down to Fuse being selected or is it down to, which gun they're sort of selecting? But you know what? I feel like that's kind of the first time we've seen a Fuse. Usually we see, Bangalore's and stuff take over for the damage, but that's something a little bit new. But we are going to head once again back to Storm Point. Let's take it away for game number 5.
We get a good mix of old and new here in APAC South. X and Y, they took that win though, so we're gonna go for a bit of a reset though. A little unfortunate, but from what we've seen so far there, Genome, I mean, let's say this, Evil Predator, they got 2 of those second places a while ago.
They did. We just had a mass restart, everyone. So, yeah, we can have another little chat. I feel like you had more to say there, Lace, honestly. So, that's why we that's why we've come back. We've said, hey, we need to hear Lace's thoughts. Come on.
That's it. I'm just going to talk about more Fuse, honestly. Us as Australians seeing our goddamn Australian character come to play, being character meta, is insane for us. But welcome back, Dax. We love a good lobby restart, but that's fine. It gives them a little bit of a chance to kind of collect their thoughts and get ready for match number 5 because, like we've said, this leaderboard is quite close. So it's going to be make or break in these next couple of games for these teams. We have Vegas Inferno, out in front currently. So let's take it through. We've talked about the change to Fuse being the ringmaster, which is, exceptional for these Pro League matches, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, so Ringmaster obviously enabling the playstyle where you can essentially drop a controller character and just pick up Fuse instead. But the interesting one is really the level 3 upgrade here, where you can see there actually is a decent amount of teams going for one or the other. Reckless, incredibly good in those endgame circles where, you're getting besieged. And you've got to remember, most of the teams that are running Fuse are not running Watson. So therefore, you don't have a pylon, you don't have the pylon to stop a lot of that incoming ordnance, so it makes sense to take Reckless because you probably are going to be getting hit with more nade damage in those instances.
Yeah, I guess that sort of takes away, a lot of teams can choose more of a defense, but, having Fuse with these changes can give you that more aggressive attack that a lot of our APAC South teams love. They love collecting the kill points and absolutely full charging and swinging on any team, Dax. So having Fuse change in that sense has brought out more aggression for our teams.
Yeah, it just allows them to be super aggressive. I do want to point out also, with Reckless being available, it's just a way for the Fuse player himself to be able to mitigate some of the damage that happens since they don't have a Watson in the composition.
Yes, and we definitely have a look at a team that has been sort of triumphing a little bit here, and it's been X and Y. One of Dax's sort of favorite ones that he loves to sort of talk about, and we love the passion that he puts into this. They climbed up 10 positions and took out the win just in the previous game. So, they're really honing in their skills here, Dax.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Once X and Y gets in the good spots, they have such a strong late game. They're very good at sizing up the competition, making sure that they can clear out angles that they want to play from. And many people have really noted JR to be one of the biggest threat on this roster. M&K really has been his bread and butter. Not only that, he's been topping some of the stats here alongside X and Y. The whole team's puts in the effort, and I dare say really they're willing to be a little bit more experimental. XD, he didn't expect to be the shot caller for this squad once they formed on up, but they've really grown as a team together, and we're seeing it right now. To describe how their coach Yanlis really talks about it, it's always that miss of aggression, making sure that they make the right decisions, and a little bit of that flavor, waiting out for resources to be drained before they take the fight.
Yeah, Dax, and they sort of started out playing Catalyst and now moving on to the Fuse as we sort of moved over to Storm Point. So I guess, Gino, we sort of touched on teams picking either the Watson Fuse combination, but, they've gone into jumping into the Fuse and having that more aggressive play style.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got 2 assault characters, essentially, right? Fuse is sort of masquerading as a controller character, using him for that zone knowledge, but it is such an aggro comp, and I guess it's kind of weird because Bangalore is almost more like defensive in a lot of ways. The smokes are defensive, they're rotational, and the way that people use her ultimate is often, you know, similarly defensive, but, you know, being put in that assault role, she tends to occupy that kind of space. As you can see, it's a little more clear cut where you're going with the perks in terms of Bangalore. Almost everyone is going to be picking Refuge. You know, the Cover Me is sort of, you know, it gives you a little bit of information, but the HP regeneration, while it's not massive, it just, you know, it can be quite useful, especially when you're like pushing out of the ring, and you know, that's a time where you need the smokes, you're recovering. And, you know, I've seen situations where people have been doing that, and it's literally saved them from going down, just being able to hide in the smokes and, you know, not having to pop a syringe in that time.
Yeah, and obviously with the tactical cooldown as well, you know, a lot of our players will, like you said, utilize that for defense mechanisms, just be able to rotate or move or recover or even, you know, res within the smoke. So, you know, a lot of the time you can use an ultimate and sort of, I guess, gain a little bit of space from them or stop a team from sort of coming in. But then again, her ultimate isn't the worst. It isn't the longest, I guess, ultimate to sort of rack up. So something like the tactical cooldown is why we see obviously such a large pick from that, Dax.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you in the sense that the tactical cooldown, you need the smokes just to make these safer rotations. We've seen when a team actually messes up where they shoot the smoke, they expect that they can actually try and rotate past that path. They get shot and they get down. It's always something to watch out for when you're playing the Bangalore. And there's a big reason why some of the more responsible players, the team that they're basically relying on, right? That's why they're playing the Bang. That's why they're ones in charge of smokes, just to keep the whole team alive.
Well, yeah, you know you got to be careful because isn't it 100% pick rate for Bloodhound? So you can obviously have that smoke to run in, but you know you've got a whole entire scan character that can definitely pick where you're going to be. So, you know, seeing these teams sort of utilize these different changes has been real good to watch. But, you know, I still feel like Fuse is such an exceptional pick for all our players because our region is known for being very aggressive. So having them, you know, be able to pick up this character and move forward and also have, like we said, Bang defend themselves, even Fuse defense. Like I know we saw one of the matches there where Bang sort of, I think it was on low ground, they threw the ult to create that space and the Fuse ult around them as well to create more space. Teams are really, really thinking this through using these, you know, these assault characters, Gino.
Yeah, I think they're definitely getting on top of those picks now, and we're seeing that meta, you know, constrict even more, and that's when we have a look at this, you know, Crypto and Wraith are gone, right? Like, you know, they got picked twice, and now they're not even, you know, in there anymore. Conduit's only getting picked in Siphon contests. Valkyrie, a bit of a lone one. Caustic, you know, a single team's picking that, and then Horizon again is mostly contests happening. So it's yeah, it's fascinating that out of those top 4 picks, 2 of those are the assault characters, just very much on top at the moment.
Yeah, and as we get ourselves organized for match number 5, we'll take you through the leaderboard once more while we have Vegas Inferno sitting nicely at the top there with about 47 points. And then we have Evo's Predator coming in at 2nd place on 46. So they're incredibly close together. They have had a match where they went toe-to-toe and Vegas Inferno came out on top. So these two teams are literally fighting tooth and nail for 1st and 2nd position, Dax.
Yeah, and not only that, Evo's Predator is in that spot because of the last 2 games. Map number 3, they got 20 points from it. Map number 4, 19 points. They've been rallying so well after a bit of a rough start when they immediately got into the lobby, right? They were eliminated pretty early on there in 12th place, but just having Nutsuro-sama in this roster, just to add on into what we've seen from that old Lightning Unicorn Cord be able to do in the first place, has given them such a good shot. Also, a quick little shout there to X and Y. I know we've been talking about them for quite a while already, and all I gotta say is with 21 points added from game number 4, it has been a rocket ship strapped behind them too. So at least they're in a good spot right now to really contend here. As hey, I guess I got the big solo cam there.
That's it. We want more pizza, Dax, okay? Give us what the people want, and that is
I didn't bring it right now.
full cam eating pizza, okay? And what you said, I think you're cutting it into 4 slices or something, a quarter of the... I don't know. I heard something you guys going on about that before. So however you eat your pizza, Dax, we're just here to support you. But, I wanted to also have a conversation about Great Fanta. They had such an exceptional match 1 today. I was on the edge of my seat, and they racked up so many kills for that. They're slowly losing their footing, as we sort of move through into game number 4. Still racking up a fair few kills, which is keeping them, I guess, in that 3rd place position. But yeah, they are sort of, falling a little bit behind now. They were obviously doing a contest with Makers on World's Edge, and they won 3 out of all of them. I think for the second time, I think it was just Asia's got away on the gondola or something. So,
It's crazy, right? I mean, you're contesting one of the best fighting teams in the entire region, and that's where you get all of your points. Then you come out, actually play an honest game here on Storm Point, and, they walk away with 0 in Game 4. So, hopefully, in Game 5 and 6, they can show us, some macro on what they're made of. Because, apart from, sort of the snowball that they pulled off in Game 1 and winning those contests, it has been a little bit lean from there on.
Yeah, and you know what? But that's we still got 2 more matches to go. And here we are. We're going to head into match number 5. Let's see exactly what our teams can do.
Back into the last game for real this time. We're getting into match number 5 as our day is winding on down. We've seen teams, though, make it very, very close here. Genome, Vegas Inferno in first place. Evo's Predator right behind them. 2 new orgs joining the APAC South family. And you can see why these teams were picked up, as you can see them at the top of the leaderboard, too.
Yeah, it's... I feel like that's often the way, isn't it? Like, you get a little bit of an org buff.
Yep. I remember that happened to Heroes last split. That happened to Makers last week, and then... It's just the thing. Once you get sponsored, you're looking to impress the guys that really believed in you to begin with.
Which is crazy, because you could totally just take the bag and then, turn off your monitor and not worry anymore, right?
I know so many people.
Who do that, or who would want to do that, or...
This is not the stream to talk about that, but in any case, you get the ring going. And it looks likely to be towards Barometer. Virtus Pro, they're going to be the ones taking the zone this time, and it's been such a tough adjustment. They've really gone back to that Catalyst comp, if you notice here, Genome, so it's way back on the controller here.
Ah, okay. Interesting. Let's just, if I go and to our brilliant stats portal here, as I'm sure some of you guys can follow along on our lovely new Longshot Twitch extension, which provides so many stats right at your fingertips whenever you guys want. Incredible how we've been able to come up with that. Shout out to our whole team for putting that one together. And yeah, it'll tell us that, Sharky sticking on the Bangalore the entire way through the series. Pricey switching from the Watson over to the Bloodhound, as you noted, and it's Way switching from Bloodhound over to Catalyst. So yeah, we were talking about that it kind of makes the roles a bit weird before, because you do have an anchor IGL, which is not ideal. Most teams have said they've really struggled with making good calls in those kind of situations, but finally, with something going their way, unfortunately they had absolutely 0 Evo Harvesters anywhere near them. So VP didn't really have an option to get blues to start off with. So that's kind of tough, but they just need to stockpile as much ammo as they can, some sort of long-range weapons, and then they'll be able to shoot from the top of the big Barrow Tower. That should get them their blues, sooner rather than later, you would have thought.
Yeah, you ask for it, and you shall receive. Genome Pricey. He has 300 bullets? From what I see in his hands right now. Triple take
blues
also.
Already.
Yep, pressuring HKUF, pressuring now anyone coming up close. And that team is SWQ. So Virtus Pro, they play out their zone really well, and they have such a good tower to work with a bunch of supplies to have for the long game here.
Yep, you can see there's heaps in there. Sharky popping the Phoenix they had ready to go. They got plenty of ammo, but they probably will run out of meds sooner or later. So that's the one that they have to manage a little bit better, I think. But obviously, getting up to blues, definitely worth trading some of those resources early. Getting up to purples is a whole different issue. And we've seen many teams who play very early zone from these positions not even get to purples, like, you know, running blues all the way until that zone 6. That could be VP's lot in life here for match 5.
I mean, such a big jump. 1,250 Evo. You don't have harvesters, you don't have the bins, perks, and whatnot to keep adding to that total, and it'll be a long day here for Virtus Pro as they watch so many teams move by.
The one thing you do get, though, I guess, is the underdog bonus, right? And that's, you know, it's a niche thing. We don't talk about it a lot here on the broadcast, but you know, if you're beating teams, if you're eliminating squads that have higher level armor than you, you're getting 100, 200, 300. You know, there's a bunch of extra Evo just for getting the squad wipe because they have higher level Evo armors than you. So that's one way that you can sort of catch back up, a bit of a catch up mechanic in the game.
I mean, you have to win the fight to begin with. Now Kill Devil winning the initial skirmish versus Boogie Borders. There's some pressure again being applied. Levy now popping the Beast of the Hunt, and they want to go for the push on in, but Boogie Borders have other plans. They're the ones advancing right now with Kill Boss. 1 HP, all he needs to back on away. Pana also slivered out in his flesh. Raki lobbing these nades. Arcs are gonna get thrown on over too. Kill Boss already in purple armor here, and it's Boogie Borders taking the fight to KD. They didn't expect this kind of aggression from Kill Boss. The knock from Bolin, not gonna be enough. The escape is on from Kill Devil. A solo standing gets away towards the corner there.
Oh, he's zooming down the hill with that double time, and he probably will grab the Phoenix. Yeah, he's going to get it off and should actually get out of here. And Makers, they've spotted some noise. They're zooming up that next choke to your right. Yeah, there we go, just appearing on your screen now. Do they realize? They've pinged it. They've actually pinged out this location. Potentially even they've got a White Raven that's heading them, you know, helping them pinpoint the location of this fight, and they're going to try and get this onto Boogie Borders, but they've had time to res. Raki pops the Phoenix, and he's back in, but Pana's taking a little bit of damage. Let's see if they can get on top of them here.
Big shots there from Dexter, and Makers now moving forward. Purple armor though, Killapaw's able to weather the initial storm. Dexter able to make the trade happen, and the Makers now with the Boogie Borders having a 2v2 here. A bit of smoke of cover to work with. Now Pana trying to find a way in after getting his shields back online. Thermite gonna get thrown on over to scanned up now, and the Boogie Borders didn't expect this aggression coming in from Makers here.
The evac tower goes out. I was wondering if that was because there was a mother load ready to go. Maybe they were just trying to scare them with it.
It's close.
And yeah, he does almost have that, but I genuinely think it was a scare tactic. It was like, hey, you guys are gonna have to deal with our you know, our wall hacks, essentially. Instead, they get out. They use this to just rotate straight into the ring, and Boogie Borders are going to go for the reset. In the meantime, by the way, Bolin uses the distraction to get a trident and get both of his teammates banners. Beautiful moves from Kill Devil.
This is a different kind of drive-by just to bring the banners back, and Kill Devil a chance now to reset as a 3-0. So many respawn beacons he can work with. Checkpoint down, B's having them, and us Makers give chase. Oh my, you know, Makers have a trident too, and they're really looking for Bolin here.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 2 completely different games going on here. Like, if you'd had a look at the map, if you guys have got the map stream open, there's everybody just absolutely sitting in Barrow right now, and then there's just this goofy kind of you know, Benny Hill chase going on here with Kill Devil getting the resets, and the Makers trying to look out for Boogie Borders, who have just gotten the respawn off in zone. That's even further north, up the ski lift there from Makers. They've brought them back in. That said, Makers have definitely seen this happen. They've also just scanned it on the beacon there, so it's going to be interesting to see if Boogie Borders can make their way in without Makers just, you know, mirroring them and forcing them to take zone damage forever.
But notice the timing there, Genome. Makers popping the scan to see both Boogie Borders and the successful resurrection there of Kill Devil. So they're gonna know they're coming in from down base. Now we go back to real Apex Legends, and Barometer gonna be filled with many of these teams. Virtus Pro looking to go down to the ground floor. Find Fensu. That's a good start here for Pricey and the rest. There's so much space here for Virtus Pro to work with, and already 2 down on the side of Bearclaw Gaming. Yet again, we zip back on up. Pricey trying to go for the push. Here comes the drop down now. A fight on the ground floor again. Nutsu Osama, the one getting the knock with the cluster there, but Virtus Pro, they're not done in this fight here. Keeping the pressure going. This pylon in the way too, and Bearclaw Gaming cornered and trapped. Gonna get taken down, but Virtus Pro now the ones in trouble here.
Yeah, because as you noted, Pricey got knocked. So obviously, you know, they were very much aware. As Sharky goes for the body blocks on the zip line. That was, like, did you see that?
Yeah.
That was like the best netball defense I've ever seen in my life. Shoving 2 players back down. But still, the bullets rained on in. And you have to be feeling rough for the Virtus Pro fans and the team right now. Dax, they've had a zone dropped on their heads and have not been able to convert.
Yeah, it was a gimme, and Sharky playing volleyball as the net itself. This is not enough to keep his team alive. X and Y also wiping away Great Fanta, and this is something you posited a while ago in the pre-map talks here, Genome. What would Great Fanta be able to do given an honest macro-style game? Will they been found again, and still another 0-point session for them, unfortunately.
So tough. It's gonna start getting, definitely gonna start hitting the mentals at this point. Couple of days into the season now, and you know they've really got their work cut out for them. Legends have been looking on to that fight that we just saw in the main Barrow building. Vegas Inferno here. They're having a fight with Kill Devil, and as you can see, they're going to win that one, just like they have won so many other fights today. You know, they weren't my first pick for a team, you know, grabbing that bag from the org, but they're certainly making their case today as why they should have been.
Yeah, squad formerly known as Numb Nim putting in the work, but now they're under a lot of trouble as Vegas Inferno knocked down here by X and Y. You got JR already catching out to X and Y's push. So successful, and the lobby leader is forced to back on away. Wire's the only one still standing. He's been found there, but we're gonna listen in to True here, who's also setting up a barometer now.
Probably, yeah. Oh, we need to get fences on our drops. Yeah. Someone just died right next to us, by the way, low ground. A bloodhound. Where? Like west. No, they're dead. He died. He got thirsty. Okay. I'm just gonna climb here and scout. There's a body here as well. I can't reach it.
Yeah, like an ulti cell. If there's any.
Right.
So much load.
Yeah, hold on, sure. I'm gonna climb and scout for a second. Yeah, purple body here. So the team playing top zip in front of us, the team playing top zip behind us. If I'm wary of them peeking, I might... Yeah, be careful. I need a stock for my Hemlock. I got one. Alright.
I'll take it. Alright, so nicely set up in the tunnels underneath the sewers there of Barometer. You can see True, you can hear that thought process going on, very, you know, very much aware of their surroundings, and a team who knows how to get the macro going as Raki tries to pull on the, what did you call it, Dax? The Skyload? Yeah, yep. So they've got perfect information on the other team. Is that enough for them to win the fight, though? Apparently not.
The information is they are dead. 2 outside, 2 still standing. Chance to reset as Akuma is too far away, and it's tough for the duo themselves to actually push on in. And while this happens, X and Y has been on a tear here, Genome. Now they're nearby. They heard the fight outside the ring, under pressure by 2. Make that 3 squads, because this charge rifle from Heroes also putting in a little bit of work from a team.
Oh, he's got a lot of ammo as well. He can just throw that out willy-nilly there, and it will be outside, going down at the hands of Heroes. Akuma now, they're going to have to try and battle off X and Y, and my lord, there's some strong controllers on that team, but 2v3, too much to ask of even And Australian heroes there. X and Y continue their domination of this lobby. Wow, I mean, you know, third. Is that domination? It's pretty damn good.
I mean, they're making a case for it right now, Genome. Remember, they tilt down Vegas Inferno. They're just basically putting a nail onto the score of Vegas Inferno right now. A chance for X and Y to keep racking up KP, look to bridge that gap, and they're third right now. We'll see how far they can go, but the Makers, they're dead last in 20th place. Big game before on this map. Boosted them all the way up to first in that last set. It's looking difficult though. Here by the bridge, HKUF to be one of the targets. Barbecue also nearby, but Yuhang already has been down. Dexter still sharp from a while ago.
Actually incredibly hard for them to get out of this situation. Makers, though, should be able to walk into the south side of the zone. HKUF down to 1 now. Evo's Predator, you can see. They've got quite the lead over X and Y. It might be first and third, but that's a 10-point lead. Evo's Predator actually just jumping from second place to first place now with that tick up in points. So let's have a look at Makers as they try and get across the bridge. They're going to run into Barbecue, but they haven't set up their fences in time.
Yeah, Lulu Home can't make this one comfy as Ronin has already been knocked on down, but it's X and Y actually picking that one up. X and Y, though, they have to be very careful here. XC now trying to find the reset. They craft the shields onto one now. HKUF as well as Barbecue focusing their efforts onto Makers instead, and it's X and Y looking for the opening. Eventually, though, the knuckle cluster from Ziki able to knock down JR. XD2, YC's gone. X and Y the first to fall in that fight. Makers still here in the corner, but Barbecue, here's the scan right now. Maker's gonna be gone. It's BBQ, the ones who stand tall after that one.
Continuing their misfortune despite having a rough start to that fight. Barbecue consolidate, turn it around, and now they are the ones looking to take up position south as the single HKUF member seems to stand between all these teams and safety in the final ring.
Now, one of the most exciting fighting teams Barbecue is, but right now they cannot fight any longer against Heroes. Lahim still stands here looking for a chance to bring Bastion back up to life. While this happens, the low rat of HKUF spotted too. Lahim is unrelenting. It's Heroes making a run here on the west.
Oh, there was carnage on our western seaboard here, but Legends standing strong on the eastern side. True. Yeah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles starting to make their way out of the sewers now. And we've got Evo's Predator not only in the #1 spot, but also in the #1 spot for Game 5 here, Dax. They are the ones. 30-30, Sentinel, Hemlock at the ready. Lots of ranged options here for our Thai team to hurt everybody else who wants to make their way into Zone 6 as it begins to close.
And this is exactly the session the team formerly known as Lightning Unicorn needs right now. They had a rough weekend. They had to play the double header last Sunday as a duo. Now they're in the top spot, but Legends Gaming, always a threat to watch out for. From above, Easy Flash. Effectively, in the standards, it's been a rougher day today compared to other sessions. Honestly, the reason why Legends Gaming hasn't gotten as many points as they would like here.
Yeah, but you know, a bad day for Legends Gaming is 8 stacks. You know, for other teams that are trying to come through, like, you know, Boogie Borders, like VP, it's, you know, it's a bottom 5. There's a big difference there.
About standards, man, and Legends Gaming, you know that they're always aiming for the top, but right now, the ones at the summit, it's Gopgaps and the rest of Evos. They already catch out Kano here. Legends Gaming still in the elevated angle. They're watching out for anyone close by. SWQ is still there. True is going to be nearby as Evo's Predator has their hands full. This is a small chance here for Legends Gaming to safely transit if they get rid of all the teams nearby first.
That's a big ask though, and Nutsuru Sama has been put down. Who gets that was Legends Gaming though, so Warmaster Firebird nearby. Not only are they rezzing their own player, but they may not have realized there was the knock on the nearby team. Okay, they drop down. SWQ taken out. True though, they're so far below, and they've got 2 respawn beacons and 0 evac, so they can't pop up and try and become a problem here for Legends Gaming. That said, Legends are moving forward, so now True, they actually they haven't realized, they haven't cottoned on to the fact yet that Legends have just left them in the dust. So True will actually have a walk in towards the edge of the circle here. 4 teams left, Axe.
You can see the experience of Legends Gaming, the hastiness of making those kind of calls, courtesy of Strafing Flame. Now they engage onto Nutsuru-sama and the rest of EVO's. Player K, he got the knock in the sniper battle before. That's confidence here for Legends Gaming. But take the ground floor away. While this happens, with EVOs having their hands full even more so now, it's a chance for War Monster Firebird to set up the way that they want. Now they're looking at True here instead.
Yep. That's the switcheroony that's Legends Gaming have pulled there, essentially. Allowing the other teams to focus on True rather than both of them. Let's have a listen to Legends Gaming as we've got 4 teams left. And we
went for free right now. I'm gonna bang out too. No, I think you just have to gen player. Do you have ult cells?
No, I don't.
Gen in this corner. Just gen in a corner. I'm gonna bang out soon. Try and get kills for now. Okay. Please. They jump down right side. We're good. We win this game for free, okay? When should I bang ult? I think I'm bang ulting now. Okay. I'm nading this team above us. I'm nading them. Really good nades. Shoot him up!
Nice! Careful, like. Careful. Channing.
I'm chilling.
Chill.
Yo. Really good nades. Chill.
I think you... Wishing.
Just chill.
Anet on the left. Anet left side.
Yeah. Right. Get. No, our left. 100. On me. Behind knock.
Thank you. 100. Farming.
Oh, I hit 3 shot, man.
So close there for Legends Gaming, but War Monster Firebird is able to weather all that chaos. They take the dub instead in such a close top 3 there, Layton. What a fight there from Legends Gaming, though.
What an impressive fight from Legends Gaming indeed, Dax. You know, they were controlling the top so well, eliminating SWQ along the lower ground and had quite an easy rotate into the bottom of the building under Evo's Predator. So you could just really see their knowledge and expertise in the game, and they just seem to do it with such style. And what a goddamn fight against War Monster Firebird there. I don't think I've seen a single Havoc shot missed from, I think it might have been Player K, but it was just insane for them. It was so close. I'm pretty sure the zone closed in and touched, everybody in sight. So what an impressive end game there for number 5. But this fight here, Dax, I was jaw clenching for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Virtus Pro just took a little too long, and as soon, especially as Evo's Predator got that knock, that was their way in. I do want to point out, we focused on Legends Gaming there in the listen in, but right before we heard their thoughts, I did say a while ago, War Monster Firebird, given the fact that the building had 2 teams right now, they're the ones who had everything that they wanted. They had the space to work with, they could play the setup, they knew they could take down True a lot earlier on than before. And there was such a big stall there, Lace, especially the fact that Evo's Predator, they launched their mother load towards the evac tower. So quick little skyload there for information. No one really wanted to take the fight just because they knew Evo's Predator was watching the whole time. Eventually, Legends actually took down Evo's Predator first, and that's when War Monster Firebird struck, and struck they did.
Yeah, they had that space. They sort of just had to bide their time playing on the wall, It is, I guess, a bit of a 50-50 when you push underneath a team in building, because who's got to drop? It's obviously the top team, and that's where the fights begin. But War Monster Firebird were ready for that with a whole 11 kills and a first place for them. And then coming in second place, Legends Gaming with 8 kills on top and some damage spread out between them. But again, Evo's Predator, Dax, they are in these top teams. They are here to play. They were just second place coming out of game number 4. So, even a third place here could change things for them against Vegas Inferno.
Yeah, and game number 3 too. And they've already overtaken Vegas Inferno in terms of the points just because Vegas was dropped so early on there by X and Y. Same things can be said for X and Y. Good KP, but 11th place only after they were found. And that being said, it should be Evo's on top of things now.
And it sure is with the 57 points there. 7-point lead against Vegas Inferno. Vegas had about 3 kills on the board there, but, you know, didn't really place in those top positioning teams. So it was only a matter of time before Evo's Predator took that over. They really had a great position in that building, Dax. They were there for quite some time, sort of waiting for, you know, the likes of Legends Gaming, True, I believe, and SWQ to sort of make their way in, just being able to farm anything in their path. And that surely did, I guess, showcase their game. And just exceptional from them. Not obviously winning. That is handed to War Monster Firebird, which has pushed them up to 9 plays.
Yeah, it's a big buffer for War Monster Firebird, but we still have to tackle the Legends Gaming situation. Now that they're in 4th, they're in reaching distance here, Lace. It is going to be difficult as they only have one more game to try and vie for that top spot, but they have made themselves get that chance to go for it. So Legends Gaming still going to be on people's radars right now just to try and take that 25 again.
Yeah, and if we talk about, I guess, the season standings, Makers are out in front at the moment. Legends Gaming are obviously playing, you know, their second lots of matches for today. So they only had a 7-point difference on the season standings. So if they're in 4th right now, they're in contention to take them over again and be back on top. If they can do another game exactly like that, they're going to be in great contention to be the reigning champions, I guess, on the season standing boards, coming halfway through Split 2. Oh, I just can't wait. It's always match number 6 for us, Dax. We can never tell, you know, who's going to take the victory here in APAC South. It's always so close.
It gets so exciting, especially when the scoreboard is this condensed. 7 points between Evo's Predator and Vegas Inferno right now. You got X and Y, Legends Gaming, Great Panther, I dare say outside the ring still with some chances right now. So that top spot still up for grabs, but it's already been such a good sign for Evos and Vegas to do so well under a new name here.
And I couldn't have said it better myself, Dax. So we're going to take another short break. And on the other side, we will see you for the last match of the day. So don't go anywhere.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Laura.
Welcome back, everybody. That time has come. It is the last game of the day here at APAC South Pro League. It's been passion from start to finish for our teams. And because we've got an ever-so-changing leaderboard, I think that's the way we like it, Dax.
Yeah, 5 unique winners right now, and especially with War Monster Firebird taking that top spot a while ago, that jumps them up from 19th place all the way tonight. So a commendable effort right now from WMFB. A big win also to give those chances to them to get even more series points right now. But we always have to go back to the top 3 that we're looking at here, Lace. Evo's Predator in front, Vegas Inferno just right behind them with 7 points. The gap, X and Y gonna be there. And of course, the overlooking presence, Legends Gaming, gonna be there in 4th.
Yeah, they jumped up about 6 spots just from that game alone. They've been finding a little bit tough, the games going through today. But, you know, they're a juggernaut of a team. So, you know, something like this is just easy for them. They are sitting, you know, in a really good spot on our series leaderboard. So if they can sort of, I guess, replay match 5 and, you know, get the kill points that they ever so want and deserve, then they could definitely take home a lot of series points. But, you know, they've got to take down the likes of Evo's Predator. I've absolutely been blown away by them today. And I think that's because, you know, they're not playing as a duo. You know, having that extra player coming back in is really changing things for them. And you can definitely see that showing through their games today.
Yeah, Nutsuru-sama, it seems like he hasn't missed a beat whatsoever from when we last saw him a few splits before. 6k damage already, 10 kill points for his name. Bang Fafa 5th also with 12 to pitch on in. And it really just goes to show Evo's Predator right now, they look to be a completely different beast as a trio. I kind of want to go back to Legends Gaming though, because looking at some of the stats, it's a little bit unfortunate for someone like Easy Flash. The thing is, he has the top damage right now for his team. It's 4k. It's commendable. But you look at the kills that he has here, 2 kills only and 11 assists. It's a reason why Legends has found a few struggles here. Is unfortunately, it's either he does get knocked down, or it's been difficult for them to survive with many of the players still standing after a first fight.
Yeah, it's something a little bit changing, but let's see how they go in match number 6. Dax, we are on our final game of Storm Point and final match of today, so let's take it away.
It's always a different feeling when we're here at the end. Final map now for today. It's been such a long day for Group A, 12 maps to play. Group C also chiming in with 6 here. At the very top genome, it's still Evo's Predator. So everyone looking to try and knock them down. Let's see who's going to take it after this map.
Yeah, if you're watching that ticker up the top, it'll tell you where your favorite team is sitting currently in our standings, how many points they need to start making their way up. And if you're having a look at the map, it'll give you an idea of where we're going to finish. Very likely in Jurassic Park, where One Monster Firebird is starting off. They're currently sitting middle of the table. A big 23-point win in that last game. Dax pushes them up 10 places into 9th. And looks like, once again, they might have the box seat into this final game. That said, they actually didn't get a ring console. So you're seeing them move north here to sort of go center map. And they're actually taking on Remarkable Team immediately. Risky just gets away.
Just make or break for War Monster Firebird, man. They already got at least within the top 10. They want to try and vie for KP to build that even more so. And looking at the rotation right now, or looking at the map itself, the ring console is just right behind Remarkable Team's initial position. Yeah. So they were looking to try and make their way through Remarkable Team there.
Yeah, I do think that's what they were going for. And, you know, short of that, they've said, okay, we'll just grab the Evo Harvester over here. Do they realize that Crazy Kong is also looking to get blues from SWQ, and now they're kind of locked into this position. This is very rough for War Monster Firebird. All these other teams, they've had that ring console information. Dax flying immediately to find buildings, positioning whatever they can within Jurassic, and War Monster Firebird are going to be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, they're none the wiser. All they know is someone scanned nearby the survey beacon there. And SWQ gonna play Avoidance instead. So what happens is Vegas Inferno, they've taken position now. MDUI towards the building near the tower, and you got Legends Gaming also just away from all those complexes, having a building of their own there.
Yep, nice to have somewhere to call home. Teams could probably even play from Pylon from a little while if they really want to. Virtus Pro, they're going to take the Southern Choke. Got Catalyst on way. Able to try and reinforce some of these doors, and that's, you know, Virtus Pro really, you can see 17th, 14 points. They've got quite some ways to go. Even if they had a massive game here and picked up, you know, say 15 to 20 points, you know, that would still only get them to sort of middle of the pack here. Such has been their troubles and travails here in our second series today.
And Heroes also struggling now. Great Fanta wants to find them outside the wall, and it's Great Fanta putting the pressure on. Akuma also with a scan here. They've also want to be the third party along the way, but low-key making this very quick. Heroes left to a solo here. Great Fanta keeping the pressure on. There you have it. Crusader actually the one to pick up a kill for Akuma, but in the end, it's Great Fanta removing Heroes from this last lobby.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're 17th at the moment. There's something to be said for Fussy and Crusader, who have played the entire day as a duo, and yet have showed presence as if they're, you know, more numerous than they in fact are. And, like, you know, we've got 100% rate, or close to, in some of these lobbies. Bang Blood, Akuma kind of sitting there and saying, hey, you don't even need a third character. It really just truly is the Bang Blood meta.
I mean, interesting enough, I saw them play the Horizon as a duo for quite a while. It's why we saw those stats really pick on up too. We're not going to see it right now. Instead, still have a remarkable team with their unique composition. Most of the teams here going for that Bang Blood as per usual. HKUF, they're trying to make their way in towards Jurassic. Beast of the Hunt. Gonna get popped here by HKUF. Running away effectively from Bear Claw Gaming. So Crane on a full retreat. They want to take the building in front of them. And luckily for HKUF, it is absolutely free for the taking.
They are one of, I want to say, like 7 teams inside Jurassic, and then you've got probably another 3 teams on the border, on the outskirts of Jurassic. True being one of those. They're holding the northeastern choke. We often do see the zone pull up towards that, so, you know, if we do get one of those shifts, it could be good. Having a look at this, you can see kill leaders up the top here, low key. After that massive first game, where I think he had 8, is actually the kill leader. But Notsuru-sama, as you said, Dax, hasn't missed a beat. Still in the top 5.
Yeah, well done, JR. Also, X and Y, second place there. But Makers, they need to make it happen now. Already, the L-Star up close and personal. Great Fanta removed here. And Loki, he's left to stay at 14 there. So at least a mark made by Great Fanta throughout the day. But now other teams can overtake them. Akuma, though, on the other hand, willing to play the 2v3. Fussy, oh no! Not what you would like to see. And Makers, this is easy for them. Another wipe to their name.
Yep, well, that's an early exit, early to bed there for Akuma. Sure, it's going to be a rough day to, you know, take it on the entire lobby as a duo, so they'll head out. I did see in the lobby chat earlier on today, Dax, after Great Fanta had that massive first game, Panna actually said to them, don't throw away another first. And I feel like Loki's got some apologizing to do. He's going to have to show up and say, sorry, Dad. I've done it again.
He's been jinxed effectively. He got called out there, noticed by the other teams, and Great Fanta, they had a big buffer. We see them slip down the order yet again. Wouldn't be surprised to see them possibly knocked out of the top 5 at this. Alright, but hey, it's been a good show from them.
I hope not, though, because remember at the start of the day, I was like, even if they do nothing for the rest of the day, they still should be top 5. So we'll see. We'll see if it comes true.
I called this out a while ago. Lace is caster blessing for today.
Okay,
I
should shut up.
Yeah, you have been caster curse ever since the first set, my man.
Gotta pick my words wisely from now on.
Ever since the ring shifts, we have been quite surprised by a lot of things for today. The World's Edge rings, if you remember, they got pretty wild. At least it's a little bit more substandard here for Storm Point.
Yep, a little bit of It's some nice variety over here, which is lovely to see. Fairclaw Gaming, they started off at Devastated Coast. So it makes sense that they're taking the south position up on the pylon wall.
Let's reposition there.
Catalyst team's very happy about taking up some of these building positions as well. Yeah, honestly, they're very holdable with Watson and Catalyst both, I think, so.
We see more Catalysts because we want the walls try and transit, but given the fact we play on the interior, all they need to do now, barricade, fortify, and be comfy. True though, they at least made it in the top spots in that last game. Struggle to bust on True. It's SWQ opposite them.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit further in. We noted before they were playing out towards the river, but as the zone has shifted in, they have correctly read that it will be going further inside Jurassic Park. Further out, of course, near mid-map, you got KD taking on Barbecue there. You can see Lulu from Barbecue going to go down first. And it's really just King MSG left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Bolin just finds him. As soon as he climbs, sees the target. Easy pickings here for Kill Devil. Not the best performance compared to some of the standouts we've seen from KD in previous sets. They're looking to deal with Boogie Borders opposite them. Struggles too for Boogie Borders. You haven't seen the patented rally and storm point from them so far. They have to back away too as KD. They have effective height from where they stood.
Edge has been the name of the game for Boogie Borders. And they've kept us on the edge of their seat. Legends, they were apparently not happy with their position in the one of the broken houses on the outer, actually starting to move in here towards MDY. They popped a lot of utility to try and keep this at bay. It does look like they're going to get the res off as well. And then over the other side, you've got SWQ going in and taking an L against True.
A big win for True. The fight isn't done. Opposite them. Got outside instead, pushing into Legends. Legends thought they had the opportunity versus MDY. So 1-for-1 for now. Legends still fighting for their lives. They have the pylon defenses to work with. Player K making a sanctuary here for Legends Gaming. And Easy Flash is the one in the front line. Putting in the damage too. Outside, unable to climb on up any longer. For now here, at least you see Legends survive. But for how much can they do so as X and Y are nearby too?
Yeah, X and Y pull up, remove New Q, but that does allow just a scant few seconds for Legends to get Strafing Flame back up and running. Will X and Y give them the time? It looks like they've actually just stopped for a second, try and loot one of the boxes there from outside, and that is enough. I mean, wow, that would have been... I think, honestly, Legends have gotten away with that. They could have so easily been punished there, you know, a little bit of hubris trying to take that position away from MDY and then pulling back and outside almost making things middle.
Utter chaos as now Barbecue and Kill Devil repeat the engagement, but KD has the advantage. Barbecue gonna get eliminated, and across the map also Makers have found X and Y along the way, but we're not done with Kill Devil now. They want to continue the rampage as True and Boogie Borders are also nearby. Bolin looking for any targets now to pounce on.
In the ultimate, does have that vision. Anyone will stand out to him. And it's going to be X and Y that actually goes down to Makers on the other side of this. So again, Makers now up to triple reds already. They've been doing the rounds on the Evo Harvesters, but they've also been putting the damage in, Dax. 8 kills already to the side of Makers.
They need a big game.
And they do. And Evo's Predators, they want to stay on top as well. And these two are about to run into each other.
This has to be something Evo's Predator would want to avoid. Makers now honed in, locked in to try and make a big run. I also want to say this, you know, I saw a while ago in that fight, X and Y, XD slides past the Arc Stars. His other two teammates couldn't bridge that gap, and the big reason why they called for their retreat and backed away into the arms of Makers to begin with.
Boogie Borders caught in the middle of everything here. Kill Devil. They hit the ground. True should have a little bit of range here. A little bit to play with, but this is the fight I'm interested in. Makers versus Evo's Predator. The zone pushes them closer together, and it looks like Makers have got the first move in here. Nades being thrown out from both. This will stall the fight out for a little bit, but Makers, they just need to run around and avoid this, and surely they can take them out, Dax.
The top spot looking up for grabs with Makers now jumping in to take down Evo's Predator. Asia's again out of nowhere in the front line, bridging the distance.
Legends!
The Legends Gaming, you said it, Genome. This is their opportunity. They're going to take it. Dexter falls. Legends now in the 3v1. Trying to find the final one standing here for Makers. It's Zicky hiding in the corner. Still though, he hasn't found. There's the Eden Tower. Red armor's not enough to keep you alive, good sir. And the tracking from Strafing Flame. Beautiful work for Makers to get the job done, or rather, for Makers to be eliminated there.
Did you see
I watched
the tracking? Of course you did. You talked about it, but there is a reason that Strafing Flame is currently well above second place in terms of damage for this split so far, Dax. I'm just going to give you the overall stats here as they stand right now. Strafing Flame at 23,000 damage. Next place in the entire APAC South region is Easy Flash, usually the damage leader, at 18k, 5,000 below him. That beam right there is showing you how much Strafing Flame is putting himself at the forefront of his team right now.
Absolutely.
And my lord, if he can outdamage Easy Flash, this team, like, can they get even better?
Yeah, Strafing Flame is world class right now. It is to be said. Bearclaw Gaming have their hands full here as a Flow and the rest push on forward. Vegas Inferno, they see the opportunity in front of them for them to yoink that top spot back. Bearclaw, though, still with the fight back here. Remarkable team also falling to the hand of BCG, but eventually, there you go. Bearclaw Gaming gonna be gone here. A Flow Sato, the setup for Vegas Inferno from afar is good for now.
Looks like Virtus Pro are making a bit of a move, trying to get through the duo of Remarkable team. No caustic gas available for them. Legends Gaming trying to control this from the top. Virtus Pro, they just lost a 3v2 here. Oh man, this is rough scenes. Remarkable team will get cleaned up, of course, very quickly there by Vegas Inferno. But oh my, Legends Gaming here, 10 points off the pace. They need to come through and just roll through these last few teams if they want a chance to take out the dub here today.
Yeah, make it 9 for now as Genome, Legends Gaming, they need to pick up all the KP in front of them. Not let Vegas Inferno pick that one up. You can see though, utter confidence right now after the example made onto Makers. Legends Gaming pinging the western side, trying to find a good spot to work with. They might actually run into Vegas Inferno, first and foremost, their prime target for the lobby now.
4 squads left alive. 9 KP left in the lobby for the winning team at a maximum. And that means there is a chance that Legends Gaming can do this. They're desperately popping Ultic cells here to try and make sure they're in fighting form for this last foray, Dax. We've got an interception pylon online. Beast of the Hunt is 84% charged, and Rolling Thunder is ready to go. They're near the zone. They do have to worry about Vegas Inferno. And then you've got the other two teams on and underneath the sniper tower that everyone is currently focusing on. They'll be forced out soon. There you go. Warmonster Firebird down. MDY just desperately trying to make their way in with a Dark Veil towards the final circle.
Yeah, that's 2 more KP and now third place also. War Monster Firebird eliminated after the efforts there of Player K. MDY is lying in wait, but Vegas Inferno, they are seeing a threat right in front of them. 64 points here for Vegas right now. They're still in command of the lobby as it's stated. Legends Gaming, man, they have everything they would want and more coming into this last fight.
You're right, and now they're even getting the downs that they require. MDY are only 2. Vegas Inferno are only 2. Legends Gaming now in full ultimate mode. They've pumped all of them out just to give themselves the chance to take out the #1 spot.
Be close.
And
they're gonna watch from above. Vegas Inferno eliminated there. MDY making him work for it, but Legends Gaming, you can see the effort really in this last game, Genome. Strafing Flame, he's just waiting to see them poke their heads out. It has been the Legends show here.
Are they actually gonna let them revive?
Oh,
this is
it's for KP.
Interesting here. I guess if the downs came from MDY, then the res means that they do get the kills if they get brought back up. Legends Gaming, was that the most 5-head play we've ever seen to take out the dub today here? It's going to be, oh my god, I'm just gonna love running this one back to see if that particular move, that heads-up play, makes the difference in terms of #1 or a #2 spot for Legends Gaming here today, Dax.
They're gonna do the map there, and hopefully we can get Lace on back, but all I gotta say here, Genome, is that is impressive. It's not just massive, it was magnificent. What a win for Legends Gaming. We all witnessed the greatness that was their push versus Makers. We all watched that beam as soon as the final member of Makers tried to fly on by through the evac tower. Legends Gaming said no, and that was a statement in the last map. It's going to be very, very close given the map here.
Yeah, it's going to be super close. That was, wow. I mean, that was a fun one. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we always talk about a team having that big last hurrah and actually getting on top, but how often does it actually happen, you know? A team like Legends Gaming, you know, they're the ones with the composure to actually think about the little micro moves like that and saying, hey guys, let's maximize our KP. We know we've got the win. We're not worried about that. Let's just make sure, I don't care if they, you know, get back up to full health, whatever it takes. Let's just give ourselves every chance to grab another 25 points. It may have gone missing in Series 1 today. The perfect split may be over. It may be done. But that doesn't mean we can't get another couple of first places to hang our hats on.
And it's huge for Legends Gaming. Everyone playing a part. Player K, just the range master himself. Got, of course, Easy Flash, the prodigy, the talent, and the shots ringing through. But I dare say Strafing Flame gets the spotlight here. He's not just your IGL man. He's a complete package. He's the damage leader of the whole split so far, for good reason, and right now he adds almost 2k yet again. 15 kills for Legends Gaming. That's how many extra versus MDY? That was at least 2, right, that MDY was trying to bring on back, and is that enough to boost them over Vegas Inferno?
Ridiculous, especially when you think that that Makers got 11 kills and went out in 11th spot, Dax. So that means that Makers killed about half the lobby the first half of the game. And then Legends killed most of them from then on. I mean, most of the other teams that were in like the top 5, top 10, you know, only had a couple of kills each. That means in the end game, Legends Gaming were basically just being the Terminator, going around and destroying everyone else there. Wow, what a finish for our Indonesian team.
It's like Makers and Legends Gaming had a bit of a relay race there. And as soon as Makers was able to pass the baton towards Legends, it was just Legends having such a show. But it's time to see if the big brain plays were enough here, Genome. It's going to be super close, I can tell. But let's see who has taken Group A versus C. I'm so excited, though. I want to see the overall, though, first and foremost. And as of right now, there you have it. 66 points for Legend Gaming. That's 2 points the gap, so the res was enough for them to boost themselves up to get to that top spot.
That is a pretty crazy result there.
Genius.
Oh, wow. I mean, you know, we talked about they were 10 points behind with 4 or 5 squads left. That means they basically have to capture all of the points left in that final zone, and they do it. They actually do it and get on top. Wow. That's composure. That is talent. That is a world-class team. That is a team that has got, you know, what is it? Top 5 in the last 2 lands that they've played in. Bravo.
Another massive game. Another massive moment for Legends Gaming. 27 points in that final matchup. And with it, it's another 25 series or split points that you gotta add on here, Genome. This will boost them up. Makers, yet again, who had a bit of a topsy-turvy performance. First place in A and B. Here and now, 17th place. At least it's not last after those 11 kills from that final game. But Makers would have wanted something better there.
Oh, they would have, but unfortunately, you know, they did push themselves up a couple of points, Dax. But with a good start to the season, I don't think that's actually going to bother them all that much.
I want to say also congratulations to you, Genome. You did not curse Great Fanta today. They still stayed in top 5. Well done.
Just made it. Just made it. Nah, that was. I mean, look, all credit to them. That was it. I mean, if you could get top 5 off one like extremely good game, then you know, congrats to you. That's all you've got to do, I guess. But you know, to get top 7 overall in APAC South, that requires consistency, Dax. That means they will have to pull out many more of those good games in the remainder of Split 2 that we have here online.
Yeah, and well, it's time to talk to the man in charge of the top team right now. Let's get Strafing Flame on the call here. Legends Gaming with another historical win, honestly. And Strafing, hello, can you hear us here?
Hello.
Oh, first things first, man. Congratulations! What was that last play? Please break it down for us, because that was so genius.
The going back to res and picking up all the kills. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I saw them on the knocks and kind of hoped they would res, and they did. So I'm pretty happy about it.
And with that, you guys had a 2-point gap there versus Vegas Inferno. But I gotta ask one more question before we pass it on to Genome. Coming into that last map, did you guys expect that you could actually get the win in the A versus C matchup because of it?
No, not at all. Is that confirmed, by the way? Would we not have won without those 2 extra kills?
It was only a 2-point. You guys finished with 66, and it was Vegas Inferno with 64. So it would have been very close. Yeah.
That's fucking sick, dude.
Agreed. Completely agreed. Look, Strafing. You know, you guys have gone from strength to strength. We're used to seeing Easy Flash at the top of. It's almost a bit of a meme here at Longshot. How often he was at the top of the damage leaderboards, going back like all the days to like, you know, we're talking like Wolfpack. I can't remember if it was Shadow or Alpha. One of the Wolfpacks that he was in, right? But this season, you've actually come out on top, and by a significant margin so far. So is there anything in the way that you guys have structured your game or the way that you're playing personally that has meant that you've been able to actually eclipse him in the damage stats this split?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm on Bangalore now. So I'm shooting my gun a lot more than he is. And it's essentially that. Now they're kind of like playing around me and then supporting me, whereas it used to be like us supporting Easy Flash, right? And now it's kind of the other way around. So obviously when you have a player and Easy Flash supporting you, it's quite easy to play the game, you know? Someone peeks, they get hit for 100, they can't peek anymore, and I'm free to do whatever I want. So it's been really fun.
That's so awesome to hear. And like, obviously it's pretty nice for you guys to just have that flexibility and being like, hey, we can throw any of our players into this role and they're just going to absolutely ball out with, and frag out. But I guess just as a follow-up to that then is, was that change made because of, like IGLing priorities or putting Easy Flash on Bloodhound? Like, how have you found that difference in roles between the team?
Yeah, so the main reason why we switched the first time was I just couldn't really do as much on as on Bloodhound as the team needed. So I kind of like relegated myself to the Bangalore role, but I've kind of been like working on my individual skill the last few months, and it's been like paying off big time. I've been able to really like do a lot on the team in this role.
And it's so apparent too. You have just absolutely impressed. And we all watched you one clip, the last member of Makers there on that evac tower. What an example really being made of MNK supremacy from you. But I gotta ask you right now here, Strafling, how is it really feeling for the team? Because when we hear your comms, you guys are so high-spirited. Is it really Legends Gaming at the peak right now of their performance here?
I really hope not, to be honest. We were fully expecting to try and get a 100-point average, and we just, fell really short of the expectation, right? I think we're happy enough with first place now because of just how all of the games went, right? Like, obviously 10th place last set, and then struggling really hard at the first 3-4 games was like, it takes a toll on the mental, So we're really expecting us to do better, but I wouldn't say we're happy with how we performed.
Well, just touching on that first series then, Strafing, obviously it's been an awesome finish to the day, and that's 3 wins out of 4 series you've played now. Ridiculous record by itself. But I don't know, what did you take away from that first series where obviously it had been a little more struggle street for you guys?
We're not really sure what went wrong, because it felt like my IGLing was good, our teamwork was on point, but we just couldn't close out the last 5%. I still don't really understand what's going on. Dan kind of said it was just a little bit of individual mistakes. Literally every game was just an individual mistake from someone with an overpeak. So I'm quite excited to try and VOD review that, get that cleared up, I guess. But
crank out that last 5%.
Yeah. I guess I have one final question before we wrap things up here, man. Really, we've seen most of your big performances come from Storepoint. What makes the distinction between your Storepoint games and World's Edge games? And I gotta ask you, I guess, what do you look to try and improve on World's Edge to keep the performance even better right now?
I think on World's Edge, the main thing we need to try and improve is just our communication and teamwork in fights. I feel like fights on Stormpoint often rely on just terrain and space, whereas on World's Edge it's more about understanding the buildings and stuff. It's I guess it's one layer deeper. So we've been kind of struggling with that, and we're probably gonna VOD review that this week, and hopefully we'll bring our best performance next week.
I mean, you guys already have 3 out of 4 top spots, to say the least, and at the very top of the APAC South pecking order. But before anything else, man, gotta ask you, any shoutouts you want to do while you're here with us?
Yeah, actually. So the org is doing something really cool for us, and for the first 2 months of our jerseys being out, all of the profits all go 100% to the players. So any jersey you buy, if you buy Player K's jersey, you'll get Player K will get 100% of the profit there. And only buy my jersey, please. They have enough fans. I'm poor. I need to feed my family. My children are starving. Please buy my jersey. It's please buy my jersey.
You heard that here, folks. Give the man the bag, and that's incredible. Not only do you get the incredible Legends Gaming merch drop, but the fact that it supports the players directly. I love seeing and hearing about that. But thank you so much there, Strafing Flame. We look forward to seeing you guys succeed in future runs. And good luck for the rest of the split, man.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. What a... I gotta say, what an insight there from Strafing. Besides the fact that, I'm looking now for those Legends Gaming jerseys, it really goes to show that even with them being at the top of the scoreboard now here, Genome, there's still something that they're looking to improve on.
Right, I love that. I love that, he's even humble enough to say that, yeah, look, we are one of the best teams in the world, but there's still significant learnings to take away from every game and try and push themselves to be better, and that constant desire to improve is what keeps these teams at the top and, allows them to clutch up in ridiculous situations like Game 6 here today.
I mean, clutch up decision-making, absolutely the finest from Legends Gaming. And just before we wrap things up, guys, a quick little recap of what happened in A versus C. It was the reses there from MDY that did boost Legends Gaming up above Vegas Inferno. The team formerly known as Numnim, making it to second place. Evo's Predator, finally. The Lightning Unicorn duo has become a trio with the return of Nutsuru-sama, and they do well in their outing as a team. X and Y making it to fourth, and we're going to be seeing, of course, some other heavy hitters try to claw their way back next week. But a quick little recap here, Gino, of Legends Gaming. 16th, 4th, 3rd in the first 3 maps, but really, it's that last rally on Stormport. Second place with 8 KP, and then first place with 15 KP, a 27-point game to boost them up.
That's nuts. Look at them heating up throughout the series. I love that. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, bam! And that will be it for Legends Gaming, with an awesome 75 points out of 3 of their series so far, plus a, sprinkle a little 10 in there from the one earlier today. But yeah, for considering how many points you need to qualify for LAN, Legends Gaming all but locked in. If you're thinking of going to the next LAN, I guess we don't know where it is yet, but if you're just so committed that you're like, I'm there no matter what, you can pick up a Legends Gaming jersey now and be like, hey, I'll be there to support them, because you know that they're going to be there already. They have essentially qualified for LAN at this point, being top of APAC South, and obviously the better they do, Dax, you got to remember that will be even more advantageous going into the LANs now with the way the POI draft system works. That will give them a good lead in to the group stages.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Effectively, if you are the top seed from your region, you're going to be getting a bit of draft priority coming into that. So what's a show of force from Legends Gaming? The odds are really stacked for them to make it to LAN, but we'll see if they can confirm that in the coming weeks. We got more matchups to come, guys. We got incredible Sundays for you here in APAC South. Your weekend is going to be filled with ALGS action for sure. But for now, it's time for us to call it a night. Thank you guys for all tuning on in to another incredible outing here in APAC South. This has been Split 2 of ALGS this time around. What a show, what incredible matches. And from us to you, we're going to be signing on out.